Der Präsident.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, Frau.
Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, the sitting is resumed. The minutes of yesterday's meeting and the texts which have been adopted are available. Are there any objections? That is not the case for the moment. That means that the minutes have been approved. That brings us to the next point on the agenda, which is question time, questions for the Commission. I'd like to welcome Executive Vice President Vestergaard. Thank you for being here. The subject is protection of strategic infrastructure from China. We're expecting this question time to last about 90 minutes. You're aware of the fact that you have 1 minute to ask the question, 2 minutes for the reply, 30 seconds for any follow-up, and 2 minutes for the answer. Can I point out that a follow-up is only allowed if it has a close link to the original question? You cannot launch a new subject or ask a new question. If you want to ask a question, can I ask you to register now by using the function on your voting equipment, having put in your voting card? During question time, you would be speaking from your place, and I would call on everybody to stick to the speaking time. Colleagues might need a bit of time to register their request to take the floor. So once again, if you want to take the floor, let me know now. We'd start with the first question. Ms. Miriam Lexman, you have the floor.
Thank you. Commissioner, it is not long since some people in this House were still arguing that Nord Stream 2 is not a geopolitical weapon. It appears that we have not learned our lesson. Just months ago, we have passed an important directive on the protection of critical infrastructure. But yet, today, Huawei covers nearly 60% of Germany's 5G network. Costco owns 67% of Piraeus. NUKTEC is bidding to provide technology for our external borders. As a result, the CCP can have access to incredible amount of information, including our biometric data. All these companies are directly or indirectly linked to the totalitarian regime of the CCP. If we truly want to protect our critical infrastructure and our democracies from the influence of China and other authoritarian regimes, then quite simply, we need to keep them out. And the question is, are we doing enough to keep them out? Thank you.
Danke, Frau Vizepräsidentin.
Thank you. Vice President.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you very much.
Difficult to say when you do enough. I think what can be said is that more is being done, and much more is being done. Here, of course, there is a division of labor between member states and Commission, the European democracy as such. But I'd say from the last Commission that I was part of, when Jean-Claude Juncker said that the Nord Stream 2 was not part of European interest, with a EU-China strategy that clearly defined China as an economic competitor, a systemic rival, and a partner when it comes to climate change, a lot have changed. And I really appreciate the work done by Parliament in order to create a legislative frame that puts a much stronger responsibility on member states, on the different entities responsible for different part of essential infrastructure in order to risk assess, to mitigate risks, to report risks, and to make sure that if something is happening, that it is being mitigated. And also, I think the sort of ramping up of being able to do foreign direct investment screening is a very good sign of this awareness as to what we should be careful with today. Europe is one of the most attractive destinations for foreign direct investments. But it's important that you come to Europe to do business and not to do surveillance or to steal data or whatever purposes that are not in our common and our public interest. I think now 18
public. 18 États membres.
Another 8 is going to have it. The Commission has a say if there is a common interest, and of course we stand ready to use it if necessary. Thank you.
Madame, do you have a second question?
Yes, maybe I will then focus. I do understand, and thank you for the answer, that the member states have to do also their homework. But maybe I will focus on the question of NUCTEC bidding for protection, for the providing technology in order to protect our external borders, because I believe that this is where exactly the EU can act, and if there is any attempts to do something about this bid and how we are going to resolve this issue. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the follow-up. It's not my portfolio. I don't know the details of the tender, but I can say that one of the things that are of utmost importance is, of course, that tenders are safe. We've been working with tendering in a number of different ways. We do that for the international purchasing instrument, where we ask for reciprocity, so that you can only bid with us if European businesses can bid with them. With the foreign subsidies instruments, we have an increasing awareness of the fact that you should not come and outbid European businesses if you have subsidies on your books. And last but not least, if bids are simply too cheap, they can be discarded off in order not to be relevant. But I don't know the details of the exact tender that you're referring to.
Thank you. Madame Inma Rodriguez Pinheiro.
Gracias, presidente. Muchas gracias, vice.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam President. Now, first of all, I'd like to ask if you could inform us as how you feel that the 18 member states which have already implemented the particular norms as concerning investments to protect infrastructure, strategic infrastructure of the Union from influence of countries investing like China with standards that are not compatible with ours. I wanted to ask, is there coordination between what each one of these member states is doing? I know that there's been little time has passed since that particular moment, but looking at the situation, what sort of analysis what sort of lesson can we draw? What is the situation right now? EPI, foreign subsidies, yes, but a response to a situation of crisis. And the same with the mechanism that would be there to support states as well. So beyond this, how are we going to continue defending European industry from certain interests like Chinese interests?
Thank you. Vice President, please.
Unfortunately, I don't think that this is just a crisis moment. I think this is the beginning of an increased awareness that we need to take better care of ourselves. And we have seen sort of the ramping up over the last couple of years, actually to build a system that can be responsive if there is something that should not be as it was supposed to be. And this is why, of course, the foreign direct screening investment is very, very important. Now, as said, we are still in the process of every member state to establish this. We have seen it into effect quite a couple of times. It is not public what is in these screening mechanisms for business confidentiality reasons. What is important is to avoid loopholes in our protection. And this is, of course, why for the Commission it's really important that all member states get on board and establish with themselves the screening mechanism when it comes to foreign direct investment. We do what I think the Commission should do. We provide our opinions. We can both do that when asked, but we can also do that sort of if we find that there is a need to do so. And we do think that it is a Commission role to have a pan-European approach to foreign direct investment in a specific member state if we think that there is a risk to the physical security of infrastructure or the cybersecurity of infrastructure if an investment does happen. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you very much.
Additional question?
Sí, muchísimas gracias por su
Well, yes, thank you very much for your response. And indeed, measures have been taken in a progressive fashion, but the crisis makes us really look closely into the mirror. Now, the facility that exists right now to establish in member states and dealing with the various problems that exist, for example, COVID and so on and so forth, I think this is a way to defend us against unfair competition from countries like China. But the anti-inflation measures, the money that is being provided for help, that's not the same. I think indeed we need a much more consistent, if you like, or concerted approach. So help from the state for sectors so that they can compete under better circumstances with countries where standards are different. Perhaps that might be a way. Is it, or is it not a way?
Well, I think there are different, a number of ways, because situations develop. The geopolitics have changed dramatically over the last 5 to 7 years. Of course, things are then accelerating, both with having war in Europe, the aggressive, unjustified invasion by Russia, and the different stance of China, not only within China, but also with the many countries on this planet where China is doing business. And a number of things is necessary in order for Europe to be more assertive, which we should be, because we have more to offer ourselves and more to offer the world. As of today, I have sent a survey to member states in order to ask if they find that it is necessary to transform our crisis temporary framework to a temporary crisis and transition framework. Because we might need to help our businesses to bridge a situation where we can offer much more renewable energy at low affordable prices, because that is basically what they're being offered in other parts of the world. So to ask if we need rules that can accelerate the green transition, the establishment of more renewable, if we need clearer rules as to how to enable decarbonization of businesses, which is absolutely essential for green transition and for big companies that are very carbon intensive. And last but not least, what kind of bridging subsidies that can somehow mirror or sort of balance what businesses have been offered in other jurisdictions. I think that is important. And, of course, as well as we're doing within the framework of the Trade and Technology Council, to discuss how to create transparency in subsidies. We have done so when it comes to semiconductors in order to avoid a subsidy race between partners, because we see that it's important that Europe and the US have a much heavier footprint when it comes to semiconductors, but it should not be at a subsidy race. Subsidies are important, but we should not outbid each other when we basically ought to be partners in a quite challenging world. Thank you.
Merci. Our next speaker is Madame Katharina Rinzema.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, dear Commissioner. For our security, we need to prevent Chinese companies for strategic purposes. Look at the recent investment in the port of Hamburg, Huawei, 5G or NucTech, and the scanners at our airports. It's all about security. Do we really understand that? As Europe, we need to close our back door for such Chinese strategic investments. My question to the Commissioner would be, will the Commission propose a European list of strategic sectors so that we have a clear, straightforward path to counter China? Thank you.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you. Well, I'd say that to a very large degree, the European Parliament and Council has already done a lot of that work. Because when we look at the revision of the Network and Information Security Directive and also the cyber security of entities resilience, so the physical security, we are, of course, trying to align both the physical security and the cyber security, and the sectors, they are quite many. Let me see if I found them, because I don't know them by heart, because there are 11. Energy, transport, banking, financial market infrastructure, health, drinking water, wastewater, digital infrastructure, public administration, space and food. Of course, these sectors are very, very different. But for all of them, there is a call to assess the risks, to make sure that you can tell citizens that this is safe, and if risks are found, that they can be mitigated. I think also it's really important that we have the reporting obligations so that authorities can step in, and if there is a cross-border issue, that authorities in another member state can be alerted so that together things can be addressed. This is important because one thing is to prevent with foreign direct screening tools new investment that may be critical, dangerous if we find it to be so, but there is already investment within the Union where we need member states to enforce these new directives approved by this Parliament and the Council in order to really make sure that we live up to what I think is an obvious promise to citizens, that important critical infrastructure is being looked after in the most careful manner.
Danke vielmals. Ich bitte nun Herrn.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dumbrauchen.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam Commissioner, at a time in which we are blackmailed through our dependence on an autocratic third country on energy, we have to make sure that this will not happen again in the future. Unfortunately, the reality is different, because if we look at the recent decision of the German government to accept the Chinese investment in the port of Hamburg, we see that we are facilitating this Chinese influence on European soil in European ports. There are at least 22 European ports currently where there is Chinese influence. And this influence over the European ports is problematic because it has the potential to undermine our security, the economic independence and the resilience of the Union. Now, the ports themselves, they point to each other if you ask them why they accept these investments. They say, we need to do it. If we do not accept them, our competitor in another European country will. We're played against each other in a time where we should stand side by side. And my question to the Commissioner is, how do we make sure that our ports remain competitive without being dependent on foreign investment?
Thank you. Frau Vizepräsidentin.
Thank you. First things first, if there is foreign investment in ports, it's really important that the ports are still safe. And this is why the implementation of the NIS2 directive is really, really important. And the implementation of the critical infrastructure, critical entities resilience is all being implemented. Because then you need to make the risk assessment to mitigate the risk, to report on incidents and to do a follow-up. And member states need to enforce those directives because no matter if you have a partly a foreign ownership, of course you still need to do these things to make sure that you cannot be compromised as a port. Looking at the future, I think it's really important that we get this assessment of foreign direct investment up and running. And as said previously, the Commission will do its job. We don't only have to give our opinion if we're being asked. We can also give our opinion if we hear about an investment that is going to happen. So as more and more member states get sort of their legislation in place, I think we will be in a better situation. When it comes to port competitiveness, I think that is a difficult question to answer broadly. I think that is a very specific question. One of the things that seems to be really important is how smooth the administration is running, with what ease a port welcomes the different ships. One of the things we saw when there was all this sort of clogging in the global shipping business, we saw that European ports in general were very competitive because they basically work 24/7, which is what you saw caused a lot of delays in cargo getting off the ships, for instance, in the US. So I think one should not be too defensive with the port competitiveness in Europe, but see to how also the digitization of them can lift their competitiveness.
Danke. Do you have additional remarks?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, for the answer. But for the EPP, this is not enough. We really call for the European Commission to come forward with a European port strategy. We really need to stop the sellout of our European ports. National intelligence services have already been warning about the risk of espionage, of sabotage, of economic dependence. But definitely for the future, we should stop making sure that the Chinese government has control points in our critical infrastructure. And we would really like to ask the Commission to come forward with a specific strategy for European ports. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam.
Unfortunately, I don't know what all my colleagues are doing in detail. This will be my colleague, Adina Valean, who is responsible for transport, who will assess this. So I don't know what are her plans when it comes to a all-port strategy. I think it's important also to learn from the past, because I think basically everyone agreed back in the days that it was a good idea to sell port infrastructure, in particular in Greece. That was part of the demands on Greece. And I think it must be appreciated that it was done, that the Piraeus port is competitive, as long as, and that I find to be really, really important, that one can vouch for the fact that it is safe, no matter the ownership. Because we cannot roll back history to say, well, we want a change in ownership in every port in Europe. We need to make sure that what is now European law, thanks to the European Parliament and the European Council, that is being implemented in full, no matter the ownership. I will, of course, bring the idea of a common European port strategy to my colleague, but I do not hope that in any way will impede for this important risk assessment to be done and for member states to fully implement and enforce the directive passed by the European Parliament.
Merci. Zu Wort gemeldet hat sich nun Frau Maria.
Ms. Maria Copines has the floor.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Commissioner, for the answers you gave so far. You said that there are 11 strategic sectors. Of course, you're not in charge of all of them. But my question was connected with what you just said, that there should be a risk assessment. As we speak now, for those 11 sectors, do you know, is there any assessment, any kind of study? Is Europe ready to protect its entire strategic infrastructure without, in the sense that we won't have investors from China or from other third countries? Because it's important to say, of course, yes, we defend ourselves from China, but do we have enough competition there? Do we have innovation? Do we have the technology that is necessary for us to move forward so we will not fall back behind other countries and lose our competitiveness? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much also for this question. I think it's a very good way of putting it, that on the one hand side, we need to make sure that these essential sectors, that they are safe. At the same time, we need competition for these sectors to keep being innovative. For instance, when it comes to wastewater treatment, I don't think that we have reached sort of the all-time perfect when it comes to wastewater treatment. I think it's important that there is continuous competition to drive innovation in this sector. So my point would be to say that we can have both. We can have competition between and within these sectors. Well, maybe not so much between, because drinking water and wastewater, you don't want competition between the two, but that's another story. Know that you can have secure ownership and that you can have innovation and competition within these sectors. Of course, I cannot say if we have every tool in the toolbox that we need, but I think that thanks to the swiftness of the discussions here in Parliament and Council, I think we have reached quite a package that can vouch for different elements when we're looking at this. As said, we have the NIS2 directive that looks at cybersecurity issues when it comes to these essential sectors. We have the critical entities resilience directive that looks at sort of the physical side of infrastructure being safe. We have the foreign direct investment screening that will make sure that it cannot be taken over by foreign investors if we find that this is not safe. And we have the foreign subsidy regulation that will make sure that we can prevent a takeover if that is subsidized by a foreign state, which makes it so difficult for other potential buyers, some of them may be European, actually to acquire the assets and make the best of it without any concerns of the security. And I do appreciate your way of asking, because that really shows that you need to have sort of a horizontal or around-the-clock assessment in order to make sure that these sectors serve us well. Thank you.
Danke vielmals, Frau Grabini. The second.
Vă mulțumesc și pentru
Thank you, Commissioner, for your answer. Madam Commissioner, I have a second question. Don't you think that Chinese investments or other third country foreign direct investments, if they respect environmental, social, quality standards, could be accepted? Because after all, we are operating in a global economy, and maybe if they don't invest here, they will invest somewhere else, in America, let's say. And don't you think that if we were to impose very clear standards, environmental, social, etc., we could at least keep some investments from China and other third countries? Thank you.
No?
Well, I think it's very important not to judge a book by the cover. Otherwise, I would read very few books. Because the thing is, Europe is probably the most preferred jurisdiction for third country investment. But the important thing is that you should come to Europe and invest because you want to do business, not because you want to steal our data or do covert surveillance of people or steal industrial secrets or do just common espionage. You should come with the right intentions. And this is why I find that the screening instrument is so important, so that we are direct and specific and saying, well, this will do, but that will not do. And also that we distinguish between different sectors. And this is why I find that it's really good that this legislation have been politically agreed, that we say, well, these are many sectors, but these are also essential sectors. And there will be other sectors where investment is welcome without all these safeguards that has been needed. And I think in the world that we live in, it's important to be specific, to say, well, this is what we want, this is what we don't want, and make sure that member states, of course, assess that specifically. I think the approach to 5G is a very good example to this. First, we made the common assessment of the risk with 5G. Then, with member states, the Commission developed the
Och sen har vi tillsammans med medlemsstaterna
of using that toolbox. From the Commission side, we do as much as we can for member states actively to use the toolbox to make sure that when 5G is being deployed, that every member state can tell its citizens, this infrastructure is safe, you can enjoy the benefits of 5G without having a risk of being the victim of having data stolen or being exposed to surveillance. So that the push of that, of course, is important. Thank you.
Danke vielmals. Und das Wort gebet.
Thank you very much. Tomac has asked for the floor.
Vă mulțumesc, domnule.
Thank you, President. Dear Vice President, the COVID crisis has revealed part of the vulnerabilities of our economic cooperation with China. These vulnerabilities have grown once war came to the European soil, war from Russia, which is blackmailing Europe and also attacked part of our critical infrastructure. On top of the instruments which you have indicated until now that you recommend to member states, investments. What other recommendations do you have for the member states so that we might protect ourselves and our critical infrastructure better, also our strategic infrastructure, so that our economies are both safe and without any peril for the future? Thank you.
First and foremost, I really appreciate your analysis. I think you're perfectly right. We're in a situation where Russia has weaponized first our energy market and then basically winter. Obviously, a gazillion times harder on the Ukrainians themselves, but the rest of Europe is taking a toll as well. We have seen the disturbance in the rail industry, in trains being disrupted. There are many cyber attacks on Europe on a daily basis. No surprise, what I would recommend member states, next to making sure that they fully implement and enforce the legislation passed by this House, is of course to cooperate more, to work with each other, to exchange best practices. I would hope that they would also pool resources that we to a still larger degree could make sure that we help each other out when it comes to cybersecurity. I have a coordinating responsibility for European defence. That, of course, is completely within a NATO strategy. But I think here it's an important consideration to say, well, now when all member states will invest more in defence, that we also do that not just to invest more in the defence capabilities that we had, but also look at what are the kind of threats that we are faced with, because they are different threats. We see how this war is so much hybrid on Ukraine, and we see the fallout also on European member states. So I think the core is still, no matter how trivial it may sound, that Europe is stronger when we work together. We have a very long history, and there are good reasons as to why security is a national competence. But I think there are efficiencies, there are security to harvest if we work more together. We have something, for instance, in the NIS2 directive that makes member states come together, but I do think that we could do still more if member states would want to work together more than they do today.
Danke. Mr. Tomac.
Mulțumesc, doamna vice.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Second question relates to cybersecurity. Are you satisfied by the way the member states implement all the
bil-mod ta' kif ir-rakkomandazzjoni.
Well, as just suggested to one of your colleagues in this House, it's very important to be quite fast. It was in the last mandate under my colleague Julian King that there was made the risk assessment of 5G and where the toolbox was developed. Now we are 3 years into the next Commission, and not every member state had made full use of the 5G toolbox. I would encourage every member state to speedily do this. I think it's really important that you can vouch for your 5G network, to tell citizens and businesses in particular, for whom 5G network is absolutely essential for their digitization, that this is safe. I am absolutely comfortable that eventually they will do that, but I would like that eventually to be tomorrow, rather than in months or years' time to come. Because it's now we need a safe 5G deployment. Thank you.
Danke vielmals. Ich darf...
Thank you very much. Madam Viola von Gramunda-Badel.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you very much. What does a child that's not attended to in a sweet shop? So now we have a situation where the Chinese have simply been going on the rampage. We have that in numerous different cases. The procedure that has been adopted now is the same as last year. The Parliament, the issue of independence from Russian gas was brought up. We had no alternatives. And, of course, we learned a bitter lesson. Now, China's influence is huge, much, much, much larger indeed. We have the issues of independence, espionage. We have the screening mechanism for foreign direct investments that is a sword with very, very little cutting ability indeed. So I think, of course, artificial intelligence, robotics, those have been taken into consideration. But how can we have a screening mechanism that would be more effective in order to deal with FDI?
I think it's too early, at least for me, to call on the foreign direct investment screening mechanism not to work. As said, 18 member states have adopted such a screening mechanisms. 8 are in the process to doing so. As far as I can count, that doesn't amount to 27. So we still need to push for this to happen everywhere. I think this is a good tool because it's a specific tool. So it's not just a sort of all-out ban on investment from a certain source. I really do see what you mean when you start your question by referring to the gas dependence that we had, that we more or less sort of sleepwalked into, because the European sort of business model is, of course, built on research, innovation, excellent people, highly skilled workers, high productivity, but also on cheap energy, cheap raw materials, and cheap labor in the value chain or the supply chain. And now all of that is changing, because we cannot rely on cheap energy, because we realize the security risks that comes with it, because now they have materialized with the war in Europe. And this is why we're really pushing for raw materials diversification. It started already in the last mandate with the raw materials strategy under the leadership of my great colleague, Maroš Šefčovič. Now, when you look at how much we're going to need, for instance, lithium, the demand is going to skyrocket the next 15, 20 years. It's really important that we diversify, because it's not sustainable that lithium is mined, for instance, in Chile, and then processed in China, and then coming back to Europe. So we need to find many more ways to go. So we have this raw material alliance. I just recently had a meeting with a Canadian minister, Minister Champagne, who was, so eager for Europeans to work with the Canadians, not only for lithium, but for many, many raw materials. And I think that is part of the answer.
Merci. Do you have an additional remark?
Would allow me one additional question. Welche Berücksichtigung finden denn...
And now the new technologies, which are not yet in the sensitive category as far as research is concerned, what is up planned for those?
Vice President?
Maybe first a follow-up on the foreign direct screening investment mechanism. There will, of course, be an evaluation. So, of course, the Commission will come back to Parliament when we have that assessment in due course. On the second question, when you look at the Horizon Europe provisions, we have an article, I think it's 22.5, which allows us to close certain calls for entities where we think that there might be a risk. And so far, when you look at emerging technologies, that could be, for instance, quantum, I think no Chinese or Chinese control, directly or indirectly, have been part of those calls. The Chinese are, I think, world leading when it comes to quantum. Europe is also very far ahead. But because of that, we found that it's important that funding in specific strategic sectors goes to entities where we know for sure that we can vouch for how they are working with it. So I think that is a good example of how we have a general provision that can be used specifically on different areas where we find that things may be at risk. These are few areas because the openness of research also increases the level and the resilience of the research community, but there are areas where it is important to say thank you, but no thank you to entities participating in the calls.
Merci. Nun ist Frau Anna.
L'onorevole Bonfresco.
Frisco, please, you have the floor.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Vice President Vestager, for having provided such comprehensive answers to the questions put. My question has to be seen in the light of colleagues' questions to ask you, if we look at the major policy of liberalisation and competitiveness that you have represented in the EU over recent years and which goes back a few decades, but in the light of facts, and in particular in the light of the geopolitical changes that have taken place around us and so close to Europe, do actually perhaps now seem to be revealed to show weaknesses. Parts of EU industry, such as shipbuilding, for example, have become much weaker and have more difficulties competing internationally because of the regulatory framework we have in Europe, which you so strongly encouraged amongst the member states. That also was the case for financial infrastructure like banks, but also industrial manufacturing and production processes in the EU. Today, everything is so fragile that not only can we not compete with others, but we also run the risk of not being autonomous and for us to actually be invaded by China in these fields in Europe.
Vice President.
You will excuse me if I don't give you a direct answer because you focused on a number of different things in your intervention. What we have been building in Europe is a social market economy, which means that democratic bodies, national and in particular European, have set a legislative framework as to how things should work. What should be the environmental standards for us to breathe the air, for us to drink the water, how to make sure that when we fight climate change that our Green Deal is our growth strategy. I think that has made Europe one of the continents with the best possible living conditions on this planet. At the same time, within this framework democratically set up, businesses have been competing. And there are many world-leading businesses right now. Unfortunately, we haven't necessarily provided a single market in all sectors that could give them the strength at home to strongly compete abroad. I think that the digital sector is an obvious one of them. We never provided a digital single market. We didn't provide a capital market that were sufficiently prone to take risks to invest for businesses to scale. Now, when we enter the next chapter of digitization, I think it's really important that we push for this digital single market to be a reality, for the capital market to be a reality, so that when we enter this chapter of digitization, where it's much more business to business, much more deep tech, much more industrial digitization, that Europe gets to play its full role. Of course, that takes a lot of courage. That takes a lot of investment needs to materialize. And maybe we can do more to support that, but I think we have prepared the ground while at the same time taking into consideration the concerns of European citizens when it comes to environmental issues, climate change, and workers' protection. Thank you.
Danke, Frau Kollegin Bonfrisco.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Madam Vestager. Beforehand, you were mentioning defence and the defence industry. Well, I think that actually is where the proof lies, in that the challenge we have today is to interpret all the economic regulations we have, of which the Green Deal constitutes a big part, with the objective of not further weakening our companies, but strengthening them and putting ourselves in a situation where we can protect and defend our territories, our ports, our infrastructure. Everything that is an integral part of our life, not just our security, but which is vital to the way we live and for us to be able to defend Europe, to defend it.
Well, in particular, the defence industry has a special set of rules around it, to a large degree exempt from competition rules. Member states, of course, free to buy their equipment, their software where they want to, but actually in common we try to enable the European defence industry. We have now sort of the first calls of the European Defence Fund, but if you look at the precursor to that, which was a small fund, I think 600 million, it was actually possible for both big and large companies to participate. That has a relationship with the defense industry ecosystem, but also for big and small member states to participate. So I definitely think that with that kind of European funding, with the openness when it comes to calls, we can strengthen the entire European defense industry and maybe make it, because of that, more attractive to member states to do part of their investments when it comes to ramping up the defense contribution, also to use European equipment. I think there's a strong competition between US and European defense capabilities, and that may be so, but what we're doing right now is actually strengthening the European defense industry in good collaboration.
Ewropea b'kollaborazzjoni tajba mal-Istati membri.
Merci. Wir kommen nun zu der Anfrage.
Now, Mr. Joachim Stanislav Puczynski.
Bardzo dziękuję. Panie Przewodniczący, Pani Komisarz.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, now we've spoke about the issue, the visit of Chancellor Schulz to China and COSCO, the activities there in the port of Hamburg. And of course, there's been a lot said in the press about COSCO, in the press, but it appears that they're also already managing the port there. So essentially, Germany is cooperating very, very well with China on this particular front of its investment. Now, with regard to technology, we have to look at the possibility, I feel, of working at terminal container facilities, and this in Poland. Is the Commission looking at these activities there? Of course, China is investing in our basic infrastructure. This is a threat for us, for our sovereignty, for our economic viability as well. But at the same time, we have cooperating very, very effectively with China. For example, the opening of sale of ports to China. Look at that.
No matter how much I want to accept it, there are limits as to what the European Commission can do. I think you appreciate that in many other instances. And looking into areas where member states have a very clear responsibility is something that we do not do. I completely agree that it's important to make sure that what has been passed by this House is not only implemented but also enforced. because we are in a situation, and one can think about that as one wants to, but we are in a situation where there is foreign ownership of part of our port infrastructure. And that is why it is so important that the legislation that has been passed actually is being actively put into use. Which means that if one would have the suspicion that because there is a minority foreign shareholder in a port, that they would kind of fudge or prevent the legislation from being fully implemented, then of course the member state will have to do that. To make sure that the risk assessment is there, that the mitigation is there, that things are being reported, they will have ways to do so. But I think it is really important that because of the legislation, as it has been formulated,
kif ġiet ifformulata
it is to be had, which is with member states. Of course, if there are issues that are competition related, it can be for the European Commission to look at. If there are issues where it is of a different nature, but for security services, of course, it is for them to look at. These capabilities are not for the Commission.
Danke.
Thank you.
Of course. Yes, of course. Pani komisarz, bardzo dziękuję. Natomiast...
Thank you very much, Commissioner. But look, just an example. I live in Zessen. I worked in the maritime sector, and my friends at the port say that we have a test going on right now. We have proof right now with the situation in Poland. You're absolutely right. Of course, there has to be surveillance at the member state level. And we've seen the Ministry of Defense active in Poland. It has done that indeed. It has made sure that the ports stay in Polish hands. But in the port of Zessen, we have clear proof that operations are being transferred, very, very important operations from the energy point of view. It's only, of course, one link in the entire chain, but it looks like it's moving in a direction that we don't want. Look at the German authorities. Authorities there have been saying that we have a problem. We have a problem with our German ports, and we need help from the Commission as well. We've drawn the attention of the Commission to this particular situation and to the sensitivity of this port sector and the activities of the Chinese there.
I think it's very important to have this very serious approach that you represent. And I think it's also important to act if one sees things that seems to be not as it should be. I think here, and I will, as said earlier on, I will take the idea of having a European port strategy to my colleague who's responsible for ports, Adina Valean. I think it is very important, first things first. We have national authorities. We have national police, we have national intelligence services. They have resources, they have competence, they should do their job. The Commission has limited resources and, above all, limited competence. So I think we cannot wait for neither, if so be, a European port strategy or more European, pan-European legislation for European competence on this. We need to make sure that those who have the responsibility, that they also do their job. That is the only fast solution to things that are not as they are supposed to be.
Thank you. Our next speaker is unser Kollege Helmut Scholz.
Helmut Scholz, please.
Danke, Herr Präsident, Frau Vizepräsidentin. Ich komme noch mal.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President, I'd like to come back to your introductory comments about the past. You talked about the 2009-2010 financial crisis. As Conservatives, or when the Conservatives and a lot of governments in the EU called on Greece to privatize and sell off their ports, and at the same time China was asked to support the Eurozone countries. It's always presented these days as though China somehow, by sneaky means, managed to buy the ports. We've got to be very clear what we're saying about infrastructure. I want infrastructure to stay in the public proper ownership. And if something needs to be done because there is an economic situation in one or other member state, then I want people to be decently paid, that the jobs are maintained, that we look at the environment, that we look at human rights. All that has to be maintained. So we need to structure things macroeconomically in such a way that we can do these investments ourselves. Vice President Vestager.
I wasn't there. I don't know if you were there. What I have been told is basically that Greece was asked to put the Piraeus harbour up for sale, and there were very few potential buyers, and that completely in the open, the Chinese bought the harbour. And as far as I know, the Greeks are looking at a harbour that is doing quite well. So I think that is an example of the fact that one should be very careful to say that it's all bad when we have foreign investment. Also when we have foreign investment from China. And anyway, here we are. And that is why it is so important that the rules that this House has set is being lived by. Because if there is a risk by foreign ownership of essential infrastructure, then that risk will need to be dealt with. Otherwise, we're not safe. When I look at the way we work, I see both public ownership and private ownership being successful and being less successful. For me, what is important is indeed that no matter if you have private or public ownership, that you live up to what is the rules around that infrastructure that you're managing. Because that is exactly the point of having essential infrastructure in different kinds of ownership, that you must have the willingness to put around it a framework to make sure that that infrastructure is still serving also when there is a public interest. And that public interest can be in environmental, sustainability in broader terms, of course, working conditions, the way that the entire operation is managed. For me, as said, quite neutral on ownership. For me, the result of the processes of how the infrastructure is managed, and of course, that it keeps serving the purpose that it is set there to serve. And that we, for the future, becomes, I think, somewhat more assertive as to who is invited in, because people are invited in for business, but not for physical security of infrastructure or the cybersecurity of our infrastructure. Thank you.
Danke. Herr Scholz, haben Sie eine Zusatzbemerkung?
Mr. Scholz, do you have any addition you'd like to put forward? Perhaps not just one. Quite apart from the critical infrastructure and harbours, you talked about lithium and critical partnerships for raw materials. That's very important. But then we have to think about how we can structure them in such a way that the investments that we make are in the interest of us and the interest of the end users, and who would be, and how can we involve the end user in deciding about investments? Vice President, please.
I think that is a really crucial point. I think it's important that one look at investment in raw materials as we would look at it if it was investment in raw materials within the Union. There are sources of raw material available within the Union as well. But the thing is that in the past, the people who were looking at the mine, they didn't necessarily get the full part of the value added. And that, I think, is really important. That if you want to do the mining, well, then you need to figure out how to do the processing, and maybe also to do part of the production of the raw materials that you source from that specific place. And I think it's really important that we say, well, if you want things to be done in a good manner, the price will be higher. But we should be willing to pay that price, because both we can make sure that we vouch for ourselves when it comes to the labor conditions, the environmental effect, the climate effect, but also we can say that we pay for a security, premium when we diversify the supply of raw materials. We have raw materials in Spain, in Sweden, in Norway, numerous places within the Union, We have developing partnerships with countries outside of the Union, Canada being an obvious one of them, probably the most European country on this planet. And I think we can do that in a way where we can actually say, this is okay. It is doable these days, in particular if the people who is doing the mining gets a bigger bit of the value added of what they are producing. Thank you.
Danke, Herr Kollege Bütikofer.
Thank you. Mr. Bütikofer, please.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Executive Vice President, for tackling this important issue here. I believe the protection of strategic infrastructure cannot just be expected from the executive branch of government. We need an all-society effort to deal with the integrated multi-actor activities from the Chinese side. In that regard, I think it's important to raise awareness of the public. I think the Commission should look into opportunities for supporting, for instance, mapping efforts by academia or think tanks that would help raising awareness. Also, I believe that oftentimes on the local level, there's a lack of China competency. In twinning relationships, small towns of below 100,000 inhabitants are twinned with several million inhabitants in a big Chinese metropolis. They could be overwhelmed. So there should be efforts to enhance their China competency to deal with these issues. And finally, the EU cannot impose a European port strategy, but the European Union can support efforts by national actors, by regional actors, to coordinate. And there we have not been doing what we should be doing. Thank you.
Danke, Frau.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Vice President.
I think this is a very interesting perspective. I myself have been thinking more about this sort of outside of the European Union to make sure that there is a counter-offer to the Chinese offer, for instance, when it comes to digital infrastructure. And that counter-offer from our side should be an offer both to invest in infrastructure, but also to invest in digital governance in a way that reflects our democratic values. When it comes to within the Union, I think this is it is a fair point. Both to make sure that, that more people have the awareness, that media have expertise to call upon when they want to do articles. I don't know the state of China research within the Union or how that is made available, but I would be more than happy to come back with this, because I think awareness is a very important point. And also the awareness that nothing comes for free. If you take Chinese investment and that is seemingly for free, you should look at what is written with small letters, as you should do with every contract.
Danke, Herr Bütikofer. Eine Zusatzfrage?
Thank you. Have you got a follow-up?
Additional remark. Some member states, like the Dutch or the Swedish, have invested into creating national China competency centers or different institutions that help creating that competency that we need on all societal levels. And I think it would put some effort into propagating those shining examples.
Danke.
I completely take the point. My guess, but that is a guesstimate, is that my colleague responsible for research could give you a full mapping of what is going on in Europe and what is being supported. I am sure that we can do more, maybe also to connect the different environments and to make them more visible, both to journalists, to press and media, but also to individual citizens. So, point taken, and be more than happy to come back to this.
Ja, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, damit ist
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of question time. I'd like to thank the 21 people who asked questions. And I'd like to thank Executive Vice President Vestager for the replies. That brings us to the next point on the agenda. This is a statement from the Commission about the corruption suspicion against Qatar and the need for transparency and in all the different bodies. I would like to welcome Ms. Johansson for the Commission. Whenever you're ready, can I ask you to make your statement?
It's yours.
It's me now? Okay, sorry.
Yes.
A point of order regarding the flow of the works, Mr. President. You are aware, of course, that this debate was supposed to start in about half an hour. As much as I'm told, this was foreseen for about half an hour. All our colleagues were scrutinizing this. There is nobody in the chamber. Our group is coming because we started alerting the colleagues to come. This is one, for sure, probably the most important debate in this session. I would ask you, probably even in the name of the other groups, because they are not even here, the leaderships, maybe allow for, I would say, 10 minutes break or something so that the groups can convene. This is such an important debate that we cannot take it clearly without the groups being aware that it's starting at this moment. That would be the S&D request. Thank you.
Ja, Herr Kollege, es stimmt erst.
First of all, you're aware that question time has flexible duration. We started question time at 3 p.m. and ended it after 70 minutes. If that had been predictable, we informed all the speakers and all the groups about this by phone. Everybody is here, all the speakers are here, including the Commissioner. Everybody was informed. I asked whether I needed to break, and I was told that this was not necessary because everybody had been informed. So let me now give the floor to the Commissioner. I assume that everybody who's on the speakers list or is interested in this subject has a possibility of following the debate. Commissioner, please.
Thank you, President. Honourable members. Last Friday, it was International Anti-Corruption Day. On this day, of all days, Belgian authorities carried out searches on several addresses in Brussels. As of last evening, 20 searches have been carried out. On suspicion of involvement in organised crime, corruption and money laundering. They filed charges against 4 people, including 1 former member of this Parliament and a Vice President of the European Parliament. The investigations cover a wider network. They confiscated computers, smartphones, and over €500,000 in cash. We do not yet know what the results of this investigation will be. But one thing is clear. There must be zero tolerance for corruption. Corruption is a very serious crime that undermines our democracy, our economy, our society. I applaud the Belgian police and the Belgian authorities for the decisive action in this criminal investigation and for showing that prosecution and the law enforcement system work. And I applaud the officials and members of this House who are fully assisting this investigation. And I thank President Metsola for your personal support of the investigation, your decisive action, your resolve to meet this test and have the Parliament come out stronger. The allegations are extremely serious. The investigations are still ongoing and there is a presumption of innocence. But to anyone accepting payoffs, kickbacks, bribes, I say, shame on you. Shame on you for violating trust. The trust of the people of Europe who expect you to fight for their interest, not your own. And for violating the trust of your colleagues here in the Parliament who work very hard, honourably, truthfully, with decency. The only way we can rebuild trust is to fully support the investigations, for the guilty to be brought to justice, and for us to root out corruption anywhere we find it. As President von der Leyen said in her State of the Union speech 3 months ago in this chamber, corruption erodes trust. We must fight back with the full force of the law. And that's what we must do every day. Our anti-fraud office, OLAF, investigates fraud and corruption in the institutions. The European Public Prosecutor's Office fights crimes against the EU budget. We have a strong rule of law mechanism to help all member states fight corruption with annual monitoring and reporting, and now also clear recommendations. We set up a general law conditionality mechanism to make sure no money from the EU budget goes into corrupt pockets. We took steps to make sure no cent of COVID recovery money ends up in the wrong hands. The fight against corruption is central to our strategy against organised crime and a key target of European police cooperation under EMPACT. As a union, we need to learn the hard lessons and take responsibility, ensuring that we have better mechanisms and accountability in place. Get rid of differences in national laws that obstruct the fight against corruption. That's why I, next year, will propose a new law. We must criminalise all forms of corruption in all member states. Not just bribery, as is the case today, but also trafficking in influence, illicit enrichment, embezzlement, and abuse of power. And to impose tough EU-wide criminal penalties for these crimes. The Commission continues to support an EU ethics body for all European institutions, for the Parliament, Council, for the European Court of Justice, the ECB, the European Court of Auditors, and also its advisory bodies, the European Economic and Social Committee and the Committee of the Regions, without exception. So we can all live by the same clear principles, live up to the same high standards. President von der Leyen sent a letter to these institutions in March, and Vice President Jourova is carrying the discussions with our partners forward. Let me be clear. The scandal we discuss here today goes well beyond ethics violations. It's a serious criminal investigation. The Parliament's first response is the right one, to cooperate fully with the law enforcement. But there is anger and frustration in this House and outside. There is understandable outrage and frustration among the millions who believe in the European project, who saw the European unity helped us through the pandemic and helps us now in response to Putin's war. We built trust based on action, and now we must rebuild. The fight against corruption is mission critical for Europe. And we must have our own house in order first. Our standards should always be the highest. It's what we expect of others, and we must demand it for ourselves. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Kommissarin.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you for the clarity of your intervention and your statement.
Ich danke Ihnen für die Klarheit Ihrer Ausführungen.
Thank you once again for the clarity and the assessment that you've made of the situation. And with only one vote against, Madam Kaili is now removed as Vice President of this House. Mr. Jeroen Lenaers now.
Colleagues, it's really hard to express how sad and angry I am here today, because the greed of some individuals in this House has cast a dark shadow over all of us, and I have to fully agree with the Commissioner. Shame on them. The news over the past days looked like a bad Netflix film. Bags of cash, raided offices and searched houses. But it's not a film. It's the ugly truth of high-level corruption at the heart of the European democracy. And of course, investigations are ongoing and we need to wait for all the facts. But already I would like to thank the Belgian authorities, and I would also like to thank our President, Roberta Metsola, for her leadership on this issue and echo her words. There will be no impunity, none. Those responsible must be brought to justice. And we fully support the internal investigation that the President announced. We must do better, increased transparency and accountability of all activities related to third countries, whether through NGOs or other actors, and strengthen defensive tools and anti-corruption measures to combat foreign interference in our work. All these steps are necessary to start regaining the trust of our citizens, because make no mistakes, the action of those who rather take home bags of cash than bags of work, they undermine the credibility of all of us, and it is up to us together to repair the damage. And we can already see the Orbáns of this world gloating about these developments, apparently under the impression that corruption elsewhere makes corruption at home less disgusting. Nonsense. And let me emphasize one crucial difference. In stark contrast to the impunity in Orbán's Hungary, in a rule of law, corrupt individuals are arrested, prosecuted and stripped of their responsibilities. And we say very clearly here today, no tolerance for corruption, no tolerance for impunity. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank. Das Wort
Thank you very much. And now, the President of the S&D Group, Madam Garcia Perez.
Thank you, President. Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, this Parliament has always worked and will continue to work for democracy, rule of law and transparency. We've always fought against corruption in all its forms, and we will continue doing so, but we recognise that we have to do better. Corruption destroys institutions, undermines the confidence of citizens, and damages the political image. We cannot allow this, because we're here to serve our citizens. Notwithstanding our ideological differences, I'm very proud of the reaction of this House when faced with this horrible scandal of corruption that unfortunately has taken place in the Parliament. Having said that, there are some key points to make. First of all, those responsible are the people that broke the law, that committed serious crimes that they were aware of, and the full force of the law needs to fall on them. And then I've already announced that any court case. Now, we have to say that, in fact, the fact that there is a criminal investigation underway proves that rule of law does work, and we will do everything we can to cooperate with the investigation so that all facts are known. My responsibility as group leader is to ensure that any negative impact that could happen from what has what these people have done will be counteracted both in the group and elsewhere. We will be acting firmly. We will be carrying out an internal investigation. We acted firmly from the outset to protect the honourability of the Social Democrat group as well as this Parliament, because criminal behaviour of a few individuals cannot undermine the everyday work done by the immense majority of MEPs and their staff and assistants. And we have to set up, I think, a committee of inquiry in the European Parliament, because apart from this criminal behaviour, we have to know what internal mechanisms can be improved to ensure that we do not see a situation like this again. We want maximum clarity and transparency, taking into account that the legal investigation has not concluded. The most important is that that continues and that all the facts are known. Over the next weeks, we are going to have to discuss concrete measures, such as the timeframe and mandate for the Committee of Inquiry, the need to include third countries on the transparency register for lobbies, or the creation of an independent ethics body. It must be clear to citizens, this House is transparent. It belongs to you all, and this awful episode will never happen again. This House needs to be an open house to all of those who want to contribute to building a united Europe, a fairer Europe, because our work is worth it, because it is worth working for Europe, even on days as sad as this one, and it is worth working for a Europe where we are all working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Madam Sophia in 't Veld from the Renew Group.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Colleagues, shock, disbelief, anger. I believe we all went through the roller coaster last weekend as bit by bit we learned about the corruption scandal that took place in our midst. And we are still reeling, or at least that's the way I feel. We're all devastated to see how the criminal acts of members, former members and staff of the European Parliament have deeply damaged the image of this House. And it is our task to restore and even strengthen trust. We have a saying in Dutch, trust arrives on foot and leaves on horseback. In other words, it takes a long time to build trust, but it's broken very rapidly. Taking influence on political decision-making is in itself a normal and healthy part of democracy. Let's not forget that. As a matter of fact, it is democracy. And MEPs must be accessible and open to arguments and debate. They must be able to freely and independently be the voice of their constituents and vote in line with their own views and beliefs. But it's a very different matter if actors are trying to get influence with undue pressures or even bribes. And the ugly facts that have emerged are not a mere breach of ethics, colleagues, but criminal acts. And we can fortunately conclude that the criminal justice system works. Now, let's use this momentum and revise and strengthen the rules on ethics and transparency nevertheless. There is already a number of proposals on the table, like finally setting up an ethics body with teeth and expanding the transparency register to include third country representatives, and much more. And we can learn from the best practices from other parliaments. This House, colleagues, must and can become the gold standard for integrity and transparency. And it is our restore trust. Thank you.
Danke, Frau Kollegin. Zu Wort.
Thank you very much, colleague. Our next speaker is colleague Reintke from the Greens.
Thank you. I think we're all still horrified by what emerged in the weekend. And my father had some fairly strong words about it. I think it shows that trust has been broken and we can only reconstruct trust if we act in the European Parliament. We've got to be very clear in the resolution that we adopt. We have to speak out against what's happened and the consequences thereof. And a clear reaction to corruption is central. We've taken the first steps today in having stripped Eva Karas of her office as vice president. Corruption must have consequences, full stop, no discussion. We need full investigation, and of course we need full cooperation with the Belgian authorities, because they've shown that there is a free and independent judiciary in Belgium. And something that's very important is that we take measures to prevent this in the future. And there are things that you can't prevent, even with better rules of transparency, but nevertheless, we must focus on full transparency, for example, including third countries in the lobby register. And some colleagues are going to say that we shouldn't rush our fences, we shouldn't react immediately, but there are a lot of rules which we've already adopted by majority here in the plenary as the rules of ethics, and we should continue to implement this, because this is not a new discussion, it's just come to the fore again. And I think that through this discussion we've got to keep in our minds that we need to reconstruct the faith in the Parliament with the citizens. That's got to be the main point. Thank you. Mr. Wunderballer.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Madame la Commissaire.
Thank you very much. The religion of human rights ends where the religion of money starts. We've always tried to moralize, and we've always tried to lecture to other countries, and now we're in the middle of a scandal involving an Islam country. At least this brings to the end the masquerade which claims that Europe is a great thing, the ones who shout loudest about democracy. We have people here in Parliament who are suspected of getting money from Qatar. Qatar is an Islamist country. There's no rights of women, there's no right of workers. Homosexuality is sentenced to the death penalty. This is a country where thousands of people died building the arenas for the World Cup. And the players, sportswomen, have to wear a veil. They sponsor the jihadists in Syria and in France. According to France Bruno, the Muslim Brotherhood has been funded to the extent of 25,000 euros over the last years in setting up schools and so on and so forth. How many of the MEPs are prepared to sell out to the highest bidder? How many have the same views? We don't want our countries to be sold to the highest bidder. We have to shed light on the links of MEPs with Qatar, and I'm sure there are other skeletons in cupboards. This is just the beginning on the subject of Qatar, and another subject we have said for a long time, we have to impose a respect for Europe for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, our colleague Asita Kanko has the floor. President, ladies and gentlemen, corruption, money laundering, so much cash that it took the whole night to count it all up. We're not talking about drugs gangs or the mafia. We're talking about members of this parliament and their staff. I'm angry just like everybody else. I'm disappointed that there's so much egoism here. Lack of respect for democracy and our citizens. Why don't they go to Qatar? Why don't they move there if they want to represent Qatar? Because they know we have rules under the rule of law here. The rule of law are things that we need to cherish, not undermine them. Qatar has undermined the confidence in our institutions and the rule of law. This situation, these circumstances, these revelations are demanding at the same time that we in this House look into what's happened, we investigate this, and how we can make sure we avoid this in the future. Our institutions have to act quickly and effectively to make sure that we regain confidence here. Rules of integrity and ethics have to be tightened up. Lobby rules need to be revised when it comes to third country actors. We have to have effective implementation of the rules. This is not Club Med in the European Parliament. To get rid of the parliamentary delegations, we know that they're worthless, and the committees can actually cover that work. This investigation has to be carried out properly so that everybody knows that the people who are trying to buy others or the people who are corrupt will never remain without impunity. That is what decent working members of the community and of this Parliament expect.
Thank you very much. And now for the left, Martin Scherdewan.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Many people are currently facing problems. People are struggling to bring their shopping home. And yet here we've got members of this House with suitcases full of cash trundling through the town. It's very difficult to know the scale of the current situation, but what we need is total cooperation with the authorities to uncover the facts and to make sure that the transparency rules of this House are respected. My group calls for a committee to get to the bottom of what has happened. We need total openness and transparency. Is it normal for states and companies to buy influence on European policy? This is a major blow to the credibility of European politics. Quite clearly, political decisions by this House have been paid for, and there are members of this House who let themselves be bought. We're not talking here about a few bad apples. This scandal has happened because we have a structural problem. How many lobbyists had access to the European Parliament over the past year? How many meetings were there between lobbyists and commissioners and commission officials? How much do we really know about the influence of lobbyists and states on our institution and others? We need an independent ethics commission and total transparency in legislative work. Otherwise, this scandal is going to tarnish the EU for a long time to come. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, Laura Ferrara, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. The scandal stemming from the serious suspicions of corruption from Qatar has tarnished the image of the European Parliament, casting a shadow on it, and it is jeopardizing people's trust in our institution. We have to cooperate with justice in order to defend the credibility and the honor of the Parliament, which is the House of all Europeans and European democracy. We have to make sure we get to the bottom of this and make sure we find out what the truth is and that everyone is held accountable. And I'd like to thank President Metsola for everything she's done. We have to make sure that we don't give in to any act of interference, attack, corruption, and so on that undermines decision-making and democracy. The Five-Star Movement shares the fact that we should postpone the vote on waiving visa rules for Qatar and Kuwait. We have to make sure that it becomes mandatory to have a register which reflect MEPs meeting lobbyists and foreign diplomats. We cannot tolerate those who jeopardize the credibility of the representatives and European democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next we'll hear from David McAllister.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, trust in our Parliament's integrity and the rule of law are paramount for the functioning of European democracy. The European Parliament must conduct a policy of zero tolerance towards corruption. For this reason, I am appalled that 4 people closely connected to the European Parliament, including one of its vice presidents, were arrested by the Belgian authorities on suspicions of money laundering, corruption and participating in a criminal organisation. I very much welcome President Roberta Metzola's leadership, her words yesterday here in this hemicycle. I welcome her initiative to launch an internal investigation and a wide-ranging reform process in order to increase transparency and now draw the right conclusions. Colleagues, the European Parliament cannot assume the role of a court and does not intend to prejudice ongoing investigations. Yet I congratulate the relevant Belgian and further European authorities on thwarting further criminal actions through their work. Parliament should fully support the ongoing criminal investigation. For any foreign actor proven guilty in this ongoing case, there must also be swift and dissuasive consequences. The European Parliament needs to strengthen our anti-corruption mechanisms as well as defensive tools to combat foreign interference. Let me fully underline what colleagues have said. For time reasons, just let me add one additional point. In this case, a non-governmental organization was allegedly used, or to be more precise, misused, as vector of foreign interference in our political work. Therefore, we should also have a look at existing regulations in order to increase transparency and accountability of organizations and other actors. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalší vystupí pán.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Pedro Marques.
Muito obrigado, Presidente, Comissária.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. The accusations of corruption, the data that's already made available as some of the worst things we've ever seen in this institution. As far as I'm concerned, I was outraged from the very start, and I get angrier and angrier for every new revelation that we have to take note of. I'm proud that my group has acted already, in fact, acted quickly, and that this Parliament acted quickly, and that this member, Eva Kaili, was thrown out of our group and stripped of her office of Vice President of Parliament. But the confidence of citizens in our institution has been damaged. And within the framework of how we can act, we have to make sure that we understand that we have been damaged as well. The investigation committee needs to get to the bottom of things. It's important to take measures to make sure that we prevent ourselves from being attacked in a similar way in the future. It's important to protect European democracy, as so many people have already said. That takes a long time to build up that level of confidence, and we've lost it in the blink of an eye. We have to change this situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Adrián Vázquez Látara.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Madam Commissioner, this week, the European Parliament has grabbed the headlines of half the world, but unfortunately not we take to help citizens. It's about third countries that may have bought MEPs in a legitimate way. This isn't just a head-on attack against the Parliament, but also the values that inspire it. But democracy and rule of law are a lot stronger than some may think. To those who are corrupt, to those who corrupted, to those who have allowed themselves to be corrupted, I'll say one thing: they're going to catch you all, and you're going to pay for it sooner or later, because here the rule of law works. And a few rotten apples aren't going to make the rest go rotten. It is our responsibility. It's not going to be straightforward to give back the European Parliament the image and reputation it deserves, but we will do so, whatever it takes.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jordi Soler. You have the floor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much. The shadow of corruption is hanging over us and has tarnished the image of the European Parliament, but this threat isn't new. We already had suspicions that some autocratic regimes might have been trying to meddle in the work of this Parliament through illicit means. I said this in 2017 through an amendment adopted by the Parliament asking for strong measures to avoid such corruption that would undermine the legitimacy and credibility of the work of the European Parliament. And that was a quote. But we didn't do anything. And now the suspicions have turned into criminal charges. I hope that we will act now and take specific action, such as setting up an independent ethics committee with real powers, with real teeth, because we also have to bear in mind that even with stringent rules, whether there's corruption or not, it all depends on our sense of democratic responsibility and ethics. We cannot take any excuses when it comes to corruption. We've got to try and ask ourselves questions and look at ourselves in the mirror. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anna Bonfrisco. You have the floor.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Qatargate involves NGOs, trade unions, individuals, MEP assistants, and MEPs. This is the most serious political attack on our democracy. We're talking about autocratic third countries that have carried out these attacks, and this is the most serious attack since the beginning of EU institutions. We are very critical when it comes to Qatar and the enemies of democracy that are a threat from the outside. And we put a parliamentary question. It was Mrs. Ciccardi who put this question and reflected these concerns. However, I think we have to try and stand united. This is extremely important to produce the antibodies that we need to protect our society, and freedom and democracy are vital in order to protect the presumption of innocence. We've got the rule of law, and we all believe in that. We can speculate against some members. However, we feel bitterness because we've been excluded from the democratic process of the European Parliament, and because we want to be constructive opposition, which is necessary. Many of you have used the cordon sanitaire against us, but this was a tragic mistake. Given this disaster, let me repeat what we said, we're going to stand united to defend European institutions and European citizens.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Nicola Procaccini.
Presidente.
Thank you very much. It was said that corruption isn't something that comes from the right or the left. I agree with this statement, but I wonder whether our colleagues from the left agree with this. I fear that's not the case, because for years we've been hearing them put forward the myth of their moral superiority, and this false and hypocritical narrative was reflected in the speeches of some group leaders. The most disgusting aspect of this scandal is actually reflected in the words that were uttered here 1 month ago, saying that Doha was a staunch supporter of democracy and human rights. Now we understand these comments a little bit more, but that's not why I'm mentioning it. It's because the left seems to think that it is in a position to decide who is on the side of history and who isn't. And we've even been told that the West could learn a lot from Qatar when it comes to freedom and rights. This pervasive opinion is the best ally of repression and corruption. We have a question to ask ourselves, and not just in this chamber. Why is an Islamic regime why have they decided to pay off MEPs and invest so much money in the most popular sport in the world? They're not looking for economic profits or a rate of return. They are buying up our culture, our way of living. Everyone knows this, but very few are fighting against it.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Konstantinos Arvanitis. You have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can all feel the stab in the back of our mutual trust, or our European Parliament, democracy and the rule of law. But it is of no value to just focus on the findings, even though they are shocking. I feel that we need to adopt measures in order to make sure that we restore the prestige and substance of the institution. When it comes to criminal liability, justice will decide, but we have to assume our political responsibility, and that will be reflected in the resolution tomorrow. We would like to see an independent ethics committee set up with investigation and enforcement powers that will cover all institutions. We want a transparency register that will be legally binding and mandatory. We want a mandatory legislative footprint for MEPs that write reports and opinions. We want a revised code of conduct with more stringent rules for MEPs and staff, especially when it comes to gifts and services. We need to look at the whole issue of waiving immunity when they are members of a criminal organization. We've got Mr. Lagos, who's in prison, but he's still getting a salary. And now we have to put an end to the whole story of former MEPs. Their term has come to an end, and we thank them very much. Let us put an end to this, the comings and goings here in the European Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to hear from Gilbert Collard.
Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues.
Mr. President, colleagues, the question is there a fifth column of corruption in the European Union? Yes, there is. And what is to be done? NGOs like Fight Impunity, fighting impunity is indeed what we have to do. Panzeri is former chair of the Subcommission on Human Rights. The human rights is a scandal, and I think we need to get to the bottom of this, and von der Leyen's SMSs. The next speaker is Sven Simon.
Mr. President, colleagues, let me start by congratulating the Belgian authorities and our services on stopping this plot to undermine European democracy. The silver lining in this case is that our systems were tested and prevailed. But it is true. European democracy is under attack by countries who seek to undermine our decision-making processes. It is a shame that a few colleagues, former colleagues and staff, went along with this. The vector of attack in this case appears to be an NGO, and for too long we have turned a blind eye on the lobbying efforts of supposedly non-governmental actors. What we need is a Foreign Agents Registration Act modeled on the example in the United States. This means full transparency of who is funding which NGO, their governance structures, budgets, and persons of significant control. Members who have taken money from NGOs have conflicts of interests. It's not so important which NGO or lobby group. And they should recuse themselves immediately from working in respective policy fields. As European People's Party, we want to restore trust in the functioning of our institutions, and we need to act now, not with political games, but with concrete actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriele Bischoff is next.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's become clear that this week is a tough week for all of us. I've seldom seen so many feelings coming to the surface, so much anger, so much disappointment, and also so many people who've genuinely shaken. But this attack was just
Na nies ġew imreda minn dan kollu, dan huwa attakk fuq id-demokrazija, attakk fuq l-istituzzjoni.
Still something that demands that we go beyond those feelings. We've taken the first step in great unity. And I'd like to thank Ylva Johansson, the Commissioner, for the clear words that she spoke here, because we as an institution, I think, will have to work closely together, more closely together, to act against this corruption, against these criminals. That's why it is correct that, for example, we
uafhængigt etisk råd for alle institutioner.
Body for all institutions. I'm pleased that the Commissioner and the Commission President support this. We need to bring the Council around to that. We need to make sure that we do our own homework in terms of these jobs, and we're going to deal with this as of the new year to try and win back the faith that we've lost. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia vystúpi.
Thank you. The next speaker is Hilde Vatmans.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, with the decision that we took today to strip the vice presidentship from Eva Kaili, we have sent out a very strong signal today. Europe is not for sale. Never. And it was a very important signal because this corruption scandal has struck at the heart of our European Parliament, of our European project. When it comes to Qatar, and I think everybody here knows this, we need to send this back. And we start with the visa-free travel. We need to make sure that we carry out an appropriate investigation. The Belgian authorities have done outstanding work. But, colleagues, this is only the start. We have to have full transparency of all lobby contacts within and out with the European Parliament, and look how the other European institutions deal with this as well, because we need to push for a broader approach. We need to have recommendations from the Parliament's Committee on Foreign Interference and implement their recommendations. We need to look at how we can have a coordinated approach at European level and have a genuine committee of inquiry. These incidents happen, but we need to counter them on the basis of vision, of conviction, not on the basis of money in your bank account. Let this be a lesson.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalšia vystúpi pani Hanna Neumann.
Next is Hannah Neumann.
We have all been elected to represent European citizens and entrusted to protect European democracy. And that is the very foundation of our mandate, and it is so across party lines. And colleagues, until last Friday, I was pretty sure that the dissent that we have, the debates that are sometimes hard, but always at the core of democratic decision-making, were based on political opinions, on different political opinions, and not on suitcases full of money. And this trust now is deeply shaken. We are all standing in the middle of a crime scene with offices sealed, colleagues in prison, confronted with the allegation that at least one of us has become a Trojan horse of corruption and foreign interference. And I have no illusions. Autocratic regimes have tried to bribe us before, and they will continue to do so in the future. And that is why I want this inquiry committee of the Parliament to know more, to know better what has happened more, to better prevent it in the future, and yes, to build trust again. Our response to this scandal, dear colleagues, has to be clear, to the inside as well as the outside. We are not for sale, and nor is European democracy.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystúpi.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Nikolaus Fest.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Wir haben hier nicht nur ein Problem mit korrupten Abgeordneten.
It's not just a problem of corrupt members. We've got corrupt NGOs as well. One of them had founded Fight Impunity, the other Secretary General of No Peace Without Justice. Both NGOs had practically the same address. This is a gateway to corruption, this kind of structure. Interpol is warning about the role of NGOs in money laundering. The German intelligence service is warning about systematic financing of left-wing NGOs by Qatar and other countries. Corruption has been around for a long time in this House because there is no political scrutiny. In the senior bodies of this House, nothing's going to change because they're in the hands of the left. Thank you. The next speaker is Jadwiga Wiśniewska. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Garcia Perez was talking about safeguarding the honor of socialists and Democrats. Yet the S&D has for years been trampling on the honor of Poland in full disregard of the facts. I wonder, those unwarranted attacks on Poland, were they paid for by somebody? This scandal demonstrates the hypocrisy and double standards in this House that cannot be tolerated. And it's not just in this House, it's also in the European Commission, and the European Commission will have to tackle this problem. We therefore need a commission with representatives of the member states to monitor how the European institutions are working. Lobbying will have to be watched particularly closely. Lobbying and high-level corruption, not just from Qatar, but also from Russia. For example, Nord Stream, climate policy, there's an obvious need for greater member state control over the activities of the EU institutions. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Mark Botenga.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. 1.5 million euros recovered, all sorts of offices searched, offices sealed even in this Parliament, obviously just the tip of the iceberg. Every time we put forward an idea of reducing the income of members, you reply, no, you have to pay them well because otherwise they'll be corrupted. Well, obviously, that's been going in a loop for years now because it obviously isn't working. MEPs who are illegally corrupt by Qatar is one thing that is bad enough. But MEPs being legally influenced through revolving doors, seats on boards and such like is also serious in Dutch. This is a problem with money culture. There's almost no transparency, a culture of impunity in Transparency International mentions this, and the high levels of salaries mean that members have lost their grip on reality. They'd rather live with the bourgeoisie rather than as normal people. It's high time that politicians earn a decent wage and not take money away from others.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalší vystúpi.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Tomáš Deutsch.
The history of the European Union shows the gravest corruption scandal. The Brussels corruption undermines the whole credibility of every institution. It is obvious and clear that the left wing's anti-corruption narrative is a cheap lie. Kylie, Parley, Verhofstadt or Sarvamaa, the transparency narratives of these members of parliament are only to cover up for the Brussels corruption. It was a thief who was calling for the police, as like in the story, because you, based on political lies, day by day, shame national governments for corruption and want to penalize national governments. Meanwhile, the Brussels corruption is obviously rampant, and it seems to be the norm, part of the system, together with politicians and NGOs that are part of this plot. Brussels has lost all of its credibility. With this scandal, you cannot name and shame others for corruption anymore.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Helen Fritzon.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. I'm also both shocked and angry that it seems like there is corruption in this public elected parliament. That doesn't just harm our European Parliament as an institution, it also damages politics, it damages politics in general, but it damages democracy. And I would like to express a vote of thanks to Ylva Johansson for your very clear words. And yes, they ought to be ashamed. Those who've committed the crimes obviously should be brought to book. But at the same time, we have to assume our responsibility in the European Parliament, in the EU's institutions. We need to carry out reforms which strengthen transparency and openness. And we have to have a system in place where our citizens have trust in what we're doing. They have to have faith in our institutions. They have to be able to have confidence in us. Let us use our anger that we now feel to make sure that this never happens again in our Parliament. Thank you.
Madam Fritzon, if you can perhaps stay, because Mr. Weimers has asked for a blue card to intervene. You have the floor.
Herr talman.
President, yes, in November, Helen Fritzon, the Parliament majority wanted to have a resolution that was critical of Qatar. You and your party comrade Erik Bergson voted against that idea. I'd just like to know why. I'd like to know why the Social Democrats in Sweden were in favour of visa-free travel for Qatar, whereas the Centre Party, who are not known for their such policies, voted against.
Herr Ordförande.
President, this question from Charlie Weymouth, my answer to that would be that Charlie Weymouth knows very well that we voted on formal points on the agenda. When it came to the resolution, however, I can tell you very clearly that I, as a Social Democrat, together with my group, stood behind the rights of workers, women and girls' rights, and we do that each and every occasion when we take important decisions contrary to Charlie Weymouth himself.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalšia vystúpi pani Katalín.
Thank you very much. And Katalin Czech is next.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. Qatar's attempt to buy influence in the European Parliament is absolutely outrageous. But it also confronts us with a very grim reality. Authoritarian countries are actively trying to infiltrate European institutions, and let's face it, our safeguards are just not up for the task right now. We knew this was the case in the European Council, where Viktor Orban has been using his vetoes along the interests of Russia or China, undermining Europe. And now we see that foreign influence has reached this Parliament as well. And it must have very far-reaching consequences. We need very urgent reform in ethics and lobbying frameworks, and we need a much better vetting system in foreign policy personnel as well. And our message to Qatar must be crystal clear. Attempts to silence us and to buy the European Parliament will never succeed. We will never turn our back on human rights violations, or on the thousands of workers who have died while constructing stadiums for their World Cup of shame. In fact, all Qatar achieved with their bribe money was that we will fight twice as hard to make sure that there will be some consequences. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalší vystúpi.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Eric Markart.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Corruption is toxic for democracy, as many people have said. The European Parliament is quite clearly suffering from the poison. I've talked to a lot of people over the past days, and it's good that most people are saying that this is not just a few bad apples, and certainly the people are not saying this is just a problem of one political group. The most important thing is that while there may be a small number of guilty people, but the scale of the problem is a big one. And it's not just Qatar. There are other countries which are a threat to democracy. And we have to look at what we can do better as an institution. How can we improve our transparency rules? And what can we do to make sure that our transparency rules are actually respected? There are members who for 3 years haven't reported any meetings with lobbyists. That has to change. It's not just changing the rules. We've got rules. What can we do to enforce them? What can we do to improve law enforcement? What can we do gradually to start rebuilding trust? Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalší.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Jaak Madison.
Suur aitäh, eesistuja.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Commissioner, colleagues. The Belgian police has done some good work. Well done. 600,000 euro in plastic bags in European Parliament apartments. That's good work, but it's probably just the tip of the iceberg. It seems that several S&D members of Parliament have something to do with Qatari corruption, but there's probably more to it than that. Corruption is a serious problem we have to combat, but there's a whiff of corruption in what the Commission President has been doing. The Parliament has expressed its concern about the deletion of text messages and WhatsApp messages from the Commission President's phone. Exchanges about 3.5 billion worth of taxpayers' money with Pfizer. Unfortunately, the European Commission is brushing this under the carpet. If we really want to fight corruption, we have to stop this secrecy. As the Ombudsman O'Reilly has said, if you are secretive, then there will be suspicion. It's high time that something be done about this. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalší.
Thank you very much. And Vincenzo Sofo is next.
Al di là dell'aspetto giudiziario.
Of course, there is the whole aspect of justice, and it's in the hand of the judges, but this is also a political case that we cannot ignore. The lobbies have huge power and huge influence here in the European Parliament, whether it's multinationals, foreign countries, or NGOs. Qatargate shows that the NGO issue is something that we have to pay particular attention to. Look at most of the proposals that come to the committees to see how much pressure is put on us to make sure that these pseudo-humanitarian organizations bring their influence to bear on the decision-making. There were very ambiguous cases, such as the conflict of interest between the NGOs and European Court of Human Rights. Now, they have an impact on the daily life of democracy without enough information and which interests they support. I think that the Committee of Inquiry on Qatargate is necessary, but not enough. If we want the European institutions to get their transparency and credibility back, then we have to make sure that opaque lobbies don't have a hold on the Parliament anymore, and make sure that only those who have the mandate of the people can do the work they do.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalší.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Kostas Papadakis.
The womb that engenders corruption is the European Union itself, the EU of big capital. And of course, we have the Kaili case, which also involves other present and former MEPs. Your resolution whitewashing Qatar was adopted without a roll call vote. The EU, the EPP, and the Social Democrats seem to talk about exemplary labor reforms, and this on the graves of those who died. And of course, this was backed by the ITUC head, who is now being prosecuted. Now, you talk about Qatar being strategic partners, and you talked about visa waivers, but now all of a sudden they've become an authoritarian regime that attacks European democracy. So you've now discovered this while standing next to this mire, and we've got these suspicious NGOs. But now, even though you've discarded that, now you're giving us new myths and stories about ethics, codes, good lobbies, transparency. The peoples have to draw their own conclusions. The EU and the rotten capitalist system cannot be reformed, only overthrown by the people's struggles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brando Benifei. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, President. The investigation is bringing deplorable facts to light, and the European Parliament needs to stand united and decide on what has to be done. I'm furious and upset about the fact that former MEPs, current MEPs, and assistants that have been colleagues of ours for many years have been involved in this. But of course, justice will take its course. And I would like to say that any attempt to bring influence to bear on my parliamentary group will fail. Our delegation, even within our political group, decided to vote in favor of the left's amendments boosting the whole issue of workers' rights, which is the right throughout. We also put two questions over the last few months about the World Cup to Vice President Borrell. We'll take all the necessary initiatives in order to make sure the truth comes to the fore and that we talk about our work and the battles we carry out. We need a new anti-corruption law with the Commissioner at the helm. We need to have an independent European body responsible for ethics. We've discussed this with other political groups and that have been against, but I hope they will change their minds. We really have to do this properly to make sure that it's not the interests of a few that prevail. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Valérie Ayer.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. There's been foreign interference in Parliament. There have been Russian attacks on in the line of cyber terrorism, and now we see that Qatar has managed to influence our members through votes and policies. It's no more, no less than corruption. It seems that some people here ignore the moral imperative of their mandate. So yes, we need transparency. But as bad as these acts of interference are, the acts of individuals are putting at risk the faith in our institutions. Corruption has no place in our institutions, and this is why I would not hesitate to waive immunity if necessary. Facing corruption, our group in the reforms that need to be carried out so that this is never seen again. We need to have more transparency. Since 1999, we've been pushing for this, Commissioner. This was a promise from Ursula von der Leyen, and we are now ready. Thank you.
Madam Aubry has requested a blue card. So please, the floor is yours. She can refuse? No, she can't. Under the new rules, yeah, she doesn't need to okay the blue card, so you have the floor, Madam Aubry. Yeah? It could be a statement.
Bon, merci, Monsieur.
Well, thank you very much, President. I thought I'd be able to put the question to Valérie Ayer, who's refusing to field it. I'm going to put it nevertheless. It'll remain with a question mark at the end of it. Maybe she'll be able to resolve my concerns. I do share her indignation against this biggest scandal of corruption. It's unprecedented. I have a couple of questions. First of all, how do you explain that Emmanuel Macron said in this context just a few weeks ago that this World Cup bears testimony to changes afoot and that Qatar is going along the right path and they can count on our support? That was his tweet, in fact, word for word. Secondly, given this context, how can Emmanuel Macron accept to go to Qatar, not boycott it, and support this in this way, a government which is in the process of corrupting our parliament. I'm afraid I'm not going to get an answer to those.
Thank you very much. And next we're going to hear from Heidi Hautala.
So, colleagues, some have already pointed out that stricter ethics rules would not have prevented the kind of serious criminal acts that we have now seen. But I want to convince you that lax rules, on the other hand, can create opportunities for corruption. An organisational culture that turns a blind eye to smaller indiscretions of members only serves to enable more serious abuses of office. The Parliament has been, until now, light-handed in dealing with dodgy friendship groups, false electoral observation missions and questionable use of members' allowances. The free mandate of an MEP is not an excuse to act against the core values of our Union. The proposed committee of inquiry must have a strong mandate for far-reaching reforms to protect this House from undue foreign influence and other abuses of power. Importantly, new rules on members' conduct must include enforcement and sanctions. Until now, they are just symbolic. I wrote a letter to President Sassoli together with colleague Glucksmann and made concrete proposals on undue foreign influence. We received no reply. The threat of foreign influence must now finally be taken seriously.
From Madam Melchior. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Heidi Hautala. You mentioned that you wrote a letter in 2021 to the President of the Parliament with concrete proposals. Could you elaborate on what the concrete proposals were in that letter? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question, colleague Melchior. First of all, the simple thing that we could have done on that day, we could still do today, is that we oblige foreign embassies and diplomats and other foreign actors to be registered in the transparency register. And then, of course, this question of wild, unauthorized election observation should be tackled, because we have in our rules the protection of the dignity of the Parliament. So members should not be allowed in activities that damage the reputation of the Parliament, and we should give a broad interpretation to this, including electoral observations missions that only are in favour of strengthening autocrats that we don't want as an institution to defend.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Thank you very much. Ďalší vystúpi pán.
The next speaker is Carlos Puigdemont. You have the floor.
Chair, there is a political culture in Europe and in certain countries of the Union which consist of increasing leniency towards human rights violations as trade exchange increase. Qatar-friendly Europe is an example of this political culture, as are the lucrative relations between Spain and the regime of Saudi Arabia. One only needs to see the sympathy and praise of Commissioner Skinas every time he has met with Qatari representatives to understand what the official narrative is. When economic interest waters down the demand for respect for human rights, the door to corruption opens a little more. Maybe we should try to be less friendly and more demanding. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Nikos Androulakis.
First of all, congratulations to the Belgian authorities that revealed this scandal. Unlike others that are trying to cover up scandals, no one has the right to put the Parliament in this position. We have to protect transparency and democracy. We shouldn't become an example to avoid. That is why, when I heard about this shocking case, as soon as I heard this, I immediately threw Mrs. Kaili out of the party. We cannot say that we're all the same. We have to prove this with our actions. So the time for action has come, and that is why I suggest, number one, to not allow European officials during their term of office to become a lobbyist. We have a special service that helped MEPs check whether there was spyware on their phones. I suggest that already tomorrow morning we have a special body that will check all the assets of MEPs and how they got those assets. We need to go through all of this with a fine-tooth comb. These two actions will help shed light on the situation and will make sure that there isn't a trace of shadow hanging over this house. We owe it. Dream. Thank you.
Thank
you very much. Karin Melchior has the floor.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Commissioner. The extent of the alleged corruption is criminal. It must be prosecuted, and we must investigate how we can do better. However, no matter how good the rules are, there will always be criminals who take the risk and the suitcase of euro notes. But we can make stronger rules. We need to clean up our act in the European Parliament. We need to do away with informal friendship groups outside the rules of the Parliament, replace them with regulated interpolitical groups. We need to extend our transparency register to representatives of foreign governments and former MEPs. Thank you, colleagues and Commissioner, for your support for an ethics body with investigative powers for all EU institutions, which Renew Europe has called for since 2019. And rules cannot stand alone. We must not accept colleagues being unduly influenced to change wordings, votes, and legislation. To help expose criminality, we must make our whistleblower system stronger. And finally, to my colleagues, if you see something that seems odd or out of line with previous opinions or known facts, then do something. Confront your colleagues and even your political leadership. It is a joint responsibility to prevent the corruption of the few. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Ernest Urtasun has the floor.
Thank you very much. My first words are to thank and support Belgian justice and the Belgian police for uncovering this very serious case of corruption. Of course, the main responsible parties are those who allow themselves to be corrupted and those who did the corrupting. But we cannot think that this is just an isolated case that doesn't affect the institution. It has affected the image of the European Parliament, especially at a difficult time where people are finding it very hard. And this means that people feel even more disaffected, and it increases the disillusion in the institutions. Now, but let us be careful. Let us make sure we deal with this properly. It would be a mistake to just replace Mrs. Kaili as vice president. That would be superficial. We need a root and branch reform of our transparency rules. The Parliament cannot still be the weak link in the system. We need very deep reform of how we carry out our work.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Dino Giarrusso.
Presidente, colleghi.
President, ladies and gentlemen, what a disgrace. It's a terrible disgrace in this House. How many billions does this House cost us? How much does it cost each and every citizen? How many billions do we cost people? We're talking about the dreams and hopes of a better life. European citizens place their trust for these in us. We have betrayed them, and the pact of trust has been tarnished. We're talking about bags of banknotes in the homes of colleagues, former colleagues, trade unions. It just reminds you of the money that the mafia has. Heaps of money. It's a disgrace. Today is a terrible day, and President Metsola and everyone below her, please take action not just words, but action. We need to fight against corruption. We need stringent rules. We need to punish those who are guilty today, but make sure that we create the right conditions so that in the future no one can steal the future of Europeans, their trust and their money. Let us throw out everyone who is corrupt and is corrupting from this House and make sure that there is no possibility in the future of doing this. Otherwise, there will be no raison d'etre for the European Parliament.
Thank you very much. Raphael Glucksmann is next.
Chers collègues,
Ladies and gentlemen, we are completely shamed by this, and we mustn't be intransigent. We have to act. We've seen that there are old things that have come back to haunt us here. Mr. Spinelli gave us a direction to follow to fight impunity. We have to really move in that direction. We have to have a committee of inquiry. We have to have a high authority that is responsible for transparency in public life. We need to make sure that elites in Europe are not captured by foreign actors. What we need to find today, or re-find, is courage. The courage to counter these foreign countries, be they China, Russia, or Qatar, who do their shopping in our democracy. We, as members and chair of this, our investigative committee, a special committee, have been pushing this point. Europe is not for sale.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Iorios Kyrtsos. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, President. Mrs. Cayley has been stripped of her vice presidency, but she was helped by strong interest in Greece in her political career, interests that have a hold on the media. And she was also helped by lobbies in the European institutions. Her career and her fall are an example that we need to get inspiration from when it comes to new rules. We have to make sure that we curb these interests. Now, the foreign influence, including Qatar's, who thinks that it can buy anything, has to be curtailed drastically. We need to be self-critical. The Italian socialists gave her so many opportunities, and evaluators who always thought her scientific proposals and applications for funding were excellent, and all those who promoted the products of digital giants with Mrs. Cayley at the helm, please don't kid yourselves. It's not only Qatar, ladies and gentlemen.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystúpi.
Thank you. The next speaker is Munir Satouri.
Chers collègues,
Colleagues, the corruption scandal which is shaking this institution is of the worst kind. This corruption sought to silence this House on human rights. Many authoritarian regimes they seek to achieve their objectives to buy an image. This time it was Qatar with its World Cup built on exploited workers. For years, we have been asking for measures to be taken. We are calling for a European ethics authority and a committee of inquiry up to the task. We need to have the dissuasive measures in place. There will always be corruption. That is why you need anti-corruption measures. But I say to the corruptors, the way to create an image of yourselves is to respect people's rights and not by buying the votes of members. Thank you very much. Francesca Donato is the next speaker.
Thank you, President. Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, the serious corruption charges that have emerged surrounding MEPs, assistants, have caused shock. among us. I think that the rules pertaining to lobbying and transparency are not enough to prevent corruption, but that's not just here in the European Parliament, but that also applies to the European Commission. The President of the European Commission is also being looked into, given the whole issue of public procurement of vaccines. But I haven't heard anyone utter any words of indignation. No one has asked her to stand down. Giants such as Pfizer or digital lobbies or defense lobbies, do you think that they have less influence and power than Qatar and that they can't really influence our decisions to their benefit? We need to have a committee of inquiry. We owe this to our citizens, and they need to look at what I've just talked about and not just Qatar.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Agnes Jongerius.
Thank you very much, President. Well, indeed, it does seem a bit like a surrealist Netflix film, but when you wake up, you realize that it's actually reality, cold, hard reality. Ladies and gentlemen, in our parliament and in NGOs, there's been corruption. In our worst dreams, I don't think we ever would have thought up such a scenario. Trust in European democracy has been undermined. And I think the only thing we can do here is condemn this in no uncertain terms. There's no place for corruption, not now, not ever. But at the same time, it is not the time to just come out with fine words. We have to come out with acts and deeds, and those deeds have to start at home, which means alongside setting up our own committee of inquiry, I would urge that we establish an independent investigation into these incidents. And at the same time, I would say we need to support the call for a revision of the rules to look, first of all, at the third countries that have untrammeled access to the European Parliament. It's time for actions, time for deeds. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalší vystúpi pán Daniel Freund.
Thank you very much. Daniel Freund is next. Colleagues, corruption is the greatest threat to our democracy. Corruption is criminal, and people with sackloads of cash belong in prison. But for the European Parliament, this issue will not be over when the Belgian authorities have finished their work. There are some people in this House who don't seem to understand what a member can and cannot do. How is it possible that members of this House let ruthless dictators pay for their trips? How is it that some members don't publish their meetings with lobbyists? How is it that members face no penalties despite repeatedly breaching the rules of the House? Colleagues, I've really had enough. There are a few bad apples here who are dragging the image of this House into the mire. Meetings should be declared, including meetings with Qataris, and the lobbying rules have to be enforced. Otherwise, the next scandal is just going to be around the corner. This is the time to act. Now we can do something.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a teraz nasleduje.
Thank you very much. Now we have the catch the eye procedure. And we have Maria Walsh as the first speaker.
I know it's shocking to read news of police investigations into the work of an elected official and staff of the Parliament. It is shocking to me and incredibly shocking to our EU citizens. And it is important that due process is followed. Today in Strasbourg, I, along with 624 MEPs, voted for an early termination of the office of Vice President of the Parliament, Eva Kaili. The public should be able and needs to be able to trust the work of us MEPs and the Parliament staff. At the end of the day, we are elected by the public, for the public, to carry out our work in public interest and are answerable to the people. That is our job. Corruption of any nature has no place in our political landscape here or in our member state. I welcome any internal investigations and improved procedures to uphold the reputation of our EU institutions. We need to be transparent, to be accountable and to do what is right. I stand for a strong Europe, a fair Europe and a trusted Europe. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a teraz vystúpi pán.
Thank you. The next speaker is Juan Fernando López Aguilar.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Johansson, the European Parliament was the first parliament in the world to protect whistleblowers. And the European Parliament has really come down hard against corruption and money laundering. And that is why the European Parliament has to stand united. There mustn't be any cracks when it comes to condemning those who have corrupted and those who have been corrupted. Of course, the judicial procedure is happening, but we also have to make sure that we protect our integrity and transparency, the most accessible and transparent parliament of the world. But we also have to rally behind the condemnation of anyone who shows, because they're being prosecuted, that they never deserved the trust that were put in them. Because it is a duty and something of dignity to represent the European people in this House. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Viola von Kramon-Taubadel is the next speaker.
Transparenz, Integrität.
Transparency, integrity, anti-corruption, fairness and human rights. For months now we've been speaking about these topics, especially in conjunction with Qatar. FIFA and football, first of all, now our democracy in Europe. But the demands have remained the same. We have to work for our values together. We as an institution have to work against the undue influence of others. We need to look a little closer and be accountable. Millions for sports washing, greenwashing with FIFA, now 25 million for social washing with the ILO. It's just a question of time before we start finding more receipts. Qatar has money. They want to buy themselves a better image, but the EU's not for sale. And there will be consequences for all of those who are happy to have a price tag.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalší výstup.
Thank you very much. Geert Bourgeois is the next speaker.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, as with all of you, I'm deeply shocked by the incident that we're seeing here. I'm very pleased that the police have acted very powerfully and an independent judiciary in action. We have to, I think, review rules on transparency and openness, but I would warn against having an interinstitutional ethics body comprised of third parties who are meant to be independent to check whether we're implementing our own rules. We should not allow ourselves to be controlled and monitored, scrutinized by another body out with the European Parliament. We are here as a monitoring, scrutinizing body, not the other way around. We have to work through this by strengthening and bolstering our own code of conduct.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalšia.
Thank you very much. Leila Scheibig is the next speaker.
Plus d'1 million.
More than €1.5 million in cash. That's 94 years on your minimum wage. So a couple working for years wouldn't make the amount of money that Qatar used to corrupt Europeans. So most of us weren't given suitcases full of banknotes, but we know what phishing is all about. Phishing is a technique used giving us baits as if we were fish. I got this in my Parliament mailbox yesterday. I was invited to go to one of the most luxurious hotels in Brussels by the Qatar embassy 2 weeks before. I was invited to go to Qatar itself and to visit the stadia and to meet the trade unions and to see how Qatar had adopted a set of measures in order to reinforce social protection and labor conditions. So we really need to deal with the root causes of this so that unbridled lobbying and corruption are no longer like a fish in water in the European Parliament.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ako ďalší...
Thank you very much. Lukáš Kohut is the next speaker.
Parlamencie Europejskim.
There are no sacred cows in the European Parliament. A vice president arrested. What does the union do? First, cooperate with the authorities. Second, strip her of her rights. Third, remove her as vice president. Fourth, a debate in plenary and a resolution. The EU has reacted. There is no easy ride for those who have betrayed Europe's values, because that's what it's about in rule of law. You have to react. If people break the law, you have to act, because everyone is equal. There are things that people have forgotten about what happened in Poland in the past. I think you need to learn from what Europe is doing. Zero tolerance to corruption, zero tolerance of breaking the law.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalšia vystúpi.
Thank you very much. Ana Miranda has the floor.
Qué escándalo. Es que no se puede.
What a scandal. You cannot do business with politics. What do some MEPs think they are? Do they think they're gods? We represent our peoples. We don't peddle votes and influence. Ethics, responsibility, work integrity, and transparency are extremely important and should be part and parcel of our mandate. Our political group have often denounced corruption. We've often said that we are being contacted by lobbies, and the big groups didn't do anything. There's foreign influence by countries such as Israel, Turkey, Morocco, and Qatar. This is nothing new, ladies and and we demand zero tolerance against corruption. To be honest, I'm extremely surprised that the Spanish PP isn't represented here in the chamber. I'm very surprised. M. Rajoy.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalší.
Thank you. Petros Koukoulis is the next speaker.
Thank you, President. As we see photographs of piles of cash found in the hands of members of our European Parliament community, how can citizens not wonder how much money is there that we don't see? It is really existential for the integrity of our House to immediately and radically reform our governance structure and provide the transparency and accountability that the citizens we represent demand and deserve. And we must start this week, tomorrow I think, with a resolution that will demonstrate credibly our commitment to take speakers to bring our House in order and give us the opportunity to rebuild the trust that is necessary to perform our real duty, to exercise parliamentary scrutiny over the Commission and the Council, and to resist not only foreign interference but also domestic interference. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. Diana Ribariginer is the next speaker.
President, Comissária.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. The Qatar Gate information is serious, especially since it rocks the foundations of any democracy, and that is the people's trust. There's something we must never forget. We are all here in this chamber for the same unique reason. It's because the citizens have placed their trust in us. The images of the police taking suitcases away with hundreds of thousands of euro from MEPs and others working for the institution is not only a disgrace for us, but it also disgusts us deeply. We have to be implacable. Let us set up a committee of inquiry. Let us set up an independent ethics body that can investigate all EU institutions. Let us put an end to donations from third countries for political foundations and MEPs. Let us make sure that we have a transition period for former MEPs whose term comes to an end so that they don't peddle their influence for the same reasons we've seen here. Zero tolerance for corruption and zero tolerance of those who have been corrupted.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a týmto sme...
Thank you very much. And that brings to a conclusion the Catch the Eye procedure. And now we're going to hear from Commissioner Ylva Johansson to conclude on behalf of the European Commission.
Thank you, President. Thank you, members of this Parliament. Thank you for this very important debate, and thank you for channeling your anger and frustration into firm commitment to do what's necessary to rebuild trust. There must be zero tolerance for corruption. It's a very serious crime that undermines our democracy, economy and society. And as a union, we need to learn the hard lessons and take responsibility. This scandal we discuss here today goes well beyond ethics violations. It's a criminal investigation. Even though we urgently need the EU ethics body for all European institutions, this is a criminal investigation. And the only way we can rebuild trust is to fully support these investigations, for the guilty to be brought to justice, and for us to root out corruption anywhere we find it. And finally, let me say that our debate today also gives me hope. The strong words spoken on condemnation, the demand for justice and action. We are at the beginning of a struggle that will be long and hard. Bringing the guilty to justice will be comparatively the easy part. Rebuilding trust, that will be hard. Let's be honest about this. To do that, our fight against corruption must be unrelenting, uncompromising, unforgiving. In our union, in our member states, and in our institutions, to show everyone it's not this scandal that defines us, but our resolve, determination and action to do everything it takes to do what is right. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much, and that concludes the debate. The vote will take place on Thursday.
Ďalším bodom programu.
The next item on the order paper is Council and Commission statements. The recent JHA Council decision on Schengen accession, and first we're going to hear from Minister Vladimír Balaš on behalf of Council.
Ďakujem, pán prezident. Dear Mr. President, dear Madam Commissioner Johansson, honourable members of Parliament, on 5th October this year, the Czech presidency stated here that the completion of the Schengen area, by including in the area without internal border controls all member states who fulfill the conditions, was a priority for us. We are very pleased that during our presidency, Croatia was able to take this important step by joining the Schengen area without internal border controls, and would like to congratulate our Croatian colleagues for reaching such a milestone. We have also stated that the Czech presidency was committed to making progress so as to enable Bulgaria and Romania to be fully part of the Schengen area. A significant progress was made during this semester, and we commend both countries for all their work and efforts in this respect. 2 fact-finding missions to Bulgaria and Romania were carried out by Member States experts under the coordination of the Commission. The Council informed the European Parliament of these developments, including of the results of the 2 fact-finding missions in writing earlier this month. The Presidency concluded that both Bulgaria and Romania are ready to fully enter the Schengen area and appreciated their key role in the protection of the external borders, as well as their substantial contribution to the security of the Schengen area in general. The Presidency is convinced that Bulgaria and Romania put in place all the necessary tools, structures and procedures. Therefore, they deserve to become full members of Schengen. At the Justice and Home Affairs Council meeting on 8 December, the proposed draft Council decision that would allow for lifting the internal borders controls in Bulgaria and Romania from 1st January 2023 has not, unfortunately, gained the unanimous support as required. Work will continue on this basis to ensure that we can welcome Bulgaria and Romania into the Schengen family in the near future. The Council remains committed to continuing this work in the next semester. And the upcoming Swedish presidency has already expressed their determination to continue these efforts. The Schengen area is one of the greatest achievements of our Union. In recent years, it has been under considerable strain, and considerable efforts were, and still are, required to ensure the resilience of the Schengen area. We remain convinced that the completion of the Schengen area by fully including Bulgaria and Romania would constitute another key milestone in its functioning, mainly in terms of improving the overall functioning of the EU's external borders. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne za...
Thank you very much. Now on behalf of the European Commission, Commissioner Ylva Johansson.
Thank you, President. Schengen is the largest free travel area in the world, an area of freedom, security and justice, bringing liberty, prosperity and identity, because Schengen is part of who we are. So I say to the people of Croatia, welcome, my warmest congratulations. You will start a new year as members of the Euro and members of Schengen. But when it comes to the decision on Bulgaria and Romania, I need to express my deep disappointment. I deeply regret the Council did not take a positive decision, especially since it has long been the Commission's view that Bulgaria and Romania fulfill all the criteria to be full members of the Schengen area for more than 11 years already. And as 2 recent voluntary fact-finding missions has confirmed, Bulgaria and Romania are upholding Schengen's standards of border protection and security, and are doing so efficiently, reliably, honourably. All these years, Bulgaria and Romania helped build a well-functioning Schengen area, dealing effectively with the pandemic and with the fallout of Putin's war. Romania and Bulgaria are doing an incredible job in managing the consequences of the war in Ukraine. Bulgaria provides temporary protection to around 150,000 Ukrainian refugees. 2.5 million people from Ukraine entered into Romania this year so far, receiving support and assistance. I saw for myself at the Siret border crossing the endless lines of women and children, tired and afraid, and the border guards, making sure they could cross swiftly and orderly and in a secure way. Bulgaria and Romania have highly trained and dedicated staff, state-of-the-art infrastructure and know-how. They have done the work. They are ready. They deserve to be in. More than that, it's a legal obligation, and they have a legitimate expectation to join. These are the rules. And Schengen too is ready. This is not the Schengen of 2011, but a stronger Schengen, with new Schengen governance, around dedicated Schengen councils, with a key role for the European Parliament. Welcoming Bulgaria and Romania will remain my main priority. I'm determined. I am determined to make this happen. This is important for the citizens of Romania and Bulgaria. We will continue to work hard together with the Council to welcome Bulgaria and Romania next year. And I know that I can count on continued support of the European Parliament. And we need Bulgaria and Romania in Schengen, like we need Croatia and all its other members. I am the first to say there are challenges in the European Union, but we must not confuse them with the Schengen enlargement criteria. Challenges related to migration, to security, to the rule of law exist. Yes, it does. And we are addressing them with European solutions on all fronts. Fighting organised crime, one of my top priorities. We gave Europol a stronger mandate. We are boosting police cooperation. We fight corruption and uphold rule of law with our strong rule of law mechanism. We respond to migration challenges with very operational plans. Just last week, we presented a new action plan on the Western Balkans. And one very positive result of last week's Council, thanks to the leadership of the Czech presidency, is that clear progress on the Pact on Migration and Asylum, with negotiations on important files that we hope to close this week here in Strasbourg. Delaying Bulgaria and Romania entering Schengen will not make it easier to address these shared challenges. Quite the contrary. Welcoming Bulgaria and Romania will make us stronger, safer, and protect all borders better. By moving border guards and resources from internal borders to protect the EU external border, connecting Bulgaria and Romania to Schengen's security databases, stepping up police cooperation and information exchange, cross-border surveillance and hot pursuits, and regular comprehensive Schengen evaluations will make sure standards remain high. The truth is simple. To fight crime and corruption and manage migration together, we need Bulgaria and Romania in. Their membership will also bring a much-needed boost to the internal market by eliminating time lost at borders and by boosting travel, trade and tourism. So we all lost in the vote last week. There is only one winner, and he lives in the Kremlin. And I know December is a season of giving, but I should say no presents for Putin. Honourable members, divided we are weak, united we are strong. As a union, we must now welcome Bulgaria and Romania to Schengen, as we promised, as they deserve, as it's only right. If we don't, then we are playing into Russia's hands, allowing division, disunity, and discord to spread. But if we do welcome them, then we all win. We will all benefit from a greater security and prosperity, and we should show the world that at a time of our greatest need, Europe stands together. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a za skupinu.
Thank you very much. Now on behalf of the EPP Group, Mr. Manfred Weber.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident,
Mr. President, Representative of Council, Commissioner, last week's veto was an error. and we can all sense the frustration as we analyse the error in this discussion. I'd like to thank the Commissioner for her strong words. The first point I want to make is respect. Respect to the three countries who have achieved a great deal. Especially Romania and Bulgaria have over the last few years demonstrated what the implementation of Schengen rules means and what the Romanians have done for Ukrainian refugees deserves our recognition. Secondly, Schengen is part of Europe's identity. Especially at a time of war, we must demonstrate unity and togetherness. The enlargement of the Schengen area would have meant that we believe in it, because all of us in Europe would have benefited. Thirdly, yes, there's a problem with illegal migration. Yes, the reception centres in Austria, in Germany, in Belgium, in the Netherlands are full. We have to combat migration, but we can do it better if we work together by closing our borders properly. Romania and Bulgaria are not to blame. The Frontex statistics show that it is not Romania and Bulgaria that are letting in the migrants. It's Hungary, it's Viktor Orban who's opened the door. And then the Dutch and Austrian decisions were wrong. Bulgaria and Romania have the right to live in the same united Europe that we live in. So after last week's disappointment, we need to sit down with Austria, with the Netherlands, to say what needs to be done better. What do we need to achieve? The European People's Party is Europe's biggest political group, biggest party in Europe, and we support Romania and Bulgaria on their way into the Schengen zone. The veto was wrong, and the citizens of Romania and Bulgaria can rely on our support.
Thank you very much.
Frau Kommissarin, Herr Minister.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, Minister. We all welcome the fact that Croatia now, as of the 1st of January, will be in Schengen. It was a good decision, and I'd like to congratulate everybody who contributed to this result. But as the Commissioner and others have said, it was a considerable mistake by the Netherlands and Austria to refuse Bulgaria and Romania met the criteria for many years with this extra fact-finding mission to show goodwill, to refuse them that access. This will only feed the anti-Europeans, the populist powers in these countries, and this is why I have heard that there's a glimmer of hope, but that's insufficient, because this promise, we always say, oh, it didn't work, let's make another promise. Oh, it doesn't work, let's make another promise. We need to deliver. We need to make sure that these two countries be taken in, because the rules should apply to everybody in every union. Otherwise, we're undermining our own foundation. We need to see a clear signal now. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker on behalf of Renew Europe is Mr. Özcan. 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner. Schengen is a tremendous achievement. It's one of the pillars of freedom and prosperity in Europe. Austria, for its domestic political reasons, purely domestic political reasons, Austria has shut the door to Romania and Bulgaria, and this is shameful. It's shameful, colleagues. It cannot be justified. The truth is that Bulgaria and Romania are better at implementing the Schengen acquis than existing Schengen member states. That's the truth, and this is something that needs to be said here, colleagues, today. And so, this blocking on the part of Austria has to stop. There is still going to be a council meeting, and the heads of state and government have to correct the mistake of the interior ministers. This needs to be said very clearly. Of course, we welcome Croatia, but that's just half the step that needed to be taken. The Commissioner is right. This is not just about the faith of the people in Romania and Bulgaria in us. It's also about the rule of law and basic principles. Romania and Bulgaria have fulfilled all the criteria, therefore they have a right to be in the Schengen area. I call on the Austrian People's Party to lift its veto and to pave the way for Romanian and Bulgarian accession.
Thank you very much. The next speaker for the Greens is Monica Vana for 1 minute. Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, Representative Council. For us, the Greens, free movement in Europe is something that enjoys our full solidarity. The Schengen Agreement, as has already been said, was a massive achievement. It is not something for negotiation. It allows freedom of travel and is one of the fundamental pillars of the European Union. This is a symbol for Europe growing together, and it shouldn't easily be ignored or restricted. I'm standing here as a European member of the European Parliament, and I'd like to express my solidarity with my colleagues from Bulgaria and Romania. Neither at European level nor at national level do we Greens understand this decision to suddenly block the enlargement of the Schengen area to include Romania and Bulgaria by the Home Minister in Austria. We don't share his view. The ramifications of this decision should not be left up to the vicissitudes of domestic politics. As you said, divided we are weak, together we are strong, Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker for the European Conservatives and Reformist Groups, Christian Tersch, 1 minute.
Madam Commissioner, dear President, the vote of Austria to abusively block Romania's accession into Schengen is an act of flagrant political corruption. This vote also demonstrated that the Austrian EPP Chancellor Karl Nehammer is a puppet of the Russian President Vladimir Putin and the Russian spearhead who is undermining the European project from within. Romania earned with heavy price the national right to be part of Schengen. For 11 years, the EU Commission and the Parliament are stating that Romania meets all the requirements to be part of this area, but we could not exercise this right now because of false pretexts of corrupt Austrian politicians. Enough is enough. Romania is nobody's punching bag for someone or a political party to earn political points in their countries. The fact, though, is that companies from Austria were trying to blackmail Romania to give them easier and cheaper access to our resources, which Austria do not have. Such imperialistic behavior is unacceptable. While different EU leaders are talking about European solidarity, Austrian businesses, like Raiffeisen Bank, for example, do not have a problem to still operate in Russia. I urge the Commission to take all the necessary steps to punish the current leadership of Austria and all the businesses conducting operations in Russia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker for the Left Group, Claire Daly, 1 minute.
Thanks, President. Last week, as a result of the work of the Lighthouse reports, we saw Bulgarian border guards shooting a Syrian teenager. We heard shocking reports of EU funds being used to lock migrants in an open cage while Frontex stands idly by. Pushbacks are routine, violence is systemic. And then we hear that Bulgaria and Romania's accession to Schengen is being blocked by Austria and the Netherlands as a result of the situation on the border. Not because of the persecution and brutalisation of migrants, but because that brutality is not enough. You couldn't make it up. This is Frontex Europe, Fortress Europe, a core of greedy racists, farming out its dirty work to the poor of Europe's periphery, a violent continent selfishly guarding its stolen wealth. The people of Bulgaria and Romania have waited 10 years to join Schengen. Let them in. Stop demanding more violence as a condition of entry. Schengen membership shouldn't be paid in migrants' blood.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kinga Gál for 1 minute.
Mr. President, Madam Commissioner, we welcome the accession of Croatia to the Schengen area, and of course we fully support the accession of Bulgaria and Romania to the same Schengen area. These two countries have been waiting for Schengen accession for 11 years when the Commission first said that they were ready to join. The European Parliament has confirmed this in numerous resolutions. Due to lack of consensus, they are still outside the Schengen area despite meeting the criteria, protecting the external borders of the European Union and having done a lot to slow down illegal migration. The Schengen Agreement, and Europe without internal borders, is one of the biggest achievements of European integration. It is unacceptable that we still have member states outside the Schengen area without justification. How hypocritical to blame Hungary for, so to say, undermining European unity, while at the same time other member states can break the unity with all sorts of excuses.
Thank you very much. Paolo Rangel is the next speaker for 1 minute.
Thank you, President, Council, Commission. First, I would like naturally to congratulate Croatia for becoming a full member of Schengen. But my joy with this accession is unfortunately in contradiction with my deep sadness and regret of the decision of the Council that is unfair and unacceptable of rejection of the accession of Romania and Bulgaria to Schengen area. I have to say, and here to say to my dear friend Özcan, that I regret the position of Austrian government despite it is a government from EPP. But I also have to say the same of Rutte government, that is a liberal government and that made exactly the same attitude. This is not an ideological matter. There are independent assessments of the Commission, of member states, that really say that Romania and Bulgaria are totally prepared to enter Schengen zone. So this is an unfair, illegal, unconstitutional decision of the Council, and we cannot tolerate that. So all my solidarity to the Romanian and Bulgarian people.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Danica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner, I'd like to thank you for the manner in which you described the situation of Romania. I'd like to thank you for your objectivity and support. I would like to thank also the Czech presidency for its impeccable conduct. Unfortunately, this is an embarrassing situation. Unfortunately, Chancellor Nehammer has breached European rules and standards and has decided to keep 20 million Romanians and my country hostage outside the Schengen area. There has to be a single European response based on a belief in the European Union. We have to say, Chancellor Nehammer, this shameful decision has to be reversed. Romania does not deserve this. Romania should be deserved as
promijeniti svoju sramotnu
proud Romanians, proud European citizens. Romania deserves to be in the Schengen area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ilhan Kuchuk.
Уважаема госпожо комисар, благодаря за всички усилия, които положихте. Беше важно не само за България, за Румъния, а преди...
Thank you very much. The time had come for Bulgaria and Romania to join. It was very important for its citizens as well. The Commission's assessment was clear. Bulgaria and Romania were supposed to join. 11 years have gone by, and so much has changed within the EU. Outside the EU, global policy has changed as well. Unfortunately, behavior towards Romania and Bulgaria hasn't changed. So the question I put to you is, are Bulgarian and Romanian citizens not European citizens? Are they second-class citizens? Do they not deserve to join Schengen and to be part and parcel of Schengen? We have made a huge effort, both Bulgarians and Romanians. We are European countries that have paid a high price. We're going to continue down this path because we are convinced that that this makes geopolitical sense. We want to be fully fledged members of the EU. We cannot have two Europes and different rules. We need one single Europe that brings everyone together. So let us make an effort and let us make sure that 2023 is the year that Romania and Bulgaria join Schengen.
Romanian accession to Schengen is a fundamental objective of my country. The Romanians are pro-European, want to be part of Europe. A tremendous amount of effort has been put into this. Our borders meet international standards. We have reformed the judiciary. The cooperation and verification mechanism has been lifted. All member state experts and the European Commission say that Romania is ready to join the Schengen area, and that that Romanian accession will make the Schengen area safer. Despite 26 member states being in favour, Austria was able to wield its veto. Austria's veto is unjust. The truth is on our side. We reject populism. We reject unjustified arguments. We will use objective arguments, official figures. Romania is not a source of migration, never has been. Our objective is to join the Schengen area, and we'll work with everybody necessary to reach this objective as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, President. Last week, Austria and the Netherlands blocked the entry of Romania and Bulgaria to Schengen, hiding behind arguments that had nothing to do with European rules and standards. Austria and the Netherlands abused the rights they had within the Council, calling into question the future of the European Union. And I only have one question for the European Commission today. The Netherlands and Austria flagrantly abused their rights, trampling on Schengen legislation, but the treaties on fundamental principles. As guardian of the treaty, the European Commission has the obligation to react. And allow me to say that Bulgaria doesn't need reassuring words. We need specific action. We need specific action to be taken. So that is why, Madam Commissioner, today I ask you, are you going to take this case to the Court of Justice in Luxembourg because of the violation of the principle of loyal cooperation? I thank you in advance for the answer you will give me. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Commissioner, for what you already did. Dar vreau să fiu foarte clar.
I want to be very clear. The subject of Romanian and Bulgarian accession to the Schengen area must be part of the European Council agenda at the end of this week. This is not something that should be considered a closed subject following last week's JHA Council vote. This is not something which is just about Austria, Romania and Bulgaria. Romania's accession to Schengen has become a European political problem because the Austrian veto in the JHA Council had is something that has to be resolved at the European Council. This abusive wielding of a cynical veto has shattered European solidarity and has put the credibility of the EU on the line. I expect the heads of state and government to find a solution as soon as possible to lift this logjam, which is illegal and unjust and is just grist to the mill of extremists and anti-Europeans. Heads of state and government, the matter is in your hands, and it absolutely must be resolved by the end of the year. Thank you very much, and thanks to the Commission for what they've done.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Emil Radev, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President. Madam Commissioner, Minister, ladies and gentlemen. The Council's decision saying that Bulgaria and Romania have to stay in the waiting room in the Schengen antechamber, if you like, is anti-European discourse, and it calls into question one of the most important acquis of the EU. We mustn't fuel Euroscepticism with double standards, especially since Europe is no longer the same. We have to broaden our values. Broader Schengen means more safety and security. It's been 11 years that we've been working on this, and we are the hostage of the domestic politics of other countries. We fulfill all the criteria. That is not how you build trust in the European Union. We guard one of the most insecure borders, and that's the border with Turkey. We are not the weakest link. There are Bulgarian guards that have lost their lives defending our common security. So I appeal to the Council, please get rid of any barriers for Romania and Bulgaria so that you don't jeopardize trust in the EU as a project of solidarity.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Commissioner and the entire European Commission for the support they have given to Romanian accession and indeed Bulgarian accession to the Schengen area. I'd also like to thank the Czech presidency for the support that they have given and for their will to maintain a united Europe. What we saw last week, the performance by Chancellor Nehammer and his Interior Minister, is an attack on the European project. It is leaving Romanians hostage to the domestic politics of a single member state. We are not going to go down with Stockholm Syndrome and have sympathy for those keeping us captive. It is essential for this subject of Schengen to be discussed at the European Council because Romanians deserve respect and deserve to be part of the Schengen area.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Janusz Botos.
Minister Balos, Commissioner Johansson, I'd like to thank you for having done everything you could. At the JHA Council last week, Romania and Bulgaria were landed with an unfair and humiliating veto, having fulfilled all of the conditions to join the Schengen area. It is not fair for the citizens of certain countries to have to face greater controls. Unfortunately, this is dangerous. It fuels nationalist and separatist ideology. Chancellor Nehammer, we Romanians are not going to give up. This decision was not just unjust towards Romanians and the minorities in our countries, but also European values. you will recognize the error of your ways in the next few days.
Paldies. So next speaker is Mr. Carlo Ressler, and yes, thank you very much. So for 3 desetljeća.
For three decades after the international recognition and the aggression, and after 10 years of our EU membership, Croatia is wrapping up its full return to the European civilization in difficult times of insecurity and war on the European continent, along with better connectivity, better competitiveness and freedom of movement and opportunities for development. Schengen brings also more security and more resilient state border. We regret the fact that Romania and Bulgaria have not been met with the same decision, whose citizens have been waiting for over 10 years for the similar decision. In this sensitive geopolitical moment, we need stronger Schengen that includes Bulgaria and Romania. I would like to thank once again to all of those who supported Croatia's accession to Schengen over the last few months. And I would also like to ask you to support Croatia's team on the World Cup. We are playing against Argentina tonight.
Thank you
very much. The next speaker is Mr. Ivo Christov.
Уважаеми господин председател, Петър Бъчваров.
Thank you very much. Jordan Iliev, Atanas Radev are the names of 2 out of 3 guards that lost their lives over the last few days. 3 individuals who defended the lives of all Europeans, including the lives of Austrians and the Dutch. Everyone has recognized this. Austria's decision and the Netherlands' decision to close the door to Bulgaria and Romania is not based on any principles or because the rule of law isn't being respected. On the contrary, it is an example of electoral calculations and national interests that are undermining the foundations of democracy. So the Eurosceptics in Bulgaria and Romania were given a gift from these countries. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not undermine the trust in Europe, the Europe that is being defended by Bulgarian and Romanian guards.
Nașii copilului meu sunt cetățeni români care trăiesc.
I have relatives in Austria, a country of European values and European solidarity that we all believe in. Apparently, the Austrian Chancellor also believes in these things. In other words, Chancellor Nehammer, the Romanians in Austria are very much devoted and humiliated by what Austria has done. I am convinced that this is going to be good news for the young people of Austria, who will continue to respect the values that we believe in. It is vital to continue supporting Romania and Bulgaria. I'm sure I'll be meeting Austrians in future negotiations. Romania deserves to be in Schengen. This much is clear.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Bogdan. 1 minute.
Vin în fața dumneavoastră.
Here we are. Austria has voted against Europe. That vote humiliated Romania and is holding millions of Romanians hostage. It is a breach of Article 2 of the EU Treaty. Hungary has seen EU funds blocked as a result of rule of law breaches. Austria hasn't. Yet we're seeing an illiberal, racist attitude from Chancellor Nehammer. The Austrian vote is also a breach of Article 21 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union on free movement and 20 other laws. According to this legislation, Romania has a right to lift border controls once it has adopted the Schengen acquis. Romania has passed all the tests. The cooperation and verification mechanism has been lifted. Commission experts, Dutch experts, foreign experts have given Romania a clean bill of health. Chancellor Nehammer's Schengen vote is a second Vienna diktat for Romanians. Rule of law is the basis of the existence of the European Union. I call on the Commission and Parliament to turn to the Court of Justice.
Να λάβετε κάποιες...
Austria.
Finalize your... excuse me, colleague, could you stay, Mr. Bogdan? Do you accept Eugen Tomac blue card? Yeah, please, floor is yours.
Yes.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner. Mr. Bogdan, you said this was a vote against Europe, and you wanted the Commission to bring an action before the Court of Justice of the European Union. You're a political leader in Romania. Do you want the Romanian government to bring an action before the Court of Justice? Thank you.
Ceea ce spuneți, domnule Tomac, și vă asigur că...
Thank you. Certainly, the government of our country will do that because this is a grave injustice towards Romania, and this is something for which Austria will be punished and will face the consequences.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Victor Negrescu, 1 minute.
Dragi colegi,
Colleagues, I want to thank Commissioner Johansson, who has been a great advocate of Romania on its way to joining Schengen. Europe is in crisis as a result of this Austrian veto. How is it possible that a member state government can trample on legislation? We need to defend the rights of our citizens, which have suffered as a result of this unjust decision. Romania respects the Schengen rules. Everybody has confirmed this. There is a difficult context at the moment, and solidarity is in jeopardy as a result. Only the interests of the Russian Federation are served by this. It is essential for the European Council to discuss this, and a clear roadmap for Romanian accession has to be established. The Romanians are not going to give in, and there are many people here who support us.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Vlad Gheorghe, 1 minute.
Europa unită. Asta e doar o lozincă.
A united Europe is just a slogan if we allow Romania and Bulgaria to be kept on the fringes of Europe. Having Romania and Bulgaria outside Schengen in the middle of an economic and energy crisis with war at the borders is not only discriminatory but also stupid. It's so stupid that you have to ask yourself, who is this helping? It's certainly not helping Europe. It's very dangerous. Trust in the EU falls. Anti-European propaganda spreads and nationalism is legitimized. It's discriminatory because some European citizens have only rights and others have only obligations. It's unfair. We cannot ask for solidarity only from Romania and Bulgaria. Apart from the weak presidents and ministers, weak governments or extremists or people driven by their own agendas. We're all equal in this union. No one is superior. We're stronger together, and our citizens shouldn't have to pay for internal issues or electoral games, even Austrian ones.
Kovačev kungam viena minūte.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Andrei Kovačev for 1 minute.
Господин председател, госпожо комисар.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President, Madam Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, 11 years and the same old story. The European Commission, the European Parliament, independent experts, they've all been saying that Romania and Bulgaria fulfill all the technical criteria. But within the Council, there are still those who are saying that for certain political reasons and others, now is not the time. I can no longer hear these kind of explanations. I can no longer listen to those who talk about the monitoring mechanism that is for all member states, and it bears no relation to the criteria that Romania and Bulgaria fulfill. Romania and Bulgaria defend the principles of all Europeans. Our border guards defend Dutch citizens, Swedish citizens, and other citizens. This behavior was unacceptable. The situation has to change. These two countries cannot be sidelined. Romania and Bulgaria fulfill the same criteria, and they have to join.
Mr. Lopez Aguilar.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. For many years, the European Parliament has used all the tools at its disposal to protect Schengen in the face of arbitrary restrictions that fly in the face of certain situations laid down in the ruling of the European Court of Justice. We want to add those countries that we miss, Romania, Bulgaria, and Croatia, and Schengen. The JHA Council decision opens the door to Croatia. We welcome them, but we are obliged to use all the legal and judicial means at our disposal to fight against the injustice of excluding Romania and Bulgaria. And let me add that this highlights the fact that Bulgaria has been excluded by 1 out of 27 countries, and Romania and Bulgaria have been excluded by 2 EU countries. We need to overhaul the treaties. We need to get rid of unanimity when it comes to decision-making, when you have such clamorous injustice as this one, because this means that these countries cannot realize the rules in Article 45 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, the free movement of Romanian and Bulgarian citizens that we miss in Schengen.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Lucas Mandl.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to the moment when Bulgaria and Romania will join Schengen. We will have to decide reliably and responsibly as soon as we can, but we can't yet. And this is the reason why we have to accept political developments. There is no legal stance against that. And the drama is not a few months of postponement of the Schengen access, which I really look forward to. The drama is the migration crisis, which is increasing. And this is not due to the Commission that much, because the Commission has proposed a very good concept 2 years ago, even more than 2 years ago already, but the process has not been ongoing in the Council of the Member States governments as well as in our very European Parliament. And this is why we have to push forward the agenda. We have to protect our borders better. We have to fight organised crime in the area of human trafficking. We have to do our best for solidarity between the member states when it comes to asylum procedures, when it comes to return procedures, and all the other fields. There is not Bulgaria or Romania to blame. There is a lot of work to do for this institution, the European Parliament, and also for the Council of the Member States governments, and then I look forward to go forward with the Schengen accession of the 2 countries.
Excuse me, would you stay? You have a blue card for Mr. Jan Christophe Otjen. You agree. Jan Christoph, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you for speaking so clearly that there are no reasons under the rule of law that Romania and Bulgaria should be rejected by the Austrian government, that there are other reasons for this. So you said that there is a break of the rule of law by Austria in doing this. Thank you for being so open. You said that migration policy is the issue. Are you aware that it is easier to control migratory flows if Romania and Bulgaria were part of Schengen rather than outside the Schengen area? Are you fully aware that in the Libe Committee yesterday, we agreed on the Eurodac mandate? We're taking very concrete steps for common European asylum policy and migration policy. So stop blocking this. I'd urge you, because it would actually give the results that you want.
Thank you very much, colleague. If I have the floor, this was not really a question, but I anyway will answer. First of all, I have worked very hard on registration via Eurodac at the borders, and I guess that's a small step forward in this whole endeavor of managing the migration crisis. And, dear colleague, you have purposely misunderstood the point. There is no legal procedure to change the decision, because it's a decision that's up to elected officials on a government level and on a legislative level, and this is a decision that has to be taken. And it's not yet responsibly and reliably possible to take the decision. I hope it will be possible soon when we withdraw this blockade from whomever in the Council. It's not transparent. From the Parliament, it's transparent who is blocking here to proceed with solving this migration crisis. Thank you.
Colleagues, we have a few more blue cards, but Madame Stefanuta, you already asked for we have a register for KHDI, and I will give you a floor in the KHDI procedure. And Mr. Botos, you have 30 seconds. If you can stay, please, Mr. Mandel. Mr. Botos. Yeah. Micro. Doesn't work? No.
Mr. Mandel, you explained us technically we can't change this procedure, and you explained us that the migration wave is increasing, but is this migration wave not going also through Croatia? And we don't have nothing against Croatia, but when we see the numbers, we think that Croatia has also an increasing what means the migration, not only Romania that doesn't have, or Bulgaria. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a very important point, because a major part of the issue at the moment has a route which goes through the respective countries we are talking about today, and the major part is also going through the Balkans, the Western Balkans, and frankly I'm concerned that it was not the European level, it was even not the European Commission in that case, which negotiated with the Balkan countries, especially the Western Balkan countries, in order to control this situation, to control this migration. It was again the Austrian government who took responsibility for that. I would be happy if the European level would be it that solves European problems, and I hope we can achieve such a situation and such a process as soon as possible.
Thank you. Next speaker is Carmen Avram for 1 minute.
As somebody who dreamt for 40 years of being part of the European Union, as a citizen of a country that still loves this union despite the difficulties and sacrifices, as a member of a nation that has suffered cruel history, I still hope that we will be treated equally one day, but I'm shocked and humiliated by what happened on the 8th of December, when the rights of 20 million Romanians were trampled on by a single member state. And this was on the basis of a lie, and the author of this lie didn't even try to make it credible. I have millions of Romanians behind me who know they've been lied to. Mr. Nehammer, who's behind you? And what are the reasons for preventing us being considered equals? Romanians have been friends of yours, but you've discriminated against them, you've humiliated them. Herr Nehammer, from today, from Romania, no more Grus Gott, shame on you. Thank you very much to the Commission, the Czech Presidency, and the Member States that supported Romania.
A blue card from Mr. Georg. Mr. Georg, you have a floor.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte.
Mr. President, you're a PSD member, aren't you? You're from the government. With the PNL party, you're responsible for this favour. What's Minister Aures or what do you think the ministers responsible should do next? Do they deserve to still be ministers? Are they helping Romania right now or hindering?
Cred că putem să transformăm acest subiect.
We could have a Romanian debate, but the fact is Romania has been blocked by the Austrian Chancellor on the basis of a lie, on the basis of false pretexts, and 26 member states supported Romania.
Paldies. Nākamais vārds.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Lena Dupont.
Lena Dupont kundze, vienai minūtei.
Thank you very much, President, ladies and gentlemen. The domestic policy debate that is blocking the extension of Schengen is not just regrettable. We've seen that in history this sort of thing never works. It hands out damage, really, damage to the individuals concerned, but to Europe as a whole. The legal reliability of legal situations, political decisions, but also lack of trust between both people and states. Bulgaria and Romania have met the necessary requirements for a long time now. They've earned access, and it's not just yesterday that they achieved that. And by the way, we could all be better in looking at a better asylum and policy, have better exchange of information for border controls. That will protect Schengen both from within and out with. But Mr. Mandel, who unfortunately is no longer here, talked about open challenges, and they need to be addressed. They need to be resolved by addressing them. Can we achieve this? Yes, we can, and it is possible. But those countries who aren't even in Schengen, you can't make them responsible for this. Now it's a question of trying to find a way out of this impasse. We have and we owe that to the citizens of Bulgaria and Romania. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, colleagues, we have opened the catch the eye procedure. I have pretty many on registration. I will start with Christian Silvio Buscoi. Busoi. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Dragi colegi, doamnă comisar,
Colleagues, Commissioner, blocking Romania's and Bulgaria's succession to Schengen was unfair. This was an extremely unjustified act on the part of Austria. The Nehammer texts contain false figures and are based entirely on untruths. This is a breach of the other member states, the position of the European Commission and the European Parliament. This should be corrected either by the end of the year or very early next year. We also need to think together about what to do in future when there is a totally unjustified action by one member state blocking a decision, such an important decision, in the face of all logic.
Speaker is Maria Grappini.
Domnule președinte, doamna comisar,
Mr. President, Commissioner, I'd like to thank the Commissioner, I'd like to thank the Minister who've supported us. But we've been on this journey for 11
har været 11 år undervejs på denne.
Romania and Bulgaria that humiliated here. It's the EU institutions. The College of Commissioners has voted. The European Parliament has voted. The problem is not us, but what happens when a member state breaches the law on the basis of a lie, of a falsehood. On behalf of the citizens of Romania, I have written to the European Commission to ask what are the possible measures that can be taken against a country that is violating the rules of the single market, because we have two. We have the Schengen and the non-Schengen. And this is not... the speaker was briefly cut off. The speaker has been cut off.
Thank you. We have to keep in. Next speaker is Nicolae Stefanuta. Floor is yours.
Domnule președinte, regret că...
Mr. President, it's a pity that there are only Romanians and Bulgarians and Mr. Dupont who are in the chamber. Oh, and Mr. Mundell was briefly here as well, wasn't he? We should try to be more European. The Austrian government thinks that Austrians don't trust Romanians, but Romanian doctors are treating Austrians. Romanian builders are building houses for Austrians. Imagine if every political party used the European Union to serve its own narrow political ends. Chancellor Nehammer. It was Sigmund Freud. He was also an Austrian. And Václav Havel, a Czech, said that we should not be afraid. We need to be united, united in love. Thank you.
Speaker is Alexander Alexandrov Yordanov.
Господин председател, аз не съм изненадан от решението.
Thank you very much.
Jordanov, grazie ħafna.
Surprised by the decision taken by Austria. I remember full well that 4 years ago, the foreign minister of Austria met Mr. Putin, and then he became a member of the Rosneft Russian giant board, and now you have left Bulgaria and Romania outside Schengen. That serves what the Kremlin wants, and that is to drive a wedge in between us in Europe. Migrants in Austria are less of a problem than the capital of Russian oligarchs in Austria. The decision of the Netherlands is not underpinned by any principles. It's dictated by political interests and petty politics. I think the Netherlands should apologize to Romania and Bulgaria and its peoples. The external border will be better protected when Bulgaria joins Schengen.
What is yours?
Mulțumesc.
Thank you. We have to put a stop to this Schengen blackmail. Romania belongs in the Schengen area. We have fulfilled our obligations. You can't change the rules of the game during the game.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is George Vlad Nistor.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to enter into a Romanian political debate. The problem is very simple. Sure, there is an attack on us Romanians that annoys me. The same happens to our our Bulgarian friends. But that's not the problem. We should be annoyed. We should have 500 million people annoyed, because this is a flagrant attack on the very basis of the European institutions. It's a flagrant attack on solidarity, cohesion in the European Union. The Commission cannot look away. The European Parliament has voted. The European Parliament's vote was very clear. And we can't have just one Chancellor and one Interior Minister calling the shots.
Next speaker is Svetlana Penkova.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Какво казват Нидерландия и Австрия с техни...
Now, Austria and the Netherlands have to tell us why they use their veto and why they don't recognize the findings of the fact-finding missions organized by the European Commission. They don't want to acknowledge the position of the European Parliament and the other member states. They haven't really explained why properly. These are internal, there are internal reasons behind this, and this harms the European Union. We cannot accept discrimination. We cannot accept them discriminating against the rights of certain EU citizens. Our institution has to stand against this kind of behavior, and I'd like to thank all the institution and colleagues that have provided us with their support. But my question is the following. What are the measures that the European Commission and Council are going to take in order to make sure that Bulgaria joins Schengen?
Mr. President, thank you. The vote by Austria wasn't just against Romanian and Bulgarian accession to Schengen. This was a vote against the unity of the European Union. And it calls into question the functioning of the EU institutions. I know very well that Romania is not responsible for the presence of migrants in Austria. You cannot sustain falsehoods of the kind propagated by Austria. I would say to the Chancellor, Putin and Russia are no doubt grateful to you, but you will be judged by history tomorrow. This is not the time to destroy the European project, which has guaranteed peace and stability in Europe for 70 years. The heads of state and government have a moral obligation to rectify the situation by welcoming Romania and Bulgaria into the Schengen area. Thank you.
Next is Tomislav Sokol.
Hvala lijepa.
Thank you. The GHA Council last week took a political decision on the accession of Croatia to Schengen. From January 1st, 2023, Croatia will become a member of Schengen, which is one of the symbols of the European integration. 10 years after joining the EU, Croatia, as a member of the Eurozone and Schengen, is now fully integrated. All Croatian citizens, and especially those who work in tourism and who live near the border, will have great benefits from this. For Croatia, this is a completion of a strategic interest of being a full member of the European Union and the West. Thanks to the efforts of the Croatian government, Croatia has fulfilled 281 recommendations. However, Schengen needs to be strengthened further. We should not forget about Romania and Bulgaria, and I want to say that I fully support them and their membership.
Jean Marinescu, floor is yours.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Madam Commissioner, both you and Minister Balas said that Romania's external borders and Bulgaria's external borders are secure. I would like to thank you also for the commitment you've made today to correct this wrong decision in the year 2023. I've been hearing these promises for a very long time. And best of luck to you in your discussions with the Netherlands and with Austria. Until then, the negative consequences will continue, especially in the economy. You said that doing away with internal borders will strengthen external borders. So my question is, what is your opinion? If Romania and Bulgaria created a smaller free movement area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Andrei Novakov.
Благодаря, господин председател. Аз бях стажант в Европейския парламент преди да стана негов член. И като такъв, първото нещо, което...
I am very happy to become a member, and the first thing I learned was that everybody can say what they want. Everybody is treated equally wherever you come from. Now, this is the first time I've had any reason to doubt that. We see the behaviour of the Dutch government. It's different than what we have come to expect. I think this debate about Romania and Bulgaria joining is humiliating. We have the right to be part of this zone. Can you imagine if certain member states simply ignored their obligation as the Netherlands have done? What if they didn't contribute to the European budget, for example? Can you imagine everybody that would protest here in this chamber? What's increasing Euroscepticism is precisely this. We will not stop moving forward along the European path. What is happening now will not lead us to surrender. We'll see what happens during the next elections.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to talk to Commissioner Johansson right now. Unfortunately, the Home Affairs Council cancelled two important articles in the treaty that allow us to imagine that we have the same rights as every other citizen in the EU, the freedom of movement of European citizens and the free movement of goods stipulated in the treaty. Commissioner, I ask upon the European Commission to protect the Treaty of the European Union. This is an unprecedented discrimination, and Romania and Bulgaria deserve to be treated equally, just like all the other countries. This is why, in the spirit of the treaties, please go to the European Court of Justice and defend the European treaty. It is unacceptable what a country has done, blocked our access to the Schengen area. Thank you very much.
And colleagues, we are closing catch-the-eye procedure, and now I would like to give a floor for the Commission to Commissioner Johansson.
Thank you, President. When, not if, Bulgaria and Romania join Schengen, we all win. More trade, travel, tourism, a boost for the internal market. We'll all be safer, with full use of the information system, better police cooperation and information exchange. Border guards now checking passports at borders between member states will go to protect the EU external borders. If Bulgaria and Romania's accession is further delayed, we all lose. As I said already in my introduction remarks, I'm the first to say that we have significant challenges in the EU on security, on irregular migration, on rule of law, but we should not confuse these challenges that we need to address together with the Schengen enlargement criteria. On the contrary, we need Romania and Bulgaria in Schengen to better address these challenges. And to some of this, what been mentioned here in the debate, let me clarify. It's the Commission that have signed a Frontex agreement with North Macedonia. It's the Commission that is now renegotiating the Frontex agreement with 4 other Western Balkan partners. It's the Commission, together with the Czech presidency, that on the EU-Western Balkan ministerial that we had in the beginning of November in Tirana, reached an unprecedented agreement with all the Western Balkan partners to align their visa policies. And we already see the deliverables from Serbia, from Albania and North Macedonia, and expect more to come. We also there launched a new anti-smuggling operational partnership with the 6 Western Balkan partners, underpinned with €30 million. This Commission that presented the new, 1 week ago the action plan to counter the irregular. So we are doing a lot from the Commission side, and we also see actually a slight decrease in the arrivals along the Western Balkan routes. But of course, more needs to be done. I regret the Council decision last Thursday. That shows that we are divided and fractured at a time when we need unity and solidarity. And the only winner is Putin, who is actively stoking unrest and division into our union. And for what? There is no point in delay. Bulgaria and Romania are entitled to join once all criteria are met. And they have been met. So the Commission said in 2011, and we just confirmed a few weeks ago in our Schengen communication. And so say 2 fact-finding missions this year. Commitments must be honoured. The time is right. We must rally together and admit Bulgaria and Romania into Schengen. I am determined to make this happen already next year. The citizens of Romania and Bulgaria deserve it, and it will make us all stronger, together, united. Thank you for your strong support.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And now I would like to give the floor for the Council. Minister Balas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, honourable members of the Parliament, Madam Commissioner. Thank you for the views expressed today. As I said, the Council under the Czech leadership has made all efforts to achieve well-deserved full accession of Bulgaria, Croatia and Romania into the Schengen area. I am sure that the Council remains committed to working on this matter. And work will continue under the next presidency, building on the efforts carried out during this semester in an open and constructive manner, with a view to reaching a unanimous decision on the full application of the Schengen acquis in Bulgaria and Romania as a matter of priority. We shouldn't adopt decisions that disrupt confidence in the EU. We shouldn't adopt decisions that disrupt our unity, and I can just subscribe to the words of Madam Commissioner. Only united we stand strong. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, and debate on this point in agenda is closed.
The next item on our agenda is the Commission statement on prospects for the two-state solution for Israel and Palestine.
And for the start, I would like to ask Commissioner Dalli when you are ready. So, floor is yours. So, floor is yours.
Thank you, President, honourable members of the European Parliament.
This has been another difficult year, with more than 120 Palestinians killed. Year 2022 is the deadliest for Palestinians in the West Bank since the United Nations started systematically counting fatalities in 2005, when measured on a monthly average. It is also the deadliest year for Palestinian children in the West Bank in 15 years, with 34 children killed by Israeli forces or settlers, with an overall record-high settler violence. We witnessed a wave of terror attacks across Israel, with more than 20 casualties, as reported by UNOHCA. This was followed by more Israeli military operations and incursions in Palestinian cities. We also witnessed another violent escalation in Gaza in August with the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. We therefore call on the parties to exercise restraint and to do everything to prevent further escalation and to rebuild a path towards dialogue. Any use of force must be proportionate and in line with international law. And the EU, of course, condemns all acts of terrorism in the strictest terms. Against this difficult background, the prospects for a resumption of genuine negotiations conducive to ending the occupation and achieving the two-state solution appear very distant. There is, nonetheless, no credible alternative. The two-state solution remains the best way of bringing lasting peace, stability, and equal rights to both peoples. Therefore, the EU is actively engaging with our partners in the Middle East, the US and beyond, to explore ways to revive the peace process. In September, during the UNGA High-Level Week in New York, we hosted a ministerial roundtable marking the 20th anniversary of the Arab Peace Initiative. Importantly, the event was co-sponsored by the League of Arab States and Saudi Arabia. In this vein, the EU Special Representative for the MEPP, Sven Koopmans, will continue working with all our international partners to reopen a path towards a comprehensive regional peace. In light of Israel's recent normalization agreements with 4 Arab states, which the EU supports, we are exploring possibilities to use these new contacts to increase momentum to the benefit of the Middle East peace process too. In October, HRVP Borrell co-chaired with the Israeli Prime Minister Lapid the EU-Israel Association Council. At this meeting, the first in a decade, the EU and member states discussed with Israel how to develop strategic bilateral cooperation, but also passed a strong message on the EU's commitment to a two-state solution and the need to reopen a political horizon. HRVP Borrell was clear that unilateral actions such as continuing settlement expansion and demolitions must stop in order to preserve the chances of a just and viable peace. This will also be our message to the incoming Israeli government, which we hope will confirm the country's full commitment to the shared values of democracy and rule of law, and with which we hope to engage in serious conversation on the conflict and the need to reopen the political horizon for the Palestinian population. The EU is now also strengthening our dialogue further with the Palestinian Authority. HRVP Borrell has invited the Palestinian Foreign Minister Riyad al-Malki to the Foreign Affairs Council in January. It will be an opportunity to exchange on how the EU can best support the Palestinian Authority and the peace process, but also discuss the necessity of organizing the postponed national Palestinian elections and take steps forward towards Palestinian unity. Thank you.
Paldies, komisārs Kundze.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. In the name of PPE, Lucas Mandel, you have the floor for 1.5 minutes.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I call the resolution we are discussing today the as-if resolution. We are doing it as if Israel would not be the strongest rule of law state and the only democracy in the Middle East. We are doing it as if Israel would not be our strong partner in terms of security, our own security, but also in other fields like innovation, economy and many other fields. We are doing it as if there would not be more urgent problems on this planet, especially also for Europe, like the war of aggression from Putin, Russia, like inflation, like the energy crisis, or on a geopolitical level, what's happening in the Pacific and elsewhere. We are doing it as if it would be a recent development that would justify such a resolution. That's not the case, actually. But I negotiated on it since it's on the table, and this is a parliamentary process, and I'm happy that we could at least include the main precondition for the language that's giving the title for this very resolution, and this precondition is a security guarantee for Israel from those who are threatening Israel, who are attacking civilians in Israel, and who have been attacking them for decades and are still doing so. Frankly, colleagues, it's not very smart to align with the enemies of our friends. And in this case, it's also immoral to do so. So let's seek for such a security guarantee. Let's seek for fighting terrorism. Let's support those who fight terrorism, in the first place Israel, in securing its own people, and then we can achieve a true peace, a sustainable peace, and this might be also the purpose of this very resolution.
Thank you very much. The next speaker representing SND is Mr. Javier Lopez. You have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Now, we have a resolution here in the European Parliament because we are extremely concerned about the conflict between Israel and Palestine. And we're concerned that there has been an uptick in that conflict amongst both sides. And we've also seen that after 5 years without any resolution from the EP on this conflict, it was high time. And also much is happening on the ground. There's a new government coming in, and we'd like to send a strong message on what the position of the European Parliament is on this subject. And the position is that we need security measures, of course. They must be taken on both sides, but also lay the foundation for a negotiated solution that is absolutely going to have to go through a two-state solution that live contiguously. So that is included in the resolution. Meanwhile, we're also stating exactly how the settlements, for example, the raising of areas violate international law. But not only, it means also that the two-state solution is impossible under these conditions. And we've also stated precisely that we support the 67 borders and that the Gaza Strip blockade must be lifted, and we would like to have a peace conference be held to assist the peaceful living together and the safety living together that Palestinians and Israelis deserve.
Thank you very much. In the name of Renew Europe, the next speaker is Madame Hilda de Botman. So you have the floor for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, President. Madam Commissioner, colleagues. This morning, we spent hours negotiating. Whenever we talk about Israel and Palestine, there are always quite heated and emotional discussions. And I would like to take this opportunity for thanking our shadows who helped us do our best to get a good resolution in a heated atmosphere. Colleagues, we agree that the only way forward is a two-state solution. Madam Commissioner, we think that the European Union has a role to play in this process. We must contribute to that, however difficult the situation actually is. This is why we would put a clear request to the European Commission. Please initiate a Europe-led peace initiative. The first step would be to organize an international peace conference. Make it clear to the next Israeli government that the occupation of Palestinian territories must come to an end. Make it clear to the Palestinian authorities that they must get their own house in order, while issuing a clear condemnation of violence on both sides. So the world in 2022 is certainly not a safer place, ladies and gentlemen. But this conflict is something which we must continue to follow closely. That's our job. And this House is counting on you, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the name of the Greens, Mr. Jordi Soler, 1 minute, please.
We know what the solution for a lasting peace between Israel and Palestine is. Two sovereign states living in peace and security on the basis of the 67 borders and with Jerusalem as capital of both states. But we also know that we are far from this solution, the farthest we have been in a long time. The situation on the ground is explosive. Illegal settlements proliferate, as well as demolitions and threats of evictions, such as in Mazafer Yatta. The unacceptable reality of occupation becomes unbearable. Attacks on Israeli territory are back. The Palestinian leadership is incapable of unity and renewal. The new Israeli government will include far-right extremists threatening to formalize the annexation of the occupied territories, and the international community seems to get disengaged from the real end of the conflict. In such a context, we need more than ever political resolve from the EU. We need a European peace initiative which, based on international law and UN resolutions, envisages the end of the conflict as an absolute priority.
Thank you very much. Representing ID, the next speaker is Mr. Terry Mariani. You have the floor for 1 minute, please.
After the Qatargate scandal, I don't think the European Parliament has any credibility when it comes to this file. Qatar often takes hostile positions in relation to Israel in international institutions. That was the case on the 21st of September at the United Nations General Assembly. I don't think Israel, Palestine, or any other country will take us seriously due to this affair. The European Parliament, the Human Rights Committee have all been under the influence of Qatar. It is hard to deny this anymore. If we maintain this debate, we're simply humiliating the institution that clearly couldn't protect itself from foreign interference from an Islamist state. I would like France to be the leader when it comes to achieving a viable two-state solution. That's the only way to get lasting peace between peace and Israel. But there is nothing to gain by doing this through the EU. They do not have the credibility to support such an initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Representing ECR, Mr. Bertian Rusen. You have the floor. 2.5 minutes, please.
President, Commissioner, colleagues. Peace around Jerusalem between Israel and the Palestinians. Will we ever achieve this? And if so, yes. How? So the EU has thought for years that it's known what the solution is via a two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders. However, is that still realistic? For years now, there have been no serious peace negotiations. Gaza is under the control of a terrorist organization. The West Bank, under the authority of a regime which has lost any democratic legitimacy a long time ago. The European Union has already transferred billions of euros in subsidies, but despite this, there's not the faintest glimpse of a sustainable Palestinian state. Is this something which can ever come about? And there's no move away from this talk about the nature of the territory. So, President, what does this mean in terms of our ambitions? I think we should take a step back. It's not up to the European Union to tell Israel and the Palestinians what the results of their necessary peace talks should be. This doesn't necessarily have to be a two-state solution. My advice is that we should concentrate on promoting an environment, an atmosphere in which there's space for talks, an environment based on mutual respect. Are we asking too much there, Madam Commissioner? This could involve making subsidies to the Palestinian government conditional. We have to ensure that our money doesn't end up in the hands of terrorist organisations and isn't used for school books which glorify violence. We'd be grateful if you would take action on those 2 points. So, will we ever have peace in the Middle East? I don't abandon all hope. Recent agreements between Israel and a growing number of Arab countries shows it's possible. Above all, however, I refuse to give up because the Bible shows enormous farsightedness. Pray for peace in Jerusalem. That's a prayer with hope. Thank you.
Thank you. In the name of the left, the next speaker is Manuel Pineda. 1.5 minutes, please.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. So today we decide if we want to respect international law or if we're just going to make another pointless gesture, decide whether we respect the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to live in their land in peace and in dignity, or if we just make one more declaration where we show ourselves to be very contrite, we express our deep concern for the unacceptable situation. These words are simply empty and sterile if they're not accompanied by any actions. The criminal regime in Israel is arresting and assassinating children, Palestinian children. It is a political system of apartheid and ethnic cleansing against the people that simply want to live with dignity on their own land. In the meantime, the EU is rewarding the Israelis by a preferential association agreement. It allows them to participate in programs such as Horizon Plus or Erasmus, projects that are financed by the citizens of our member states. And they allow trade in the EU of products which come from the Israeli illegal occupied settlements in the West Bank. This year, the Israeli authorities did not allow the entry into Palestine of members of this parliament. Nevertheless, the presidency of this parliament will not put in place reciprocal measures against Israel. And now it is very concerning because it seems people in this parliament were being bribed by Qatar and Morocco to clean up and improve their reputation. However, it seems to me that the colonial Israeli regime has been given this same assistance for free unless anyone can prove it to the contrary.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lefteris Nicolaou Alabanos. 1 minute, please.
Over time, the European Union and all Greek governments stepped up economic, energy, military cooperation with Israel to the detriment of the Palestinian people. This year, the victims of the Israeli occupying violence are beyond 141. Amongst them, underage girls, boys, and journalists. The atrocities of the Israeli army make the round of the world. There are thousands of political prisoners in appalling conditions with unacceptable administrative detentions. Today's debate shows again EU's hypocritical sensitivity, instrumentalizing human rights for victims of war, occupation, and raids. Because when this is happening in Palestine by the Israeli murderous state, the offenders are placed on an equal footing with the victims, and you respect equal distances. The only solution is to step up people's solidarity with the Palestinian people, recognizing their own sovereign state at the 1967 border with East Jerusalem as capital. We demand to put into force the recognition resolutions of the Palestinian state, such as the one of 2015 of the Greek Parliament.
Thank you very much. Madame Zheliana-Zovko, you have the floor for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Commissioner, I wholeheartedly support the idea of negotiated two-state solution.
It would bring an end to a long-lasting conflict in the Middle East and allow the states of Israel and Palestine to live side by side with guarantees for the region's peace and security. Unfortunately, we have witnessed the continuation of the political stalemate and an increase of escalation with the use of military power, incitement to violence and terrorist attacks against security forces and citizens. These actions are incompatible with the peaceful resolution to the conflict, and also further settlements would undermine the process. With the Abraham Accord, Israel has shown its wish to better its relation with other Arab states. It also recently settled the maritime dispute with Lebanon. Based on these improvements with the region, parties can build the support to resume the negotiations which did not take place since 2014. Peace in the Middle East is a key priority for the EU, and we have to continue investing in a trust-building and reconciliation process. I urge the External Action Service and EU member states to enhance their cooperation with the parties involved and work towards the normalization of relations and to oppose any acts that undermine the prospect of a two-state solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pedro Marques, you have the floor for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. So some 3 decades have gone by following the Oslo Accords, when we had so much hope and for the Palestinian and Israeli people. So 2 states that live peacefully side by side with East Jerusalem as a capital. That was the hope. But we've seen that there have been many steps on a erroneous path and problems to this solution. We've seen that this has been paid for by in the shape of lives. And the European Parliament would like to send a very strong message to all that are part of the process, including the incoming government of Israel, and including the far right, and including some of the extremists, and including some of the members of this incoming government. We need to start negotiations again with the two-state solution pursuant to the UN resolutions and international law. Any effort that would run counter to this solution will be firmly condemned by us. If there were to be any settlements or colonization, we need to turn the path around and make sure that we start dialogue again with hope and remember the Nobel Peace Prize for the signatories of the agreement.
Next speaker is Madame Frédérique Ries.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai 1 minute.
Thank you, President. I have just 1 minute. So, this is not satisfactory text. 13 recitals, 26 paragraphs, many of which imbalanced, a whole series of complaints with no proposals. It takes 7 pages before we start talking about the future. That's the title of a resolution. 2 essential paragraphs regarding the importance of civil society, and above all, the need to rebuild trust via economy and energy. That was Shimon Peres's credo and should be shared by the European Union. That's the very basis of a two-state solution. However, the real issues are simply swept under the carpet. No talk of the Government of National Unity and the current extremist position with unacceptable claims, and in particular the position on a text regarding Hamas, apology for violence, which is in the very DNA of Hamas, or indeed the deletion of any concept of anti-Semitism and the exporting of hate. The downbeat note which was struck by the Abraham agreements. So, because of all those reasons, I would simply not be able to vote for this text.
Madame Margrethe Aukens, the floor is yours.
Ja, tak, herr præsident. Nu står vi igen med en resolution, der taler.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have yet another resolution that talks about a two-state solution as if we were talking about partners coming to the negotiating table as equals, but we have one party who has been occupying the other party for almost 50 years now. So how can we solve this fundamental problem without the occupation being lifted? Then we can have proper negotiations. I think it's good that we talk about the 1976 solution, but we're talking about 50% of historic Palestine. What we're talking about here is maintaining basic human rights here. There needs to be something that changes here. For the Palestinians and for those who want peace in Israel, we really need to do something so that this environment of impunity ends. We do have legal instruments that we could use. There should finally be consequences. Thank you.
Frau Anna Bonfrisco, you are the next one.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. We all need to have a spirit and a mentality of normalization with many small steps forward towards building peace. We need some simple predispositions of all those involved, the Abraham Accords, so building peace and not kowtowing to terrorism or Qatar. And we need cooperation, tolerance, and respect, supporting science, art, medicine, science, and putting an end to radicalization once and for all. This is what we need. And I fully trust in Israel's ability to build peace amongst people. And I no longer see the Israeli-Palestinian issue as a challenge for international policy. Now, were we to want to really play as a mediation role amongst the two sides, then we would need to start by suggesting to President Abbas to not use a disinformation campaign. Thank you.
Excuse me, I have a blue card. Do you accept the blue card? Yes, please. Mr. Melchior. Oh. Yeah, I know, but I have a blue card. Mr. Madame Melchior? You are not here.
Thank you very much. Member Bonfrisco, you mentioned the Abraham Accords as part of a solution for finding peace and a two-state solution. The Palestinian representatives were not involved in negotiating these Abraham Accords, which were initiated by President Trump and his son-in-law. How do you see them as part of a two-state solution if the Palestinians were not invited?
Anna Bonfrisco is not ready to answer to you. Our next speaker is Mr. Vondra Alexandra.
Ladies and gentlemen, surely we all can agree that we want a long-term and peaceful solution to the Israeli-Palestinian issue. That is beyond dispute. I guess we all want world peace and nice weather as well. I don't want to mock it. Of course, we have to do everything we can. It is clear that Israel, as the only long-term democratic, predominantly Jewish state in the Middle East, must be given security guarantees that are credible to the Israeli public. The EU's credibility in this matter is diminished by the fact that it repeatedly ties itself to various dubious programs that support Palestinian radicals. This reduces its own credibility in the eyes of both partners and further deepens the rift. These days, It is more than appropriate to recall that the EU must first and foremost control its hands and pockets. That's the way we should start.
Thank you. Mr. Joao Pimenta Lopes, the floor is yours.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, President. This is an extremely important discussion, especially in the context of the degradation of the situation in Palestine. We have seen that the situation in Palestine is very much in line of a violation of human rights, where we know that there is an agreement between Israel and the EU, and for how long will we continue to finance the infrastructure? And we know that we cannot imagine a two-state solution when we see that the EU continues to act in complicity with Israel and the violation of the inalienable rights of the Palestinians, as stated in the resolutions of the UN. It's clear that we need a sovereign, viable Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as the capital within the context of the 67 borders, and that is the only way forward. We send our full solidarity to the Palestinian people in their struggle.
Hat sich unser Kollege Fabio Massimo Castaldo zu Wort gemeldet.
Dear Chair, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear Commissioner. We often discuss here in the European Parliament on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and on the prospects for its resolution. It seems to me, though, that we are somehow disconnected from the situation on the ground, the reality of violence that the people living in those lands are experiencing each and every day, as we keep repeating on liturgy on the two-state solution being the only possible one. Let me be clear, I completely agree on that and I support that, but I wonder what are we really doing in practice to facilitate such outcome. And it's clear the process has come to a complete standstill and our Union is not doing enough or anything to reignite it. Dear colleagues, in the last period we have been discussing about strategic autonomy, about the need to find EU's place in the world, about being a more proactive geopolitical player, especially in our neighbourhoods. I can't think of a better test to our determination than trying to facilitate a solution to a conflict that has been going on for far too long. We need a serious reflection on what we can do and especially on what we are willing to do. And most of all, we need concrete actions instead of a never-ending discussions. Thank you.
Danke. Herr Kollege João Ignacio Zoida Alvarez, you're the next one.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Let me begin by a thought with regards to international relations. If you have a change of government due to an election, that's never a reason to break relations with a country, especially not one that is a fundamental ally such as Israel. They're an important partner when it comes to security, when it comes to energy, intelligence, many other areas. It would not just be a clumsy diplomatic move, it would be fundamentally anti-democratic. We would be swimming against the current. We have the Arab countries and the UN countries who are supporting the Abraham agreements and increasing their cooperation, whereas some people in this House want Europe to do quite the opposite. The radical left always wants to create polarization. They want to break the ties that link us to Israel. But if they do that, they'll be destroying a strategic relationship and any kind of hope for a two-state solution in this area. We have those who are radicals, who justify terrorist acts, who question the sovereignty of Israel. The Israelis and Palestinians will always find us defending their rights to live in peace and to be seen as allies. Thank you.
Gracias. Excuse me. No. Our next speaker is Madame Evin Insia.
Colleagues, peace must be the ultimate goal wherever a conflict appears. Freedom must be the ultimate goal wherever an occupation exists. Life must be the ultimate goal where death is ever present. But yet, over a half of a century has passed with total lack of progress of getting close to the ending of the Israeli occupation of Palestine. 2022 has become the deadliest year for Palestinians in over 15 years. The people of Palestine and Israel are suffering. It is a shame on this parliament, it is a shame on the EU, it is a shame on the international community that we have let the occupation become permanent. How hard can it be to implement the ruling of our own court? The European Court of Justice on the labelling of Israeli settlement projects? How hard could it be to demand an end to demolition of Palestinian homes and structures? How hard could it be to apply visa rules on Israeli settlers in occupied Palestine? The Palestinians need visa today, but yet the settlers doesn't need visas. EU, including this parliament, claims it wants a two-state solution, but our actions says something else. We have let the two-state dream turn into a one-state reality through letting the settlements grow without any actions from our side.
Thank you. Madame Sylvie Brunet.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, I would like to reiterate my support for a solution to the Israel and Palestine conflict based on a two-state solution. That's the thrust of this resolution. Violence breeds violence, and I condemn violence whichever side perpetrates it. I'm deeply convinced that respect for international law, and in particular Resolution 2334 of the UN Security Council condemning the extension of Israeli settlements in Palestine, must be respected. The European Union can and must play a leading role when it comes to bringing about sustainable peace. The International Peace Conference we've heard about must be organised within a short time frame. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean, of which I'm a member, is important, as is the Global Gateway. But the European funds which we channel to the region are also extremely important. Thank you.
O'Sullivan, the floor is yours.
Colleagues, because the idea of elected MEPs travelling to the West Bank was too much for Israel, I was not allowed to Palestine earlier this year. But recently I stopped into Is Cafe, run by Is and Iman in Cork City. They have set up a community and made a business, and like most Palestinians abroad, going home is almost impossible. The coming far-right government in Tel Aviv will undoubtedly make this even worse for Palestinians, while they curtail the rights of women and minorities in Israel. We have come down hard on far-right movements here, most recently in Germany. A far-right government in Tel Aviv cannot be let off the hook. Europe must cut funding to Israel, end all arms exports, end trade with illegal settlements, and build a Palestinian state now. Thank you.
Danke. Frau Kollegin Laura Huchtasari. The floor is yours.
Arvoisa
President, Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. Women are free in Israel, and we can trust the judicial system. We cannot say the same of the neighboring countries. No country is perfect, but it is really shocking to see that when Israel retaliates for some totally incomprehensible reason, the media is on the side of the extreme Islamists. We have anti-Semitism in Europe. It is a very big problem. And there is anti-Semitism in the extreme right as well as in the left. For example, in the Labour Party in Great Britain. The conflict in Palestine has been tried to be solved with the two-state solution which the UN suggested in 1947. We were closest to implementing this model in Oslo in 1993. But in order to reach a permanent peace solution, the Arabs, this has been prevented by the fact that the Arabs try to drive the Israelites into the sea. Israel has the right to be integral so that the Palestinians cannot affect them. This will not be attained by supporting terrorism.
Monsieur Joachim Stanislav Puczynski, the floor is yours.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you, President, Madam Commissioner. We're all worried by the recent tensions in the occupied Palestine territories, including East Jerusalem. This has been one of the most lethal years for Palestinians in the East Bank in a decade. They've been facing violence from Israelis and from the people present there. One should also stress that terrorism is one of the biggest threats for the safety and security in the Middle East and in Europe. In a few days, we will have Christmas here. So it's difficult not to mention the Palestinians who in Bethlehem and in Nazareth have been following their faith, and they are now being attacked by Islamic believers. So I think we should express words of support to Christians, Palestinian Christians in Israel. Thank you very much.
Danke, Herr Präsident.
Thank you, President.
A 16-year-old girl was sitting at home in Jenin, Palestine. When she heard people scream outside, she went to the roof to see what was going on. And on the roof, an Israeli soldier shot and killed her. 2 bullets to the face, 1 to the neck, 1 to the shoulder. Jana Zakarne, an innocent child, another one killed. This year, Israeli forces have assassinated several tens of Palestinian children, continue to destroy Palestinian schools and homes, and occupying ever more land. But what does the European Union do? Nothing. Worse, it intensifies relations with Israel. You speak of human rights, but you let Israel kill with impunity. That hypocrisy disgusts me.
Merci. Frau Anna Michelle Asimakopoulou, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President, Madam Commissioner. This year has seen multiple clashes between Israelis and Palestinians. It's actually been one of the deadliest years in recent memory, and too many innocent civilians, including young children, have paid the ultimate price. Terrorist attacks against Israel have led to the highest death count since 2008, and this is a sign, perhaps, that the Palestinian Authority is increasingly losing its control and its credibility. We cannot afford to turn away from this discussion. Peace between Israel and Palestine is not a bilateral issue. It is a regional issue. And if we lose sight of that, then we fail to appreciate the many barriers which stand in the way of peace and to recognize the available paths to peace. This conflict does not exist in a vacuum. We see actors like Iran continuing to do all it can to sow division and destruction, a regime which defines itself by its hatred of Israel and supports terrorist groups like Hezbollah and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad with the goal of Israel's ultimate destruction. But there is another path, and we see this reflected in other parts of the region, a diplomatic and prosperous path to peace, namely the Abraham's Accords, a process that has seen Arabs and Israelis traveling to each other's countries and discussing how they can develop their economies together to prosper. And these are areas where our policy in the region could be more proactive. So we must get tougher on Iran, and we must offer more support to champion the outcomes of the Abraham's Accord. In doing so, we can help remove barriers and follow the path to genuine and lasting peace. Thank you.
Danke. Unsere nächste Rednerin ist Frau Elena Jankeva.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous sommes tous très conscients des...
Thank you very much, President. We are all very clear on the difficulty of moving beyond a conflict that has lasted for several decades now, with all of the despair, insecurity, and the deaths of many innocent individuals. So bringing peace back to this area is not something that is easy, but it is not impossible. And we should start by bringing this back to the top of our European agenda to find a solution to the conflict. The 2020 initiative was very constructive towards moving to that two-state solution. We should reapproach that along the same lines, and the EU must absolutely show the example in moving towards that peace through tangible actions with our international partners, with all of the efforts that they are prepared to bring forth, because violence will never resolve the situation. Thank you.
Wort hat Frau Vizepräsidentin Nicola Beer gebeten.
Eine Diskussion über den
A discussion over the Middle East peace process is not superfluous. This is not something that should be sidelined just because we have also the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine. Only with serious efforts from both sides can we get a peaceful, fair solution to enable peace in this region. There needs to be clear political leadership from both sides in order to get to a two-state solution. We need to avoid confrontational attitudes here in the European Parliament. We need to play a constructive role. The EU can contribute. We have seen reconciliation on our continent and found a lasting solution with peace. This vicious spiral of violence and hate has to be broken. That is decisive. We must act against violence and terror. We need to dismantle the structural violence that has existed over generations. I think the key here is education. We need to support the civilian population, help support them to act for peace so there can be mutual respect and peace. It is disappointing that this isn't fully reflected in the resolution. Thank you.
Voorzitter, collega's, commissaris.
President, colleagues, Commissioner. The two-state solution remains a priority objective for the European Union, something which the EU must continue to work for in the interest of Israel, Palestine and the whole region. To do this, we have to look more closely at regional aspects and external factors in negotiations leading to a durable two-state solution. In particular, we have to weigh up the role of Iran as a regional power. We criticize this country, and we've even adopted sanctions against it because of the way it represses demonstrators, human rights violations, executions, the imprisonment of EU burghers, cooperation with Russia and its ambitions as a nuclear state. I could, of course, continue. However, when it comes to the peace process, we have to recognize that Iran also often does the very contrary of what we view as the way towards a two-state solution. Iran intervenes in the region in such a way as to make the peace process even more difficult. So we can't disregard the role of Iran. We should ask ourselves the question as to whether Iran's contribution to the stalemate in the peace process isn't something which we should talk about within the framework of the joint comprehensive frame of action, given, of course, that can actually have new life breathed into it.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, in the Gaza Strip, 80% of Palestinians depend on humanitarian aid. More than half live in poverty and without health care. 80% of young people are unemployed. 47,000 people are being held as political prisoners, the Palestinians. Israeli attacks continue in the occupied territories. Civilians continue to die. Now, all of this is shocking, but underpinning all of this are individuals, and the strengthening of the influence of the far right does not bode well for the conflict. This sharpens the need for the EU, hence the importance of this resolution, because it calls for and insists on the fact that the two-state solution is the only one possible. It calls for an international peace conference to reach this objective. It calls for a strengthening in European financing to spark economic recovery, assist in reconstruction of infrastructure, assist civil society, and put an end to settlements, and so that NGOs from Palestine are not considered as terrorist organizations. An end to the conflict must be found quickly, and the US must be a part of this.
Nun hat Frau Kahnmelchior das Wort.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner, for your presence, and thank you to our negotiators for the great work that you've done. As a teenager, the news was filled with Hebron and the fighting between Israeli settlers and Palestinian residents. When visiting Israel and Palestine in 2019, the recent history of Hebron stood out, because Hebron of the 1990s has become the blueprint for settler organizations to continue illegal settlements that render a two-state solution impossible. I am the supporter of a safe, secure Israeli state, just as I'm the supporter of a safe, secure Palestinian state, and this resolution supports this. However, for nearly 20 years, successive Israeli governments have allowed and even promoted the undermining of a two-state solution. Netanyahu, previously you internationally confirmed your commitment to a two-state solution. During the Israeli election campaign, you said the opposite. So what will be the answer of your new Israeli government? I call for the Israeli government to take steps to stop the occupation. Settlements must be transformed into annexation. They must not hinder a viable Palestinian state. I insist the European Union must oppose between the lands of Israel and the lands of illegally occupied territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peter van Dalen, the floor is yours.
Voorzitter, de situatie.
President, the situation in this region is extremely complex. And I think as people who are from outside the region, we should be a little bit careful about what we say. The real question is whether Israel wants a two-state solution. When I see in the way which Netanyahu has blown hot and cold about this in recent years, a solution seems further away than ever. I'm also deeply disappointed by Jewish settlers who frequently use violence against Palestinians. Even if the Israeli police happen to be in the area, they often look away. Palestinians have been living in these areas for many durations, but all too often they're forced to leave their land. Their olive trees and other crops are regularly destroyed. And that land was destined for the second state, which was to be formed, but that is now being illegally confiscated. So, President, my attention goes in particular to Palestinian Christians. I would like to refer to them explicitly. They're caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. Israel wants to force Palestinians' families out of the West Bank. At the same time, Muslims often want Christians to leave so they can buy up their land. President, Israel and Palestine must work together to reach peace. And the best message we could give them for Christmas is that the time really has come for peace, and the two-state solution is just that, a solution.
The floor is yours.
Excuse me. Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. In Israel, the nationalist right is on the rise, and in the West Bank, we can see there's a major crisis, and that in Gaza, there are civilians under siege. And considering the increase in the conflict in this area, the EU cannot just stand idly by and condemn it, but find a fair solution for the people that are involved. The resolution that we will vote on tomorrow moves in this direction: a two-state solution, East Jerusalem as a as capital and the borders of 67. The occupation in the West Bank as well as in Gaza must come to an end. And we have seen that there have been anti-Semitic terrorist attacks by Hamas, which must come to an end. An international conference must be decided. Veritable peace process between Israel and Palestine once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. Just a few months, thanks to the agreement between Egypt, Israel and the EU, we have a much more normal winter. There's the UAE, Bahrain and many other countries that have normalized relations. It is the biggest change we have seen in recent years. This resolution today, I think, is a real lost opportunity to talk about the progress that has been made in this area, led by the only democracy that exists in the area. Some people have said that they want to silence this progress. They don't think it's enough that Arabs and Jews are speaking again. They're trading, they're cooperating. We need to support this shared solution. We need to recognize the steps forward that have been made in this region. The future of this region is based on stability. Without stability, there will be no solution to this conflict between Israel and Palestine. There won't be a solution in Yemen without this stability, or in Iran. We need to do everything we can to ensure that this stability is maintained. Thank you very much.
Danke. Am Wort ist Frau Sirpa Pietikainen.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sirpa Pietikainen is next.
Of course, we are all in peace for Middle East, and we want to have two-state solution, or even one-state solution, as was discussed at some point. What is the real situation, and what do we do as a union? While Israel does not respect the UN resolution and the internationally committed borders, while Israel is expanding illegal settlements and barely having any room left for the Palestinians, looks like we would almost be waiting the Palestinian area to diminish and disappear. What do we do when Israelis are preventing Gaza people to travel, to work, and even getting medical help? Well, we intensify our economic and scientific relations with the Israeli. And the latest, we engage ourselves to deepen police cooperation. How do we deal with Russia when it has one partial attack in Europe? Where do we see the economic sanctions against Israel? Where do we see the strong stopping of any bilateral cooperation with Israel? Being non-partial and balanced does not mean closing up the eyes and being blind.
Thank you. Madame Ilana Sikorel.
If we are to be credible mediators in the Middle East, the European Union must understand the complexity of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and to have a far-sighted vision without trying to divide and rule. Our approach must be informed by our commitment to be useful in this tragic crisis and to defend our democratic values. While we are collectively faced with the dangers of foreign interference and the need to preserve and to protect our independence so as to speak out clearly and constructively, we have to open our eyes. To help peace in the Middle East, we have to denounce countries which finance terrorism, such as Iran and Qatar. To be useful for peace in the Middle East, we have to step up our vigilance when it comes to those countries whose media diabolise Israel. Al Jazeera, for example, which is funded once again by Qatar. Al Jazeera presents itself as a progressive media outlet, but it's supported by hardliners in Qatar. It accuses Israel, a country which is criticised both for denying LGBT rights, while criticising Israel, one of the few countries where LGBT people can live safely in the region. I will never hold back when it comes to denouncing the most homophobic policies of the world, Qatar, which provides long prison sentences for people accused of it.
We are coming to the catch the eye, and I will start with Billy Calaya.
Is the sustainable, permanent ceasefire, the lifting of the blockade in Gaza and the establishment of a two-state solution based on the 1967 borders. But let's be very clear. While we talk, Israel is systematically dismantling Palestine. If you look at any map, from Jenin in the north to Hebron in the south, there is no longer a contiguous, functioning Palestinian state. We talk about in the abstract, occupation. This is an illegal invasion of Palestinian lands. It is a breach of international law. It is a breach of UN charters. It's a breach of fundamental rights, and it's a breach of basic decency. So Europe does have to act. And we will pass resolutions. We will condemn in soft language, but we will do nothing to advance this two-state solution. If no more, if we would only ban the produce coming from the illegal occupied areas, it would send a message to both Israel and Palestine that we are serious about the two-state solution. We want to ensure that Palestine survives and that Israel has security as well. But we cannot sit idly by and let it dismantle Palestine as it is.
Our next speaker is Madame Özlem Demirel.
Dankeschön, Herr Präsident.
Thank you, President. Our silence about the injustice which has been heaped upon Palestinians for years and decades is deafening. Although we do have a solution based on a two-state solution, and that we've taken decisions and resolution on this for many years, we're not talking about two states with equal rights. What we see is ever greater suffering for the Palestinians. Israeli settlements are extended more and more. The Israeli government is drifting ever further right. More and more hard-right politicians are gaining power in Israel. This is an enormous problem. As long as this problem continues to exist, and as long as we see Israel going ever further to the right, I think we in the EU must speak out clearly. We have to have clear language, and this involves us committing to ensuring the EU states no longer deliver weapons to Israel, as long as it doesn't bring an end to its settlement policies.
Frau Ana Miranda, the floor is yours. Micro, please. It's okay.
Muito obrigada, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Demolish or apartheid? The homes and schools of the Palestinians. This cruel system of domination is a crime against humanity. Two states to put an end to those who would deny the fundamental rights to Palestinians who are living in difficult circumstances. Now, the two states must recognize the rights of the Palestinians and put an end to this segregation and the geographical hegemony of Israel. The peace process must be supported without colonization then, and the EU should not be accomplice to any policy that would continue with these crimes. All solidarity with the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mick Wallace.
The two-state solution has been used as a smokescreen to fake concern for the human rights of Palestinians, while leaving the Israelis to pursue their genocidal treatment of the Palestinian people. The terms of the two-state solution are beyond anything the Israeli settler colonialists would ever entertain, and everyone knows it. Who's going to make them respect the 1967 lines? No one has lifted a finger while they evicted Palestinians from their homes and lands, illegally annexed territory and built countless illegal settlements. Why should Palestinians accept the terms of a deal they know from bitter experience the other side is incapable of honouring? 3 decades we have talked about this proposal as it becomes more of a fantasy, while the Palestinians suffer the brutal, grinding reality of apartheid. If this is all we have to offer, then the Palestinians are better off pursuing their right to resist the colonisation of their lands, to fight for self-determination, independence and the right of return for all Palestinian refugees, to fight for human rights and freedom.
Danke. Eine Person hat sich noch zu Wort gemeldet, Frau Claire Daly.
One person hasn't yet spoken, Ms. Piatighi.
Palestinian leadership showed great willingness to compromise when principally agreeing to a two-state solution. But for as long as it has been the main approach, settlement expansion and annexation has continued. Palestinians live under a militarised apartheid regime that systematically oppresses, brutalises and discriminates against them, enforcing settler violence, evictions, demolitions, colonisation of their neighbourhoods. Israel embarks on sprees of spectacular military violence against its civilian population in Gaza, feebly justified on the basis of a security threat. And of course, in theory, the EU regrets all this, but it never has consequences. Instead, we excuse it. We reward Israel with deepening bilateral cooperation and the Zionist ultra-right advances. These are facts. With every year, a two-state solution is less viable. We have to call a spade a spade. There is no peace process. It's a process of annexation under false cover of speech. And we all know it.
Herzlichen Dank. Wir kommen nun zu
Thank you. That brings us on to the closing remarks from the Commissioner, Ms. Selena Dali. Go ahead, Madam.
Thank you, President, and thank you, honourable members, for the opportunity to exchange on this matter. I shall come to a direct question which was put to me on Palestinian textbooks. The EU has funded an independent study of Palestinian textbooks against defined international benchmarks based on the UNESCO standards on peace, tolerance and non-violence in education. The research by the independent and internationally recognized Georg Eckert Institute for International Textbook Research was published in June of last year. The analysis revealed a complex picture. The report was shared with the European Parliament and services briefed various committees of the European Parliament. The independent assessment carried out by the GEI provides an objective basis for the EU's engagement with the Palestinian Authority on education reform and changes to the curriculum that are essential with a view to bring about the full adherence to UNESCO standards of peace, tolerance, coexistence and non-violence in all Palestinian educational material. The EU has stepped up its engagement with the Palestinian Authority on the basis of the study with the aim to ensure that further curriculum reform addresses problematic issues and the shortest possible authority takes responsibility to screen textbooks not analysed in the study. In parallel, the EU will encourage the relevant authorities in Israel and the Palestinian authorities to engage in dialogue to ensure coherence with UNESCO benchmarks on peace, tolerance and non-violence in education and their curricula, ideally through joint efforts, the exchange of experts and full transparency. But to conclude this, I can assure you that the EU will remain actively engaged and working towards the relaunch of the two-state solution, We continue to call on the parties to take concrete steps towards relaunching a political horizon and offer our every support towards this end. The EU will continue to defend the viability of the two-state solution, respect of international law, and continue to advocate against any unilateral action. Thank you.
Danke, Frau Kommissarin.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. So to wind up the debate, 6 draft resolutions have been submitted. That brings the debate to an end. The votes will take place tomorrow. That brings us on to the next item of today's agenda, which is a Commission statement regarding Turkish air attacks on northern Syria and the Kurdistan region in Iraq. Madam Commissioner, over to you again to open this debate.
Thank you, President, honourable members. The latest escalation of violence in Turkey, Syria and Iraq is, of course, of grave concern. It is so for several reasons. First, for the loss of civilian life. Second, because the violence we have seen threatens the already volatile security situation of the entire region. And thirdly, it puts the gains made in the fight against the Islamic State in jeopardy. This is all the more concerning against the backdrop of Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine. Turkey is a key partner of the European Union and a critically important actor in the region and the Syrian crisis in particular. The EU calls for restraint and for urgent de-escalation. Turkey needs to act in a responsible manner and contribute to regional stability and security. Turkey has the right to respond to the horrible incident of 13th November in Istanbul. However, Turkey's security concerns stemming from northeast Syria should be addressed through political and diplomatic means, not by military action, and in full respect of international humanitarian law. President Erdogan's recurring language suggests an upcoming incursion in northern Syria. The EU has repeatedly stressed our concern over any such operation with our Turkish interlocutors, and we continue to raise these concerns and to stress the need to avoid further escalation. So let me make 3 points. A ground incursion into Syria would further undermine the fight against Daesh, would lead to unacceptable human suffering, and would have great implications for international security. The weakening of the Syrian defense forces would open the door to a return of the Assad regime to the northeast of Syria, supported by Russian military forces, thus handing a further geopolitical advantage to the Russian Federation. A lasting peace in Syria can only be achieved through the full implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 2254.
Nations Unies 22-24.
And territorial integrity, not only by Turkey, but also by the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, come at a particularly critical moment for Iraq, which has a new government in place after a prolonged government formation and political tensions. The EU remains committed to the unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Iraq. We call on all Iraq's neighbors to refrain from unilateral military actions that could undermine Iraq's sovereignty and have a destabilizing effect on Iraq and the wider region. We support Iraq's efforts to develop a balanced foreign policy, maintaining good relations with both international and regional partners. Countries in the region, including Turkey and Iraq, are encouraged to better coordinate anti-terrorist activities and any actions against the PKK. We expect them to act in full respect of international law, including international human rights and humanitarian law. We also encourage Iraq and Turkey to continue on the path of dialogue and friendly neighbourly relations, and we stand ready to support such a dialogue if and when needed. Thank you.
Danke, Frau Kommissarin.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. The first speaker for the groups is Ms. Asimakopoulou.
Ευχαριστώ κύριε Πρόεδρε, κύριε Επίτροπε. Οι βομβαρδισμοί στη Συρία αλλά και στην Κουρδική...
Thank you, Chairman. The bombing in Syria and Kurdish Iraq show that the aggression of Turkey is a European issue problem. We Greeks, men and women, have to face
σταθεί και απρόβλεπτη συμπεριφορά ενός
behavior of a neighbor who is
ευρωπαϊκές αξίες αλλά και αγνοεί συστηματικά
also disregards systematically international law. Only the last few months, the declarations of the Turkish leadership show that Turkey wants to be a pariah state. Mr. Erdogan has made a lot of threats against my country, Greece, saying that we will come overnight from a song that was associated with the black days of the Turkish invasion in Cyprus. But this is just a sample from the rhetoric showing a finger to Greece, even on issues such as migration, where Turkey is the one that does not abide by what has been agreed. The other day, during the ballistic typhoon missile, they said that in Greece, they say that the missile will hit Athens. Of course it will hit Athens if we don't stay put. What else are we going to hear? As elections are coming close, so the Turkish president will keep saying this. But I'm wondering, ladies and gentlemen, what are we expecting to respond decisively to Turkish provocative stance? Thank you.
Sanchez-Amor.
The next speaker is Mr. Sanchez-Amor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President.
Parecen beneficiarle. Vamos a...
How can we accept that you have a country that says to prevent some future danger would invade a country and violate an international border, calling it an a special military operation? And I'm not talking about Russia here. I'm talking about a blatant violation of international rights by Turkey. Operations have been launched in both Syria and Iraq. Now, when does an operation become an incursion, and when does that become an invasion, and when does that become an occupation? Do we have double standards here, facilitating these aerial attacks that could lead to a dangerous land incursion? Now, we have heard calls for Turkey to show restraint, but would we say the same thing to Russia? It's double standards. Thank you.
Herr Jan Christoph.
Thank you. Jan Christoph Oetjer. Thank you, President, Madam Commissioner, colleagues. It's abundantly clear that terrorist attacks, like the recent attack in Istanbul, must be condemned. I think there's no doubt about that. However, in my view, it's equally clear that the military attacks which were carried out as so-called retribution or reprisals for the attack in Istanbul were carried out in Syria and northern Iraq. Such attacks must also be condemned in equally strong terms. These attacks targeted the Kurdish civilian population.
In Turkey,
give priority now to de-escalating the crisis. In the region, we're talking not just about Turkey's interests, but also stability in member states. Ladies and gentlemen, territorial integrity, in particular of Iraq, are not non-negotiable. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a blow in the international fight against Islamic terrorism. During the war in Syria, Kurdish fighters, both male and female, spearhead the fight against Islamic terrorism in Syria, fighting on our side against those terrorists. And that's something we shouldn't forget or indeed negotiate on. We should call on Turkey now to show moderation. It's unacceptable for them to act in this way.
Next.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is François Alfonsi.
Monsieur le Président.
President, thank you. Where are you, Mr. Borrell? The High Representative to the EEAS, did he not understand that Erdogan is sparking war in Syria? There was a programmed invasion of this area and violating international law, as well as threatening civilians. And despite IS, we've seen that the Kurdish people there are starting a true democracy. This is so dangerous for the area as a whole, but for the world too. And the thinking is that there would be some tens of thousands of Islamists that will be let free, and they will be able to reconstitute IS. Is this something that we can let happen? If not, we need to mobilize very quickly. We must stop the airstrikes on the north of Syria by setting up a no-fly zone, as was done under the auspices of the UN for Iraqi Kurdistan. In Iraq, the Kurdish authorities, autonomous authorities, are recognized internationally, and they have been a shelter and a beacon for those in the area. Now, in the north of Syria, we need to have this peaceful administration of the territory. They fought the IS in alliance with the US and with Europe. This should be internationally recognized. This area has never been a threat to Turkey. It's quite the contrary.
Our next speaker is Monsieur Thierry Marianne.
En Syrie, l'Union européenne ne fait...
In Syria, the EU is simply adding to the deterioration of the situation. They deny the Islamist element in the Syrian rebellion, and then invested in a policy which is damaging the whole region. They will not repatriate the Syrian refugees in Lebanon, which is destabilizing the entire country. Our policy is a real failure, and it's a humanitarian scandal of historic proportions. When we look at the Qatar Gate, which is currently affecting the European Parliament, that, of course, has a direct impact on support for the Syrian rebellion. Over the last 10 years, our policy to Syria has been completely aligned with the interests of Qatar. The Syrian people decided to choose Bashar al-Assad, and now Turkey is renewing links with Syria. And obviously, this is contrary to NATO's interests. So rather than supporting territorial integrity in Syria, our foreign policy has led to a bloodbath. As so often in history, the US abandons the Kurds, and the Turks are not allowing
il-Kurdi organizzaw struhom fil-frontiera.
Turkey is coming closer to Damascus, while supporting the illegal occupation by Islamists in the region, and has supported the enemies of the Syrian government. The Europeans have seen attacks that have been directly organized under the Syrian fiefdom, so I don't know why they can't re-establish a balanced relationship with the Syrians. I think you would have to be a hypocrite to not do anything in this situation. Thank you.
Frau Özlem Demirel.
Thank you, Ms. Özlem Demirel. Thank you, President. An old Christmas song in Germany says, "Every year once again," and children love singing this song. However, let's just spare a thought for the children in Syria and Rojava. Those children are sad. They're mourning because every year bombs come down on their heads. Every year the Erdogan regime attacks Kurds in Iraq and Syria. And every year, muted complaints come from the European Union. Ms. Dali, you talked about the right of Turkey to respond to the terrorist attacks. Let me say to you, what have those Kurds in this region got to do with those terrorist attacks, except that they were actually involved in the fight against IS terrorists a few years ago? Look at the way we've reacted to Russian attacks on Ukraine. Enormous diplomatic efforts. Meanwhile, nothing happens when it comes to our NATO partner Turkey's acts. It's become increasingly clear. The European Union doesn't care about crying children. All it cares about is its objectives to protecting itself from people fleeing such terror refugees. Yet another example of the double yardstick of the European Union. Colleagues, the Erdogan regime wants to extend its attacks to include ground troops. This is not acceptable. We have to adopt a clear position on this. The European Union could do so much. Mr. Borrell isn't even here today in this debate. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is nothing short of unacceptable.
Das Wort hat unser Kollege Fabio.
The next speaker, Mr. Fabio Massimo Castaldo.
Grazie, caro Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, now all of the signals show us that the intentions of Erdogan go beyond just retribution for the attack of Istanbul, and indeed we haven't seen any evidence in his accusation. This is a threat of a new incursion into Syria. Colleagues, where is our red line? Cyprus and Greece for years have been the victims of the aggression of Erdogan. And despite Ukraine, what is happening in Ukraine, we can see that Turkey is not imposing the sanctions. And then we see what's happening with the attack in Iraq with chemical weapons likely used against the civilian people. There's been blackmail against Sweden and Finland as well in order to lift the veto against the entry into NATO of our two member states. We have to take a strong position. The Council needs to do that, and the High Representative as well. Now, colleagues, we are counting all on you. We know that we sent a letter to the High Representative Borrell, and we are still awaiting the reply. Commissioner, will you assist with the humanitarian crisis in Syria and all of the refugees that will come to us when ISIS is reinstalled there? Thank you.
Am Wort ist Frau Isabel Santos.
Não, o combate ao terrorismo não pode.
Combating terrorism cannot be used by Erdogan for electoral reasons and to send indiscriminate airstrikes to the north and northwest of Syria and in the Kurdistan region of Iraq. Let us be clear. Attacks on vital infrastructure and the civilian population, Erdogan is attacking the Kurdish people and extending his plans for policy in the region. The international community cannot put up with this, cannot allow these attacks that create instability in Syria and in the region and increase the insecurity, hurting already martyrized people. In Ukraine, like in Ukraine, we must make sure that here too we assist in the survival of the people. Therefore, I should like to make an appeal to the member states to defend in the United Nations the humanitarian corridor for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Katrina Langensiepen.
Dear Commission, I'm searching for Mr. Borrell. Where are you when it comes to Syria? I'm looking for you because I have questions. When it comes to Syria, Syria is a bleeding country. And I was there a couple of weeks ago with some colleagues, and we visited different places in northern East Syria. And I went to Al-Hol. the camp where thousands of Daesh fighters, some of them with European citizenship, by the way, we have to take them back, it's our responsibility, are prisoned. And now Turkey is bombing northern East Syria, is bombing or attacking Al-Hol. We fought against terrorism, Kurds fought against terrorism, and now that region is in danger. We all are in danger. So stop bombing, Mr. Erdogan, northern East Syria, because Syria now is not safe, and if Syria is not safe, we are not safe. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you. The next speaker, Marco Campo Minosi. Thank you, President. Thank you, Commissioner. I, together with several other colleagues, have become pretty well versed with the situation in this part of the country. And I was involved in the electoral observation mission, and that gave me a first-hand insight into this very difficult region. All of us have expressed our solidarity with Turkey for the attacks which recently hit Istanbul in the Kadenesi Street. However, nothing can justify what Turkey is currently doing. I'm not just talking about what happened this week, or indeed the terrorist attacks. It's attacking the local population. This is leading to displacement of local populations, creating further imbalances. It's very difficult to maintain the situation or bring about a recovery. And as we've heard, this is something which benefits extremists. The pro-Turk militia, Aristam, are destroying local installations, agricultural land. They're also attacking a minority, the Christian minority, for example, as well as the Kurds, who also feel threatened. Against this backdrop, ISIS is currently regrouping and can re-emerge with extremely serious consequences, as we've already heard this evening, and that includes triggering off a new wave of refugees to Europe. We also have to be very cautious with Erdogan's projects to send millions of refugees into that region. Those Turks are currently in Turkey, but would be sent to Turkey, and this would lead to a further shock in a region which I think deserves far better. The European Union should try to be present in this situation. My own country is currently sending troops under NATO orders, and we should show solidarity with this region, the Kurdish region in Iraq, as well as with the new government in Baghdad. We shouldn't forget, however, that the people we're talking about here, the civilians, have suffered decades of war and repression. I think the time has come for us to try to give them some hope and sign of our positive values.
Yeah.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anthony Comín y Oliveres.
Thank you, President. Turkey comes to the Union saying that it would be a mediator between Russia and Ukraine, but actually we can see that it is a huge threat to Europe's security. And we've seen the airstrikes in northern Syria and in the Kurdish region of Iraq. And the Kobane Pediatric Hospital was bombed. We've seen plans by Turkey in the Kurdish areas that will have humanitarian repercussions that will be extremely serious. But we know that the Kurdish people were our best ally in fighting the terrorists there, and therefore this will put the whole region and us in danger. Turkey also threatens militarily attacking a member state of the EU. We have a huge problem with this country, therefore. We have to understand who protects Turkey in the EU. Why is Mr. Borrell not here? Why have we seen the echoing of this policy in Spain?
Herr Kollege Dom.
Thank you. Dominic Ruiz de Veza. You are the next speaker.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, President Karas. Dear colleagues, on this particular issue, I share the condemnation that has already been stated with regards to the offensive carried out by the Turkish government in Iraq. The justification given was the bomb attack in Istanbul that led to 6 dead and many injured. Now, this is not the first time that we have seen a violation of Iran's national sovereignty by Turkey, and we need to investigate the possible use of chemical weapons by the Turkish armed forces because we know that this is banned under international law. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about problems. There has been an electoral process. It took a year to form a government. The path forward is not the right one that's been taken by Turkey.
Thank you. The next speaker, Bernhard Simniok.
Herr Präsident, seit 2016
President, since 2016, Turkey has carried out 3 major military operations against Syria. Anybody who's followed Erdogan's actions closely would realize these most recent attacks are a trial for a ground offensive. A few days ago, the Turkish president threatened to launch missiles on Athens. This gives something to worry about. Where's our famed solidarity, EU solidarity with other member states? Turkey. Will we give in once again to the Turkish president's blackmail? Turkey is profiting once again from the helplessness of an amateurish European Union. Our promises aren't worth the paper they're written on. Leaders in the European Union are clearly too busy with filling their bank accounts with black money from Qatar. They have no care about protecting European nations. We have to tell Turkey where its borders actually are. The Turkish army has to be withdrawn from Syria, and those responsible for the events in Idlib should be tried in Turkey. On the contrary, we should normalize our own relations with Syria and bring the useless sanctions to an end. They are simply extending the suffering of the civilian population. This would not only bring about a stabilization of the whole region, this would also give millions of Syrians the opportunity to go back to their home country. A stable Syria is the prerequisite for peace in the Middle East, and we, as Europeans, can only gain from that.
Herr Kollege, ich muss Ihnen schon sehr danken.
Colleague, I would have to say something very clear. Because of the misappropriate behaviour of one member of the European Parliament, it's completely wrong of you to criticise and question the behaviour of all European institutions in general.
Kommen zum nächsten Redner.
Moving on to the next speaker, Evin Insia.
The memory of the international community seemed to be short. The EU is once again silent while crimes of atrocity against Kurds are taking place. Turkey's bombs have been falling down on the Rojava region of Syria and the Kurdistan region of Iraq. It is the same Kurds that have sacrificed their lives for also our freedom here in the EU in the struggle against terrorism. Turkey's bombs have crumbled years of struggle against the most heinous terrorist organization on this planet, against ISIS. But yet, silence is the choice of the international community. It is enough with hypocrisy. The memory of the international community might be short, but let me tell you who hasn't the luxury of having a short memory. Muhammad, who was 12 years old, whose body was burned by Turkish white phosphor in the Kurdistan region of Iraq in 2019. Or my own Kurdish grandmother, who got her whole village demolished and herself shot at, thank God not hit by Turkish military in the city of Lice in 1993, in the Kurdistan region of Turkey. Colleagues, EU must demand a no-fly zone over the Rojava region and act to end the Turkish aggression against the Kurds in the different parts before it's late.
Danke vielmals. Ich darf
Many thanks. Andreas Schieder is the next speaker.
Thank you very much, President. Madam Commissioner, for about a month and a half ago, I went with some colleagues from the European Parliament to this region where the Turkish bombs are falling. What we need is a little bit of stability, of civility, of freedom. If we look at the northeast of Syria in the autonomous region, you also have the Kurdish part of Iraq that are suffering brutal attacks from Turkey in this region. There are attacks perpetrated with chemical weapons against the population. And there are also risks that the IS fighters held could be freed again, up to 12,000. So we need to act urgently here. We need to act when it comes to these attacks from Turkey. There needs to be a no-fly zone, and there needs to be a conference where everybody sits as equals around the table to discuss the future of Syria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kostas Mavridis.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the 20th of November, Turkey launched a major air offensive attack in Rojava, Syria, and the Kurdistan region of Iraq, which continues uninterrupted against targets, including civilians and infrastructure. This was portrayed by Turkey as a response to the bombing attack a few days earlier that was attributed to the Kurds. Since then, though, the Turkish narrative has changed a few times, and despite inconsistencies and contradictions, the request by HDP for a full investigation has been rejected by the government coalition in the Turkish parliament. The Turkish government has been using the bombing attack as a pretext to attack the Kurds, despite the strong suspicion, which is more than probable, of a Turkish intelligence involvement. The ongoing attack in Syria and Iraq is another blatant violation of international law, just like in the Aegean against Greece and against Cyprus, despite the ongoing military occupation of Northern Cyprus. Appeasement policy has failed, and EU has to act strongly to stop the Turkish aggression now.
Unser nächster Redner ist Herr Nikos.
The next speaker, Nikos Androulakis.
Turkey is bombing once more the Kurds in northern Syria. The Kurds that stopped the Islamic State, this terrorist organization that left thousands of dead in its wake, and hundreds of dead in Europe as well as thousands in Syria. But it seems we forget very easily, and we're only observers of these violations of international law. Turkey is also the only NATO country that has not sanctioned Russia. They are the ones that are right now blackmailing Finland and Sweden in order to enter NATO. They even threatened Greece with the missiles they are making. I mean, is this the behavior of an allied country? What more do they have to do so that you will finally act? The least you could do is immediately start an arms embargo against the Erdogan regime.
Thank you very much. We now come to the Catch the Eye. There are 3 speakers. I start with Miss Ana Miranda.
Gracias, presidente. ¿Dónde está el señor?
Thank you, President. Where is Mr. Borrell? He should be putting pressure on Turkey for the attacks, and that we will not just accept the Turkey narrative in the autonomous region of Rojava, and that the assistance should be given to make sure that we have an internationally recognized no-fly zone, and be actively working to reopen peace negotiations. Turkey has had 3 invasions in the north of Syria. 2 meant that there was an occupation of areas, and these Turkish occupations will mean that there are these areas are no longer safe, where previously people were able to live in peace. And these are and this has now become one of the most violent places in the world. And we know what the Kurdish people have done in their fight against ISIS. We've forgotten much, I believe. The Kurdish people fought against ISIS, and now this region is being converted yet again into a threatened and violent area. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We hear a lot these days about the rules-based international order. Well, Turkey's action in northern Syria and Iraq is a very good example of that in practice. It's one rule for NATO members and one for everyone else. Turkey has invaded northern Syria, slaughtered the Kurds there, annexed and occupied Syrian land. Turkey has rolled over them in NATO tanks, bombed them with NATO aircraft. Its NATO troops, wielding NATO weapons, have driven them from their homes. Yet the West calls the Kurds allies, even as it arms and supports Turkish savagery against them. And when Turkey goes in again, what can we expect from the EU and the US? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Why would we, when already they stand by and starve and murder Syrian men, women and children with their illegal sanctions? Western imperium has no friends, only interests, but you're playing a very dangerous game.
Danke. Unser letzter Redner ist Herr
The last speaker is Mr. Papadakis.
Η απαράδεκτη εισβολή της Τουρκίας στη Συρία.
The unacceptable invasion of Turkey into Syria and northern Iraq has grave consequences for the peoples of the area and makes the situation even more complex. We could have dangerous changes in the border. The US, the EU, NATO, Russia really want this fight to take place because it's within their own interests. Now, we have Turkey also threatening Greece because it is antagonizing the Greek bourgeois class. Our so-called allies are just telling us, find a solution between you. So these are the kind of allies the bourgeois classes have. So we need to move the people so that no borders will change.
Nun die Frau Kommissarin Dalli ihre abschließende.
Commissioner, now to conclude.
Thank you, President, and thank you, honourable members, for raising international attention to this important matter by placing this debate in the plenary agenda. The EU remains committed to the unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Syria and reiterates its support for a full nationwide ceasefire. Let me insist once more, the only path to stability in Syria is through a credible and inclusive UN-facilitated political solution in line with UN Security Council Resolution 2254. With regards to the comment on Greece, the EU has repeatedly stressed that hostile rhetoric against Greece raises serious concerns and fully contradicts much-needed de-escalation efforts in the Eastern Mediterranean. I recall that the HRVP's statement of the 5th of September in this regard. We have repeatedly made very clear that replacing threatening rhetoric with meaningful and sincere dialogue and communication is key for diffusing tensions, promoting mutual understanding and developing good neighbourly relations between Greece and Turkey, as well as regionally in the Eastern Mediterranean. We reiterate again our expectation from Turkey to seriously work on de-escalation tensions in a sustainable way. With regards to Cyprus, the EU remains fully committed to the comprehensive settlement of the Cyprus problem on the basis of a bi-communal, bi-zonal federation with political equality in accordance with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. It is important to avoid any unilateral action that could trigger tensions on the island and undermine efforts for creating an environment conducive to the resumption of the settlement talks when conditions allow. We continue to stress this with Turkish officials and with the representatives of the Turkish Cypriot community. And with regard to the repatriation of Daesh children, we are aware, of course, of the issue, but repatriation is a matter which falls under member state competences. So some have decided to take the citizens, others not, and it is up to them to decide on how to respond. Thank you.
Danke, Frau Kommissarin.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. This concludes the debate. So we come on to the next point of our agenda now. So that is Mr. Mixer's report, the annual implementing report on the EU Association Agreement with Georgia. And I will give Mr. Sven Mixer, the rapporteur, the floor to start.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, even as a potential candidate country, Georgia today offers a very mixed picture, and the signals coming out of the country are also very mixed. But I will try to start on a positive note. As an associated country, Georgia enjoys an exceptionally privileged partnership with the EU. And I believe that full implementation of the association agreement and the DCFTA will continue to be the best way to develop Georgia's economy and improve the welfare of its people. Moreover, we know that Georgians' ambitions do not end with the implementation of the agreement and the DCFTA. Indeed, Georgia's quest to join the Union enjoys an overwhelming support of the population of the country. This overwhelming support for Georgia's European future should allow the country's political parties to come together, overcome the differences and dislikes, and work across the aisle towards a truly national goal. So it should be. In some policy areas, indeed, impressive reforms have taken place over the years. When it comes, for example, to the approximation of the national legislation with the EU acquis, Georgia continues to be a frontrunner among the aspirants in the EU's eastern neighborhood. However, when it comes to demonstrating the ability of Georgia's democratic structures and the country's sustainable commitment to certain key European values, narrow party political considerations and personal antagonisms of individual strongmen still seem to take priority over strategic national objectives. Such toxic political culture could prove detrimental not only to Georgia's European aspirations, but to the nation's long-term security and prosperity as a whole. The EU and the European Parliament continue authorities on how to successfully deliver on the legitimate aspirations of the Georgian people. The 12 priorities identified by the Commission as a precondition for achieving EU candidate status should be seen as a helping hand, and Georgian authorities should seek to make the best use of it. During the past months, Georgian Parliament and government have taken serious steps to address some of the Commission's recommendations. However, the recommendations that lie at the core of the political polarization still appear elusive. The policy areas where much more tangible progress is needed include the next phase of the judicial reform. Very little has happened here. The fight against corruption, ensuring media freedom, eliminating the excessive influence of vested interest or the so-called oligarchs, as well as protecting minority rights. None of these can be resolved by a quick adoption of a single piece of legislation by a narrow parliamentary majority. Rather, they require systemic implementation of complex reforms, which can only be successful if the political opposition and the civil society are genuinely involved in the process. One particular case we are carefully following is the election of the new public defender. I would like to commend how the process has been conducted so far, but I would also like to stress that in the end, the result is as important as the process. And so an inclusive and transparent selection process has to result in an election of a truly independent and professional ombudsperson who has the full confidence of the civil society. Let me refer to one of the very last statements by the now former public defender Nino Lomjaria regarding the court case and indictment of Nika Gvaramia. The statement said that the case lacks justification and does not correspond to the fundamental principles of criminal law. As such, the statement points to a number of key problem areas in Georgia today: the independence of judiciary, media freedom, as well as the need for an independent public defender. Another outstanding issue that is becoming more urgent by day is the fate of former President Mikhail Saakashvili. The European Parliament has repeatedly expressed our concern over the issue and has called for Mr. Saakashvili's prison sentence to be deferred so as to allow him to seek medical treatment abroad. In the light of recent alarming reports, and as Mr. Saakashvili's health continues to deteriorate, the issue is becoming more urgent by day. I am fully aware that in Georgia, the legacy of the former president continues to be an extremely divisive issue. So I would like to say very clearly that we see his release as a purely humanitarian issue, and our call does not express legal, political, or any other assessment regarding his case. Last, regarding the ongoing Russian war against Ukraine, I appreciate Georgia's clear position at various international fora, notably the UN, where Georgia has consistently voted with the EU to condemn Russia's unprovoked aggression and crimes against Ukrainian people. At the same time, I am deeply concerned about the rhetoric of some Georgian political leaders who accuse the European Union and our partners of wanting to drag Georgia into the war. These accusations are blatantly wrong. The EU has consistently supported and will continue to support Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. EU is a peace project, and Georgia will never have to choose between Europe and peace. Indeed, choosing Europe means choosing peace. To my colleagues at the EP, I want to say that while we absolutely need to make sure
ότι παρόλο που θα πρέπει να διασφαλίσουμε ότι
foreign and security policy instruments and that the sanctions we have imposed on the aggressor are not evaded via third countries, we must always diligently follow the facts rather than our suspicions or insinuations. I believe that Georgia's rightful place is in Europe, but it's for the Georgian politicians to deliver. Thank you.
Mr. Mixer, you used your whole speaking time also for the end, so you have no right. You have no speaking time also on the end. Nun darf ich neuerlich bitten.
Now, I would ask Commissioner Dalli to put forward the Commission's position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President, honourable members. Your resolution comes at an important juncture for the EU-Georgia relations. The European perspective granted last June set our relations on an even closer course, building upon the long-standing cooperation anchored in the Association Agreement. The EU-Georgia Association Agreement remains a strong driver for reform, bringing the country closer to the EU values, principles, standards, and legislation. The European path sets the bar high as regards the standards Georgia needs to meet and brings increased scrutiny and monitoring of reforms. At the same time, it also provides a wider set of tools to accompany Georgia in this process. So I start with the important reforms which have always been at the core of the EU-Georgia Association Agreement and are also reflected in the 12 priorities. An ambitious and comprehensive judicial reform ensuring the independence, integrity and transparency of key judicial institutions, as well as systemic and inclusive review of the electoral legislation remain essential. It is positive that Georgian authorities have submitted a number of legislative amendments to the OSCE ODIHR and the Venice Commission, and we encourage the full implementation of their recommendations, including on key reform elements that are currently missing in the draft legislation. On the fight against corruption, a new anti-corruption bureau is due to be set up, and I want to underline the need to ensure that this bureau is truly independent. OSCE, ODIHR, and Venice Commission's opinion would be also very relevant here. An independent ombuds is also a key element in a democratic society. I welcome that the selection process of a new public defender has been, until now, inclusive and transparent, and we look forward for it to conclude in the same manner. I hope that the political parties can reach a consensus, also involving a significant number of opposition parties, in order to support the next public defender's independence. In our political dialogue, we have been also following closely the situation of former President Saakashvili, recalling both bilaterally and publicly the authorities' responsibility for his health and well-being, as well, of course, as his right to a fair trial. Turning now to the economic sectoral cooperation with Georgia, the process of aligning national law with EU law as part of the association agreement is overall on track and progressing in these areas. A thorough analysis of Georgia's state of preparedness regarding the EU acquis is due by the end of this year, and at the same time, the EU is fully behind Georgia's efforts of becoming a digital and energy hub across an increasingly important economic corridor between the East and the West. We also understand Georgia's vulnerable position in the current geopolitical context, and we remain firmly supportive of its sovereignty, territorial integrity. We also remain committed to further strengthen Georgia's resilience. I stress that the EU
tal-Ġorġa nisħaq li l-Unjoni Ewropea.
Georgia, this is a crucial moment for the whole country to unite and work resolutely for the common strategic goal of EU membership. Thank you.
Vielen herzlichen Dank, Frau Kommissarin. Thank you very much to the Commissioner. The next on behalf of the Committee for International Trade is Marketa Gregorova.
Dear colleagues, Commissioner, Georgia is one of our most important partners, which many of us has close to heart. We have been pointing out for years that areas of democracy, the rules of law, fundamental freedoms and human rights in Georgia have significant issues without improvement on many elements, which is why the report on Georgia is somewhat critical. Implementing genuine and thorough reforms and addressing the shortcomings of the current legislation is a must. There is no space for rushed laws and politically motivated processes. If there is a will for European future, for candidacy status, there will be a path. That's why it's essential to undo the injustices done. Georgia needs to take the next steps towards its goal of EU membership. And now I am addressing the Georgian politicians directly. Move aside your differences. Work towards the assignment, the unique opportunity that would fulfill so many aspirations of so many of you.
Soddisfa ħafna aspirazzjonijiet ta' ħafna ċittadini ta'
Thank you very much. We now come to the speakers for the groups. The first on behalf of the EPP, Miriam Lexman.
Vielen Dank. Colleagues, Georgia used to be a front-runner in reforms within the Eastern Partnership countries. That's why it is all the more frustrating to observe the negative trends impacting the country's developments. We must acknowledge that the progress in some sectoral reforms has taken place, but we cannot ignore the overall state of democratic processes and rule of law. Political leaders are deeply dividing not just the political space, but also the society. The ruling party continues to ignore the agreement of 19th April 2021. Despite the will and readiness of this House the Jean Monnet dialogue continues to stall. One oligarch continues to hold excessive influence over the political landscape. We have seen attacks against journalists. The judiciary is misused for political pressure, and the democratic political processes continues to deteriorate. To the contrary, we expect that the Trump political charges against Nika Gvamaria must be dropped and he must be released. And the former President Saakashvili must be allowed to undergo medical treatments abroad in accordance with Article 283 of the Criminal Procedures Code of Georgia. Overcoming these serious challenges is the key to Georgia's European future, but also in strengthening the country's democracy as well as the resilience in light of today's Georgian situation. As friends of the Georgian people and the champions of their European aspirations, we must be honest about these developments and not waver in our support for Georgia's democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the S&D Group, we have Mr. Nacho Sanchez-Amor.
Thank you, President. Well, there have been some mistakes with Georgia, and that has been true from our side as well. But we have to say that the authorities and those in the country are not helping. Everything is being done to delay a normalized policy agenda, and we can see that this is threatening the entire process and even the sovereign future of the country. We need to let off pressure, not just for the individual interest of the leader, but for the country as a whole, to free Mr. Saakashvili. And it would be important also to be able to set a clearer policy and put an end as the main obstacle in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the Greens, we have Viola van Kraumann-Tabadell.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. It is hard for me to admit, but Georgia, once a poster child of the Eastern Partnership, is now a captured state. Democratic backsliding continues to accelerate. The justice system is ruled by clans, while prominent cases are politically motivated, like the unjustified imprisonment of Nika Gvamaria. The government has borrowed a page or two from Putin's disinformation handbook. It is spreading lies against the EU, the US, and even against NATO. It is nothing but a shameless lie that the West wants to drag Georgia into the war. Media freedom is deteriorating, while pro-Russian radicals are allowed to unleash violence on the media and minority. The root of this democratic decay is none other than the biggest oligarch of the country, Bidzina Ivanishvili. 10 years ago, he promised an amazing democracy, but delivered a captured state. Because of all this, Georgia did not get the candidate status. The EU integration is in Georgia's constitution, and those who fail will have to answer to
Constitution de la Géorgie et celles et ceux qui échouent dans ce sens
need to free Misha for humanitarian reasons. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the ID Group, Bernard Zimiok.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, the idea of bringing Georgia closer to the European Union is another attempt to extend the EU's eastern border towards Asia. This doesn't bring about any solution to our problems. This new project of enlargement will overstretch us. We don't even have a land connection with Georgia. This means that the EU wants to extend its borders to Russia, Azerbaijan and Turkey. Not only does this bring great potential for violence and conflict with our neighbours, it also opens the door to new flows of migrants. What Erdogan and Lukashenko can already do today will be attempted by others, that's to say, to blackmail the EU with more migrants. every new EU member state will further weaken our Schengen borders, which is bad news for the vast majority of EU citizens. Here in this House, which of us still stands for the citizens who elected us? The European Commission certainly doesn't. Will Georgia be the next country to be getting billiards from Brussels? This enlargement process must be stopped, or the European Union will start spiraling out of control.
Thank you very much. Next, on behalf of the ECR, we have Adam Wieland.
Madam President, dear Commissioner, in view of Kremlin's illegal war waged against Ukraine, the European Parliament's involvement and support to Georgia has become even more crucial to the stability of the region. Georgia is one of the founding members of the Eastern Partnership and remains a key partner of the European Union. However, I would like to highlight a few short and long-term objectives of our work together which still remain to be achieved. First, the inhuman detention of former President Mikhail Saakashvili must come to an end as a sign of political appeasement. Mr. Saakashvili's release has been requested several times, and his worsening medical condition leads me to renew this call. His condition must be treated abroad as soon as possible. From this place, I would like to welcome Mr. Saakashvili's family present today at the gallery. Second, Russian propaganda and disinformation campaigns are swiftly spreading in Georgia and are objects of political utilization. These two issues are not acceptable for a candidate country, especially in the current context, and should be addressed immediately. Without solving them, Georgia should not be granted a candidate status. Thank you.
Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet ist...
Thank you very much. We have Rasha Yuknevinci next.
Dear colleagues, Georgia belongs in Europe. It was torn away from Europe by force by the Soviet Russia. Today, 20% of its territories are still under the Russian occupation. The remaining blood-stained dividing lines in Europe imposed by Stalin and Hitler must be erased. Georgia's membership in the EU is the best way to achieve it. I am convinced that Georgia will be a member of the European Union. The Georgian people deserve it. I am also sure that EU enlargement makes the EU stronger, including its security. However, I am not sure if Bidzina Ivanishvili, who is holding Georgia hostage, are aiming for the same as the Georgian people. The Georgian authorities know very well what they have to do. All is written in the recommendation of the Commission, and they have to do it without manipulations or pretense. Keeping a seriously ill former president, Mikhail Saakashvili, in prison is not a European value. Torturing people is Putin's policy. I call on the Georgian authorities, including the president, to do everything so that the issue of Mikhail Saakashvili's life does not fall on your conscience.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes...
Thank you very much. We have Jusas Olekas next.
Ačiū pirmininkė, gerbiama komisijos narė.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. Georgia is an important partner.
Folket I landet
have already shown that they want to take the European path. As the Commissioner has said, the bar is set high. We expect Georgia to put in place the 12 recommendations. We see that there has been some progress in the fight against corruption, in the area of digitalization as well. However, when it comes to rule of law, democracy, freedom of the press, they are not yet where we would want them to be. For humanitarian reasons, we
would like to urgently see medical assistance provided to the former President Saakashvili. Georgian society needs to strengthen its efforts, and I would ask the Commission to help too.
Joachim Stanisław Bruczynski.
Next, Mr. Bruczynski.
Thank you, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen. Similarly to Mr. Bielan, I would like to express words of support for the family of Mr. Saakashvili being present in the gallery. Poland and Georgia are countries connected by ages of close cooperation, which is why they are a priority partner in the region for Poland. We have been supporting territorial integrity and sovereignty of Georgia within the borders recognized by the international community, which we also confirm in the OSCE. We also continuously support for the Euro-Atlantic aspirations of Georgia. We want to keep an open door policy and ensure a full membership of Georgia in the EU and NATO. There is no alternative. That's what the Georgians want, but we must say clearly that Georgia will never enter the EU if they treat politicians the way they do, and we must support seriously ill former president Mr. Saakashvili, who is now denied by the authorities to be able to be treated properly. Heavy metals were found in his body, and this is Putin's standards rather than standards of a democratic rule of law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, David McAllister.
President, ladies and gentlemen, Georgia is part of Europe. Georgia belongs to Europe. But as we had heard tonight, to be granted EU candidate status, Georgia needs to successfully address the 12 key priorities indicated by the Commission. The Georgian bid for membership will continue to be assessed based on its own merits and its success in implementing all the necessary reforms. Unfortunately, the tense political situation hampers the country's development. I want to make 5 remarks. First, political stakeholders need to refrain from any divisive and aggressive rhetoric and unite their forces in order to increase trust among all political and institutional actors. Second, the excessive influence of vested interests in economic, political and public life needs to be eliminated. Third, Georgian authorities need to ensure media freedom. This entails editorial independence, transparent media ownership, and pluralistic, impartial and non-discriminatory coverage of political views. Fourth, political leaders in Georgia must stop aggressive verbal attacks against members of our European Parliament and representatives of other partner countries. And finally, and this is also personal for me, as chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I call on the Georgian authorities, please release former President Saakashvili and allow him to undergo proper medical treatment. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes erhält das Wort.
Thank you very much. Christian Terres has the floor next.
Thank you. The Europeans are now feeling the cost of Russian war of aggression against Ukraine because it is closer to them. But we should never forget that Georgia was the first country against which Russia waged a war of aggression in August of 2008. That happened after the recognition of Kosovo and after Germany and France refused to accept Georgia and Ukraine in NATO during the NATO summit in Bucharest. If Europe would have taken a stronger position against Russia after its war against Georgia, we could have avoided the war of aggression against Ukraine. After being devastated by Russia's war, and even after 20% of its territory has been illegally occupied by Russian forces since 2008, Georgia has not retreated from its pro-Western course. Georgia was a frontrunner among the Eastern Partnership countries, and Georgia is part of the associated trio. The popular support for its European and Euro-Atlantic aspirations are now explicitly written in its constitution. We should never forget that governments come and go, but the nations and people stay. The Georgian nation and people need our support and a strong sign from the EU now. Georgia's place is in the EU and they need our unequivocal support to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Excellent. Dankeschön. Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet.
Thank you very much. It's Lucas Mandel next.
Präsidentin, thank you. Commissioner, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I had the privilege to visit Georgia with the Security and Defense Committee of this very Parliament earlier this year. In April, Mr. Olekas, our colleague who is also present in this debate, was also part of our parliamentary endeavour there. We were standing at the border to the occupied territories, Abkhazia and South Ossetia, and when we read the title of this very discussion today about the annual implementing report on the EU association agreement with Georgia, we have to state that this is not any annual report. It's a report in a very specific year, in a year of the so-called shift of paradigms, as all the experts say and as all of us in political life experience. And Georgia is more or less at the front line of the free world, of the Western world. Georgia has a clear tendency towards the European Union, European values. A lot has to be done in terms of reforms when it comes to rule of law, when it comes to fighting corruption, when it comes to also proper political competition, not political fight on a sometimes basis of hatred in the country, when it comes to media freedom, but one could feel
Klima im Land, bei der Medienfreiheit, aber
clear European attitude in the population, and as the other parts of the Eastern Partnership, meaning here Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova, Georgia can become an EU member state in the future undergoing these reforms, and we have to run for that even more than in the past due to this shift of paradigms.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes erhält das.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chairman, I would like to repeat what I have already said in this Parliament. The EU is experiencing fatigue due to its non-enlargement policy. One of several examples is not granting the candidate status to Georgia. According to public opinion polls, as many as 75% of people living in Georgia say yes to European integration. Such high figures are nowhere to be seen even in old EU member states. Since 2016, Georgia has been carrying out economic, human rights and anti-corruption reforms as stipulated in the association agreement, and was among the leaders of the Eastern Partnership countries. When Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine started on the 3rd of March, Georgia submitted its application to join the EU. But the only outcome of that was the European perspective for Georgia promised in June. This is not enough for a positive message, and positive signs sent by the EU are of utmost importance to Georgia. If we load Georgia and other aspiring countries with more and more work to be done, we should think whether it is really the way to enlarge our circle of friends, and whether by doing this we do not worsen their attitude towards us, whether we do not increase the Euroscepticism. Political liabilities should be reciprocal. We should send more clear positive message to Georgia, and I support colleagues with regard to President Saakashvili. Thank you.
Schön, und damit kommen wir zum Catch the Eye-Verfahren.
Thank you. That brings us to Catch the Eye.
Dann Sean Kelly das Wort.
Sean Kelly, please.
It's always interesting to listen to the perspectives of MEPs who go and visit a country and to hear what they have to say. And in that regard, it was interesting to listen to colleagues speaking about Georgia. Obviously, because of the war in Ukraine, things have changed dramatically, and more countries in our eastern neighbourhood see not just their economic viability, but their actual viability per se as being guaranteed only by joining the European Union. And that is something which we should be proud of, but something we should facilitate. And I think in relation to countries like Georgia, they should be given a time limit by which they reach the standards required. Having countries like Georgia, Moldova and others on a list ad infinitum, stretching them out, is not fair to them. So there should be a time limit by which they're told you reach these targets by then, otherwise you wait for another 10 years. But you need some type of certainty, and I think that's what Georgia needs now, because they would be very valuable members of the European Union.
Dankeschön, Herr Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. That brings us to the closing remarks from Commissioner Dalli. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable members, the debate today testifies our continued engagement and desire to see Georgia succeed in its reforms and on the European path. But we need also Georgia to work hard and deliver on these reforms, particularly on the 12 priorities, in an inclusive process involving opposition and civil society and consulting European partners. It is the only way for the country to advance on its chosen European path for the benefit of the future of all Georgian citizens who expect their aspirations to be met. With regards to what has the EU done on the Saakashvili case, we have consistently stressed, both in private meetings and publicly, that the Georgian authorities have a legal responsibility to ensure the health of all detainees, to provide adequate medical treatment and respect their fundamental rights in line with Georgia's international commitments. Hence, the Georgian authorities are responsible to act if the health condition of Mr. Saakashvili is in critical condition. The EU repeatedly urged the Georgian authorities to implement recommendations by independent medical experts and to implement the interim measures issued by the ECHR. On Wednesday of last week, we commented publicly to the media that the responsibility for the health of Mr. Saakashvili rests with the state. This is not as a matter of political choice, but as a matter of fundamental human rights. With regards to a timeline for Georgia to join the EU, as you know, becoming a member of the European Union is not something that happens overnight. It is subject to a thorough process involving substantial work across all membership criteria. So the pace of accession depends on the progress in reform, first and foremost in the fundamental areas, starting with the rule of law. Right now, Georgia is encouraged to address the 12 points outlined by the European Commission in order to receive candidate status. The Council invited the Commission to report on the fulfilment of these steps and priorities as part of its regular enlargement package in 2023. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. That concludes that point of the agenda. The vote will take place tomorrow. And this brings us to the next point of the agenda, the last point for today, which is a statement from the Commission on ASEAN ahead of the summit between the EU and ASEAN in December 2022. And can I call on the Commissioner to come to the lectern again to introduce this point?
Thank you, President. Honourable members, today's debate is a good opportunity to consider the European Union's relations with ASEAN in the lead-up to the EU-ASEAN Commemorative Summit on the 14th of December in Brussels. The summit will bring together for the first time heads of state and government on both sides, and will be an historic occasion to celebrate 45 years of dialogue relations and our strategic partnership with ASEAN. In fact, we reached this milestone of becoming strategic partners 2 years ago, on the 1st of December of 2020. To recall, we have a strong and long-standing relationship with ASEAN. One of the EU and ASEAN are the two most advanced regional integration organizations in the world. The EU is ASEAN's third largest trade partner and second largest investor. The EU is a top development partner for ASEAN in support of regional integration, as well as with ASEAN member states bilaterally. The EU also continues to seek enhanced EU participation in all ASEAN-led security fora, such as the East Asia Summit and the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus. The summit will offer a political forum for the EU and ASEAN to demonstrate a shared political determination to address the impact of multiple regional and global crises, including the Russian aggression in Ukraine, Myanmar, the climate crisis, as well as our joint attachment to international law, multilateralism, and internationally agreed norms and standards. The summit will also be an opportunity to explore synergies between the EU's
également d'explorer les synergies
and the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Our Indo-Pacific strategy specifically highlights the centrality of ASEAN. At the summit, leaders are expected to endorse a joint leader statement as a main deliverable of the summit. The joint leader statement will showcase our broad cooperation of trade, connectivity, security, and climate change, as well as seek leaders' guidance for further cooperation. In addition to the joint statement, leaders are expected to endorse the new EU-ASEAN Plan of Action 2023-2027, which outlines priorities for EU-ASEAN cooperation. Further deliverables are being prepared, such as support on connectivity under the Global Gateway, including a Team Europe initiative on sustainable connectivity, global gateway projects put forward by member states, the EU-ASEAN Comprehensive Air Transport Agreement, as well as further investment projects such as the ASEAN Green Catalytic Finance Facility. We also expect to use the occasion of the summit for the signature of 2 bilateral partnerships and cooperation agreements with Malaysia and Thailand. Ahead of the summit, several side events will take place. On the 12th of December, DG INTPA and DG EAC are organizing an event on EU-ASEAN people-to-people cooperation in higher education. On the 13th of December, DG INTPA is organizing an EU-ASEAN Youth Forum, which invites youth to discuss about priority issues for EU-ASEAN relations with EU and ASEAN representatives. In the afternoon of the 13th of December, the EU-ASEAN Business Council organized a business summit, and the President of the European Council, several key EU commissioners and ASEAN leaders attended the event, along with numerous European business leaders. This broad agenda of context shows the depth of our partnership, a partnership that is more important than ever because the future of humankind will be decided in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Danke vielmals, Frau Kommissarin, für die.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We will now have Mr. Caspary for the PPP.
Geschätzte Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Thank you very much, colleagues, Commissioner. Now, a very successful year for EU-ASEAN relations. This year, we had the first air travel agreement between the EU and ASEAN countries, and this created greater connectivity, air connectivity, that is to say. The energy dialogue and the change in ASEAN countries moving towards renewable energy, a positive step as well. We've established key targets as far as parliamentary cooperation, setting up a parliamentary assembly between the EU and the ASEAN countries. That's one of our key targets. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, 60% of the population are living in ASEAN countries. 40% of EU commerce on maritime routes is with ASEAN countries. That's why stability in Southeast Asia, the entire region, is absolutely key for them and for us. This means that our targets require a strategic approach with regard to China as well. We can do that. We can't achieve that through freezing commercial relations with China. No, what we have to do is strengthen the independence, and we must strengthen ties, commercial ties, with other potential partners in Asia, in Southeast Asia in particular. 10 years. As EU, we've been forging trade agreements with different ASEAN members, sometimes with success, Singapore and Vietnam, for example, and sometimes there are problems, as with Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, and a number of other countries as well. Indonesia, 270 million people live there. Wonderful opportunities for us. So individual agreements are important, but bloc agreements are extremely important as well. This new partnership agreement with Australia, New Zealand, with Asian countries will, of course, would be a wonderful example, I feel, as to how things could be done in the future. So we have to have key targets in all spheres: climate, security, energy, and human rights as well. It is only concertedly that we will be successful. Thank you.
Die Uhr ging richtig und damit kommt
The clock was perfectly right. We will now hear from Marianne Wind from S&D. Thank you very much. When the EU-ASEAN summit starts tomorrow, it will mark 45 years of diplomatic cooperation between our regions. Our cooperation covers a large number of areas: peace and democratic principles, respect for human rights, and cooperation on trade agreements and the most important chapters thereof. The trade agreements between us have, through the years, ensured increased prosperity in both regions. At the same time, it's improved the rights of workers, ensured ratification of ILO conventions in ASEAN, and has introduced a number of important environmental requirements, most recently in a trade agreement with Vietnam. But in the ASEAN countries, there are also states where democratic rules, human rights, and the conditions for workers are not considered primordial. There's a long way to go before we are where we need to go. Therefore, as the Vice President of the European Parliament delegation for ASEAN, I'd like to stress the importance of the EU continuing to stick to and promote democratic rights. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now for the Greens, Vice President Heidi Houghton.
Dear colleagues, Commissioner, we now have, since 2 years, a strategic partnership with ASEAN. And we in the EU and ASEAN indeed share important objectives in the new geopolitical landscape. We can mutually benefit from alignment in important policy areas, not least in sustainable development and sustainable trade. Now, the worsening situation in Myanmar since the military coup of the 1st of February 2021 must feature as an important topic in the summit tomorrow. EU and ASEAN must clearly and unequivocally take stance early on an exercise that the State Administrative Council, that is the military junta, planned for August 2023. They call it an election, but it is not an election, and it cannot be called as such. In the recent ASEAN summit in Phnom Penh, we saw an opening to other stakeholders and the international community to work together to solve the crisis of Myanmar. This is very welcome. And Indonesia, as the next ASEAN chairmanship, is in a key position. The EU needs to extend capacity building development to the democratic forces in Myanmar. And I'm talking about the National Unity Government, the National Unity Coordination Council, and the ethnic organizations. Capacity to govern and uphold an administration requires knowledge, skills, and resources. And we need to do this to make real the vision of a genuine federalist and inclusive democracy that Myanmar will one day be. And this needs putting the building blocks in place today.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes für die Idee.
Thank you very much. Now for ID, Mathilde Androuet.
This commemorative summit is based on common values and principles, effective multilateralism and free trade. Quote, the European Union can content itself with the last term because its actions are actually motivated by and for the market, with untrammeled free trade, which is destroying our agriculture for immediate gains. Really, what we're seeing are containers being moved around the world. This runs contrary to our environmental goals. We're calling for trade and we're calling for work on human rights, but in truth, in numerous countries, these are not respected, even though we have trade with them, which means that we are actually being hypocritical. Business above all. It's vital that we have balanced diplomatic ties with ASEAN to cut ties they have with China and the US. But we have to think what our goal is, what our mandate is. Our sovereignty has actually been replaced by impotence in Europe, and we've been replaced by Washington. We do actually need to develop diplomatic ties in ASEAN to counter this situation.
The next speaker is Adam Land for European C&R.
Tomorrow, the EU will celebrate its 45-year-long relationship with ASEAN, with the first ever EU-ASEAN Leaders Summit. As a member of ASEAN delegation, I am particularly pleased to see that the new plan for action for 2023-2027 includes stepping up the cooperation between the parliaments of ASEAN member states and our House. Since the upgrading of the relationship to a strategic partnership in 2020 and the strengthening of the EU's Indo-Pacific strategy in the region, bilateral trade between the European Union and ASEAN countries has been consistently growing. As the second largest source of foreign direct investment for ASEAN, the EU plays a key role in the region's development. In this context, I would like to call for a stronger and more critical stance from ASEAN leaders with regard to the Russian aggression in Ukraine. Additionally, the EU must ensure its core values, such as respect of international law and human rights, are upheld globally throughout its partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and for sticking to the time. Now for the left, Helmut Scholz, please. Thank you very much, President, Commission. I want to start with a very clear message. Don't leave the population of Myanmar out in the cold. The brutal military takeover of 1st February 2021 is not covered in our media anymore. However, this war against their own people is being pursued with the greatest of brutality. The brave populations are not lying down under this. The military is not even controlling a third of the country, but the villages in other parts of the country are suffering. The APHR, the ASEAN Parliamentarians for Human Rights, keep stressing to us how important democracy and human rights are in almost all states of the region and how much they're under pressure. We have the children of the two dictators, Marcos and Duterte. And this is becoming a reality, which is going to be discussed during this plenary, or summit rather. Thank you very much. Mr. McAllister.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, tomorrow, as so many speakers have mentioned, our heads of state and government are commemorating 45 years of the partnership between ASEAN and the European Union, a partnership that was upgraded to strategic level just 2 years ago. If the relationship between the two most advanced and integrated regional organizations in the world really is to be strategic, issues of concern to the one ought to be considered an issue of concern to the other. Having said that, tomorrow's summit offers ample opportunity to strategize the elements of our future security and defense cooperation at a time when international law and maritime security are increasingly being subverted. Like the EU, ASEAN does not attempt to undermine multilateralism. We stand united in our conviction that trade and security should follow rules laid out in international agreements. With the EU being ASEAN's third largest trading partner and its second largest investor, a region-to-region free trade agreement remains the common long-term objective. In the meantime, let us make full use of existing free trade agreements with Vietnam and Singapore. I encourage further progress in the negotiations concerning the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement with Indonesia, and we should also remain open to a resumption of bilateral negotiations with Thailand, Malaysia and the Philippines when, of course, right conditions are in place. Thank you.
Danke vielmals. Und nun erhält das.
Thank you very much. Margarita Marques.
Muito obrigada, senhora.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, Commission. The EU-ASEAN Summit should be a point in time to deepen region-to-region cooperation and to expand trade relations with the ASEAN countries, diversifying supply chains, which will be positive for both blocs. ASEAN is a strategic partner. Also, it helps the strategic autonomy of the EU multilaterally. This summit is the point in time to move from words to action, but it's also an opportunity that we have to grasp to promote common universal values amongst the governments of the region, encouraging them to set up a legal and political framework of respect for social rights, labour rights, environmental rights, and encouraging support for civil society organizations in the region, moving against and countering the reduction of civic space in various ASEAN countries, encouraging them to do away with laws that actually reduce rights, such as the right of expression and of meeting. But this summit should also strengthen ties between the EU and the ASEAN countries that make up the ASEAN organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reinhard Bütikofer has the floor.
Frau Vizepräsidentin.
Vice President, colleagues, Commissioner.
That Brussels is preparing for with the ASEAN community offers an opportunity for reflection of how serious we really are with our strategic partnership. That sounds nice, but how strategic is it really? We learned today from the media that the two sides have not been able to agree on common language about Taiwan or issues around Taiwan. So I think we should not fool ourselves. That strategic partnership is still much more of a promise and an aspiration than it is a reality. And I think we should clearly identify priority projects to make it a real strategic partnership. And I think one of them would be, as McAllister said, a region-to-region FTA. One of them would be cooperating on trusted connectivity projects, and one would be systematic cooperation in international organizations. Thank you.
Danke gleichfalls.
Well, thank you very much. And now we'll give the floor to Francisco José Milán Mon.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Vice President. The ASEAN EU summit tomorrow shows us something about the high level of relations over these last 4 or 5 years. Since 2020, we've had a strategic partnership, historic, economic, and political ties between two regions in this multipolar, complex world. All of this is very positive for the EU to have an ally like ASEAN in the Asia-Pacific region. Also, together we can fight to stop the war of aggression of Russia in the Ukraine. I'd like to make reference to a country like Philippines, one of the founding members of ASEAN with very close ties with Spain, my country. A true ally of the West that has voted with us, with the EU, condemning Russian aggression in the UN once again. So we have a new political era beginning in this country. Rule of law, respect for human rights is all there for the future. I do have the hope that the killing of Diego Bello, that impunity will not prevail, and that by March of this year, prosecuting authorities in the Philippines will manage this particular situation involving 3 policemen. The individuals ought to be punished. We have to deal with this particular issue. Law enforcement people in the Philippines have to work in that direction, and his family, the family of the victim, deserve justice. Thank you.
Sean Kelly does.
And now Sean Kelly has the floor. Thank you.
The EU and ASEAN are each other's 3rd largest trading partners, after China and the US. But so far, the EU has only free trade agreements with 2 ASEAN members, Singapore and Vietnam. As a member of the delegation for relations with the countries of ASEAN, which I like very much, I was happy to attend the 5th EU-Vietnam Interparliamentary meeting last week to discuss the state of play of the trade and investment relations. Fostering open and fair trade with the ASEAN region based on mutual economic and shared values should be a strategic priority for the EU. We must ensure that European businesses, including SMEs and consumers, can benefit from the dynamic market of approximately 660 million consumers that the ASEAN region represents. I welcome in particular the EU's global gateway strategy to support the development of infrastructure and investment in smart, clean and secure links in digital, energy and transport sectors globally. Finally, diversification and having a resilient supply chains must be at the top of the EU's agenda, and ASEAN will play a big role in that. And hopefully there's a very successful EU-ASEAN summit.
Dankeschön, Herr Abgeordneter.
Thank you very much. And now, Hildegard Bentele has the floor. Thank you, please.
Frau Kommissarin, liebe Kollegen, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, the partnership between ASEAN and the EU has a great deal of potential. Recently, we traveled to the biggest ASEAN country, Indonesia, and I could find out how interested people were in close economic cooperation. And I'm making it clear, an economic cooperation, not development. Indonesia is one of many partners, Australia, China, and so on and so forth. We have to be very determined in our approach, and I'd appeal to everybody. develop the global gateway and change it into big projects. It's not going to work if we keep relabeling a number of small projects as Team Europe. Think again. Take on board the experience of European industry and implement European Global Gateway. We need an analysis with the partners to find out what they need. We need to have a way of financing this, and we have to have European companies implementing this and underwriting it. So it's all up to you.
Thank you very much. And now we come to, well, that's the end of our speakers list. And now we come to our Commissioner again. Commissioner Dalli, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, President, honourable members. The debate today testifies to our continued interest and engagement in EU-ASEAN relations. And the upcoming summit is a historic event. It is the result of years of work and EU commitment to further strengthening relations with this important multilateral partner. I would encourage you to continue to support these efforts through outreach and cooperation with your counterparts and ASEAN parliamentarians in the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly. With regards to Global Gateway, we will announce substantial advancements in Global Gateway projects with ASEAN tomorrow on the fringes of the summit, and all from the current financial perspective and all involving public funds from EU and Member States' development banks. On the national unity government, we are reaching out to the national unity government at an increasingly higher level. They are vital stakeholders in Myanmar's future, and we welcome the decision of ASEAN's own summit in November to officially engage them as well. The EU is a significant humanitarian donor in Myanmar, but it is true the United Nations humanitarian appeal is very underfunded, and we also continue to help the 1 million Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh. With regard to the summit and region-to-region relations, we agreed on substantial language on the Indo-Pacific and South China Sea, and we would be happy to cooperate more strongly with ASEAN within the UN, notably with Malaysia and Indonesia, currently members of the Human Rights Council. Thank you.
Vielen herzlichen Dank, Frau Kommissarin.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner. We wrap up that particular debate, and we come now to our last point on the agenda, the explanation of the vote. And I begin with the towards equal rights for persons with disabilities report. Madam Lexman, you have the floor.
This report brought a complex view on problems that are commonly shared by people with disabilities in the European Union. These are not only environmental barriers, but also barriers on the labour market, education or healthcare. And despite the fact that we are bound by the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, changes are very slow to happen. I welcome the fact that the report called for the European Disability Card to be adopted as soon as possible. This card will facilitate mobility within the European Union and thus enable these people to have access to travel, sport and leisure time activities. At the same time, its key aspect is the recognition of the status of a person with a disability across member states. Indeed, many disabilities are not visible at the first sight, and automatic recognition of the status will make things easier for many. I therefore call for the card to be adopted as soon as possible and as widely as possible. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Und zum
Thank you very much. And regarding the same report, we have Mr. Tomak who would like to take the floor. Mr. Tomak.
Thank you, President. In Europe, there are about 87 million people with disabilities, out of whom too many children with disabilities are left behind, stigmatized. They lack access to education, to adequate care, medical care, leaving children outside of society, not giving them a chance to fulfill their potential. Children with disabilities are confronted with a 49% greater chance of not getting into education. They are discriminated against. Also, they may be subject to corporal punishment. They need equal chances. We need to eliminate physical barriers keeping these children outside of society. We need to ensure the registration of their birth. We need to ensure adequate access to all services for these children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we come to our next report. A long-term vision for rural areas. And once again, Eugen Tomak would like to take the floor on this.
Madam President, as the report states, over 30% of the EU population lives in rural areas. I come from a country where approximately 50% of the population lives in the rural area. However, the degree of development in this area is unsatisfactory, and this leads to the fact that rural populations do not have equal access to services. I voted for this report because it describes the very clear way to go forward and develop and change this situation. We must call things as they are, although the situation is far from ideal. It is clear that we need new investment in the rural areas, and we must say, however, that more often than not, procedures to access European funds are quite complicated to people who want to develop rural communities. It's vital that we use the potential of these areas. It's to our benefit. Thank you.
Dankeschön und ich sage gleich auch Danke an die
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the interpreters as well for still really keeping their heads above water at this late hour. Now, Madam Lexman would like to take the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've welcomed the report about the long-term vision for rural areas of the EU, since 30% of European population live in these areas, and we need to deal with the living conditions of these people and how happy they are in their lives. Rural areas are facing poor access to basic infrastructure, education, jobs, and also the population in these areas is aging rapidly, and they are facing depopulation. I've been focusing on these aspects for a long time now, and I've asked for creating a long-term strategy how to better connect these areas, also the most remote areas, how to give them broadband internet and digital tools so that these people don't have to move for work, so that they're able to work from home, and also so that we stop the depopulation. I also think it's important to support farmers, which is important not only for the rural areas, but also for our food security. Thank you.
Geordnete, und damit kommen wir zum
Well, thank you very much, Madam Lexman. Now we come to the action plan to promote, boost long-distance and cross-border passenger traffic. And once again, Mr. Tomak would like to take the floor.
Thank you again, President. I come from a country in which rail transport is underdeveloped, even though it has great potential. This is why I wanted to express my complete support for the implementation of this action plan to boost long-distance and cross-border passenger rail transport. I believe this mode of transport to be very important and comfortable. I myself always prefer to take the train rather than drive, and I come to Strasbourg most often by train, and I encourage all my colleagues to do the same. Of course, for this we need well-developed rail infrastructure. We need good travel conditions to encourage people to take the train. This is why I voted for this report, with the confidence that all of these will come through as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's it as far as the explanation of the votes. And we continue tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock on the 14th of the month. The minutes will be approved tomorrow afternoon. And of course, on the website, you can find any further information. I wish you a wonderful evening. Thank you very much.